Author's note. On Thursday, 31st of January 1991, a week after the ill-fated Bravo 20 patrol had been compromised, I crossed the Iraqi border into Syria. I was the only member of the unit to escape capture alive, but I was in a bad way. I'd been on the run for 7 days and nights. I hadn't eaten for 6 days or drunk any water for 3. My toenails had fallen off, and my blistered feet had become infected and were oozing pus. I'd been exposed to nuclear waste, and I was hallucinating. But at least here in Syria, I was safe. Or so I thought. The first Syrian people I encountered were villagers, living so simply that they were cooking breakfast on a fire outside their little house of whitewashed stone. They gave me cool water. Without their kindness, I doubt I could have survived much longer. We did not speak each other's language, but I managed to make them understand that I needed to get to the nearest town. A young man helped me get there, but in the hours that followed, I saw a very different side to life in Syria. I had to escape an angry mob who seemed determined to kill me. I found myself in the custody of 3 low-ranking Syrian police officers who performed a mock execution on me. Having covered about 200 miles on foot in Iraq, I crossed most of Syria by car before reaching the capital, Damascus. There I ended up in the headquarters of the feared Mukhabarat secret police. The very name was enough to terrify the ordinary citizens of Syria, as the Mukhabarat's tortures were notoriously cruel, and they had a nasty habit of disappearing anyone who displeased them. Syria was a complex, dangerous place for me back in 1991, but now, more than 20 years on, one thing strikes me. It was not nearly so dangerous then as it is now. I got out alive. Tens of thousands of victims of the present Syrian civil war haven't been so lucky. The story that follows is drawn from experience and from first-hand knowledge of a country which, as I write these words, has become one of the most dangerous and war-torn places on earth. Some of it might make uncomfortable listening. I make no apology for that. Conflict is not a glamorous business. It's ugly and violent. And those who suffer the worst are not the politicians, for whom death tolls are little more than statistics. They are the ordinary people, stuck in the middle, and the soldiers sent to do the bidding of the masters of war. Chris Ryan, London, 2013. Prologue. The maternity ward. The Ulster Hospital, Dundonald, Northern Ireland, 1989. If Susan Black had not been quite so brave, she might have got away with it. But bravery is always a gamble. You never know how it will turn out. She lay in a hospital bed, propped up by pillows, her pale face exhausted. It was a plain room, about 10 meters by 10, basic, but not unpleasant. There was a blood pressure machine to Susan's right, and on the wall behind the bedside table on her left, a laminated poster. It showed a suckling baby and stated, "Breast is best." At the end of the bed was an empty cot. Susan softly hummed Rockabye Baby as she cradled her warmly wrapped newborn in the crook of her right arm. The little boy's few wisps of hair were matted with dried amniotic fluid. It was a bright spring morning, and the smell of newly mown grass wafted in through the open ground-floor window, where a lazy bee buzzed a counterpoint to Susan's humming. She looked over to the corner of the hospital room. Her husband Simon was there, cross-legged on the floor with their eldest, Kyle. The 5-year-old was colouring. The excitement of his baby brother's arrival had already worn off, and Simon was doing what he could to keep the boy occupied. Susan loved looking at her family. It gave her hope. Kyle had inherited her reddish-blonde hair and his father's grey eyes, a perfect mixture of Irish and British. She had no time for the sectarian rubbish that had surrounded her all her life. Never had, and nor had her family. She'd met Simon at New Forge Rugby Club, where he'd played for the RUC, and hadn't thought twice about making eyes at him. The troubles were for other people. Sure, if she walked along the wrong side of the Falls Road, she could, having married a member of the British Army, expect some insult she wouldn't want her children to hear. But living in Aldershot, as she now did, that stuff was just a memory. She had only come back to the province for a quick visit with her parents, and of course with Simon himself, in the middle of his second 6-month tour of duty with the parachute regiment, before the baby arrived. But the baby had decided to put in an early appearance. Susan had expected to give birth in England, without the support of her husband. But sometimes, she thought to herself, things work out for the best. She hugged the bundle in her arms a little harder, as Kyle bossily told his dad which crayon to use to colour in his He-Man and Skeletor picture. There weren't many people who could boss Simon Black around, but their lad was one of them. Simon seemed distracted, though, worried. There were frown lines on his face, and he was absent-mindedly sparking the Zippo lighter carved with his initials that she'd bought him for Christmas, a clear sign that he was on edge. In a corner of her mind, Susan supposed that she should be anxious about this. Why was he not more excited about the arrival of their baby? But the pethidine the doctors had given her hadn't yet worn off, and she had other things to occupy her, like the precious, fragile beauty of the child in her arms. She caught her husband looking at her. "You want some water?" he asked. Susan gave him a smile and nodded. She wasn't really thirsty, but she knew how Simon hated having nothing to do. He walked over to the bedside table, where there was a jug of water and a glass. As he stretched out his right arm to lift the jug, she watched his muscles flex and caught sight of the tattoo on the underside of his forearm. The motto of the parachute regiment in Gothic letters, Utrinque paratus, ready for anything. She always joked that he needed to be, having got together with a good Catholic girl like her. He always joked back that there was nothing Catholic about her once the lights were out. A clinking sound as jug touched glass, scribbling from the corner of the room. And as Simon handed her the water and took the baby from her so she could drink, the sound of the door opening. "Nurses can't keep away, can they?" Simon said, his Newcastle accent very soft. "It's because he's got his ma's good looks, eh? Better hope he's got her brains and all." He flashed a smile at Susan, but then frowned as he saw the look on her face. Still holding the baby, he spun round. He'd been expecting to see a nurse or a midwife. They'd been in and out of the room ever since the baby had been born. This newcomer was dressed in the standard green scrubs of a hospital orderly. Unlike a hospital orderly, however, he wore a black balaclava and tan leather gloves and brandished an evil-looking handgun with a cylindrical suppressor fitted to the barrel. The bee buzzed near the open window. Kyle, unaware of what was happening, continued to scribble. Susan opened her mouth to scream, but no noise came. The intruder strode towards them, his gun raised, silently closing the 5-meter gap between the door and the bed. As he drew alongside the bed, he seemed uncertain where to fire. His preference was clearly for Simon's chest, a wider target, but the baby was in the way, and so his weapon drifted up towards the father's head. Down to the chest, up to the head. Had the gunman not hesitated before firing, Simon Black would have died instantly. But Susan, although very weak, had pushed herself up from her reclining position and hurled herself at him. She wasn't strong enough to knock the gunman down, but she bashed into him just the same. "Bravo, cunt!" Simon hissed, just as the round intended for the centre of his forehead clipped the edge of his left temple. Its trajectory altered, it smashed the water jug behind him. Simon fell backwards as a spray of blood and a small shard of bone flew from the side of his head, spattering the "Breast is Best" poster with a flat, slapping sound. Still holding the child, he slouched against the bedside table, water streaming over his bloody head. The gunman took aim again, ready to finish the job. Susan had once heard a story, an urban myth, of a mother whose child was stuck under a car and who managed, thanks to the adrenaline surging through her veins, to lift the car and rescue the child. She had never believed it. Now, though, she found herself filled with a similar strength. As the gunman prepared to take his second shot, she threw herself at him, screaming at last, an animal mixture of fury and fear. Her body slammed against the gunman's, and they became a knot of limbs. They were already tumbling to the ground when the second round was discharged. It was quieter than the first, muffled not only by the suppressor, but also by the soft postnatal flesh of Susan's belly. There was a moment of silence. The gunman lay quite still under Susan's body. The bee had fled from the open window. And then, after 5 seconds, there was a horrific retching sound as a torrent of foam and blood erupted from Susan's mouth. The gunman heaved Susan's body away from his. The baby started wailing, a thin but persistent sound that was mostly drowned out by the sudden screaming of the 5-year-old boy. As the gunman pushed himself to his feet, Susan rolled onto her back. She was clutching the wound to her stomach, but it was useless. Blood gushed over and between her hands, pooling stickily on the floor around her. She tried to say something, but simply spewed more blood as her lungs and other vital organs failed. Then the door flew open. 2 nurses stood frozen in the doorway. The gunman looked around at his handiwork. It was impossible to tell through the balaclava what he was thinking, as, in another moment of hesitation, he stared first at the bleeding woman on the floor and then at her husband. Simon Black was still slumped by the bedside table. He still held his baby. But one side of his face was smeared with blood, his left foot was twitching, and his eyes stared straight ahead without blinking. The nurses screamed. There was a commotion in the corridor outside. The gunman, his green scrubs stained dark, ran to the open window and climbed through it into the gardens outside. By the time, 45 seconds later, 3 security men burst into the room, he was gone. In the minutes that followed, the chaos of the maternity ward increased tenfold. Doctors sprinted down the corridor to the room where the botched hit had taken place, barking instructions. Stretcher beds arrived. A nurse with trembling hands took the screaming baby from his wounded father. The midwife who had delivered him gave his 5-year-old brother Kyle a hug so he wouldn't have to watch his mother and father being lifted onto the stretcher beds and rushed into the operating theatre. And when they had gone, she buried his face in her ample chest so he wouldn't have to see how closely the room now resembled an abattoir. She tried hard not to retch as she glanced at the poster above the bedside table, now gruesomely defaced with red spots. In Theatre No. 1, Susan Black lay under the bright overhead lights, an oxygen mask pressed to her face, her sheets saturated by an oozing continent of her blood. A container of fresh rhesus negative hung on a drip stand next to the bed, but it was clear to the 7-strong medical team trying to save her life that she was losing blood faster than they could transfuse it. A surgeon shouted through his canvas mask, "Hemodynamically unstable! We need a laparotomy!" Moments later he was making a lower midline incision, the scalpel passing an inch to the right of the catastrophic entrance wound in the patient's abdomen. As his scalpel cut through skin and a layer of subcutaneous fat, the rate of beeping from the ECG machine rapidly increased. To the shock of everybody in the room, the patient's eyes pinged open. Her abdomen arched upward. Her body stiffened. The screen on the ECG machine flatlined. "Vasopressin!" the surgeon shouted. "Vasopressin!" Seconds later, a nurse handed the surgeon a syringe full of a clear liquid, which he injected immediately in an attempt to revert the cardiac arrest. There was no response. He started to administer chest compressions, pumping rapidly and firmly down on the breastbone, just above the butchered abdomen. But after 20 compressions, there was still no sign of electrical activity on the ECG. No pulse. Nothing. The surgeon stepped back, his scrubs as bloody as the gunman's had been. From somewhere in the distance, beyond the walls of the operating theatre, came the sound of police sirens. The surgeon looked at his watch. "Time of death, 9:56 a.m., he said. Then, unable to hide his anger at his failure to keep the young woman alive, he ripped off his mask and threw it to the floor before storming out of the theatre. Outside in the corridor, a man was waiting. He looked scruffy. He was a head taller than the surgeon, and had shoulder-length hair and a straggly beard that were as dark as his eyes and the look on his face. His cheekbones were pronounced, his nose slightly out of joint. "What's happening in there?" he demanded. "You'll have to speak to the hospital administrator," the surgeon said, not even stopping to say it. The man grabbed him by one arm, a firm, vice-like grip. The surgeon stopped, looked meaningfully at the hand restraining him, and then up at its owner. "Sorry," said the man. The name's Taft Davies. I'm a friend of the family. I need to know. His voice had the faintest trace of a Welsh accent. It dripped with anxiety. The surgeon bowed his head. I'm sorry, he said. We did everything we could. It was a terrible wound. The worst I've seen. He looked up and down the hospital corridor. And I've seen some bad ones. 3 British Army soldiers appeared at one end of the corridor. They wore camouflage gear, and as they approached, the surgeon, who had made a study of such things, recognized the red shoulder flash of the parachute regiment. One of the paras walked straight up to the man who had introduced himself as Taft Davies, who immediately held out a small military ID card. I'm with the mob, he told the soldier quietly. Don't make a play of it, eh? The grim-faced soldier looked surprised. The regiment's here? Taft shook his head. They're friends of mine. I came to visit the kid. They know what's happened up at Palace Barracks? The paras nodded grimly. Taft loosened his grip on the surgeon, to whom this conversation meant nothing. Where's Simon? He asked. The husband? He nodded. Theatre number 2. I wouldn't get your hopes up. With a respectful nod, the surgeon continued down the corridor. Seconds later, a noise made him look back over his shoulder. Taft Davies had picked up one of the plastic chairs lining the corridor and slammed it down on the floor, while the soldiers, clearly alarmed, stood at a safe distance of a few meters. Now he was clutching his hair and looking around with a helpless, anguished expression. The surgeon had seen many people who had lost loved ones. He could tell instantly that Taft Davies was one of their number. The corridor was spinning. Taft could barely stand. The doors to operating theatre number 1 swung open. A sombre collection of hospital staff emerged, wheeling a stretcher bed. A blue sheet covered the body on the bed. He heard one of the paras swear under his breath. The sheet had a dark stain where it had come in contact with the corpse's abdomen. In his time, Taft had seen more dead bodies than he could easily count. He'd added to them. But not all dead bodies are the same. The sight of some leave you as cold as the corpse itself. Taft watched the bed disappear. Then he moved his substantial frame past the soldiers in the direction the surgeon had indicated. A minute later he was outside operating theatre number 2. 2 nurses were standing about 5 meters beyond the door, talking in hushed voices, but fell silent as Taft approached. Standing by the door itself was a uniformed member of the RUC. News? Taft asked. The police officer shook his head. Breathing deeply, Taft removed his wallet. His army ID was not on display, but hidden inside. He flashed the ID, which bore his name, photograph, army number, and blood group, at the police officer. Family friend, he explained. The officer nodded. Anyone asks, the nurses or anything, just tell them that. They stood in silence outside the operating theatre. Time passed. At 13:24, another exhausted-looking surgeon emerged from the operating theatre. He gave the RUC man a respectful nod, then cast Taft an inquiring look. Next of kin? Good as, Taft said. He's critical but stable. The gunshot affected part of his temporal lobe. We've managed to stop the internal bleeding, but there's substantial damage to the brain. He'll survive, but... The surgeon's voice tailed off. But what? Taft said. The temporal lobe regulates memory, emotions, language, learning. We can expect full amnesia, maybe profound mental deficiency going forward. Sometimes I think it would be kinder to let patients like this... The surgeon stopped himself. Maybe the amnesia is for the best, he continued. I hear the wife didn't make it. Taft nodded. Bastard Provost, said the surgeon with a sudden burst of anger. I sometimes think they should spend a few hours on the wards, see exactly what they're doing to people. He passed a tired hand over his eyes. I apologise, he said. Don't apologise to me, Taft replied, his voice flat and dead. The only good Provo is a dead one as far as I'm concerned. When can I see him? Not yet, I'm afraid. They'll be moving him to intensive care at some point in the next hour or so. Speak to the ward sister. I'm sorry for your loss. The surgeon moved away, massaging the back of his neck as he went. "Kyle? Kyle? It's me. It's your Uncle Taff." He wasn't really Kyle's uncle, of course, but he was as close as made no difference. Kyle was in a brightly coloured children's room with snakes and ladders painted on the floor and puzzle boxes with sellotaped corners on the shelves against one side. On the floor in front of him lay a selection of Action Man characters. In the corner of the room, a uniformed female police officer and a social worker in a grey A-line skirt observed them silently. "How you doing, kiddo?" Taff asked, but it was obvious that Kyle was doing shit. The kid's eyes were bloodshot, and there were scratches down his face where he'd dug into them with his nails. Ordinarily, the boy would be excited to see Taff, who always gave him 50 pence for some sweets. But not now. He picked up an Action Man and slowly started smashing it against the floor. Taff put one hand on his wrist to stop him ruining the toy, but Kyle snatched it away and went on banging it on the floor. Harder and harder, quicker and quicker. One arm split away from its body. Its head cracked. The social worker hurried forwards and gave Taff a look that suggested now would be a good time to leave. He stood up and made for the exit. When he looked back, the social worker had her arm around Kyle, but he was still destroying the toy. The room to which they'd moved Simon was now guarded by 2 RUC officers, both armed and wearing body armour. The original officer was accompanying Taff. "This is the guy I was telling you about, fellas." They gave Taff a respectful nod and let him in. Taff closed the door gently behind him and turned to look at Simon. "Jesus," he breathed. "You look like shit." And he did. His bed was surrounded by medical equipment. A plastic tube emerged from his nose, and cannulas sprouted from both hands. But it wasn't the beeping of the equipment, or the drip stands, or the sinister bandaging around his head that made Simon appear so desperate. It was the look on his face. His eyes were open, but whether they saw anything was impossible to tell. His mouth was open too, and his tongue lolled to one side, a patch of white spittle just visible along one edge. Although he was conscious, he gave no indication that he was aware of Taff's presence. Taff leaned over the bed and looked straight into his friend's eyes. There was nothing, no hint of recognition. The machines around the bed displayed his vital signs. Even so, Taff checked for a pulse. It was faint, but it was there. He looked down at his friend's wrist. The letters of the regimental motto looked darker than usual against his pale skin. Taff realized he was breathing in time with the patient. Slowly. The door opened. A female police officer who had been watching over Kyle appeared. She was holding the little boy's hand and stood respectfully by the door while Taff finished his visit. "I don't know if you can understand me, mucker," Taff said, loud enough for Kyle and the policewoman to hear, "but I hope you can. One of these days, we're going to find the bastard who did this to you, and when that happens, you'll pay. That's all. You'll fucking pay." But Simon was in no state to answer. He continued to stare straight ahead of him. The machines keeping him alive continued to ping. The newborn baby lay in a perspex cot. He was tightly swaddled and fast asleep. Taff looked down at him. He remembered someone saying that babies always look like their dads, nature's way of stopping the father from running away. As far as Taff could see, the kid looked like neither his mother nor his father. He looked like a newborn baby, and they all looked the same. Taff remembered the kid's mother, and his face darkened. He thought of Simon, lying there in a near-vegetative state. The image of his tattoo popped into Taff's head. Utrinque paratus. "You'll need to be, kiddo," he murmured. "You'll need to be." 23 years later. 1. "J'ai l'impression qu'on nous regarde," Fatima said. "I feel like someone's watching us." At 6 o'clock on weekday evenings, the old tenement building on Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine in Paris always smelled the same. It was the pungent stink of cheap cuts of meat, boiled long and slow, so even the bones could be mashed with a fork, then mixed with North African spices. The meat itself was barely fit for animals, let alone humans. The spices went some way to masking the taste, and their aroma seemed ingrained in the dirty brick walls. The building always sounded the same, too. Babies wailing, TVs blaring, couples arguing. This evening was no exception. Fatima looked around the single room that she shared with her husband Hakim and their twin daughters. It was about 6 meters by 4 and contained a double mattress on the floor, a wooden cot, and a rickety formica-topped table with 2 chairs. At one end was a kitchenette, little more than a sink, a water heater, and a 2-ring electric hob. To the right of the kitchenette, in an alcove, were a pokey bath-cum-shower and a toilet. Neither worked properly, and both stank. Through some quirk of the plumbing, whatever went down the kitchen sink reappeared in the bath, where it festered. The babies were crying. They were always crying, from hunger mostly. Sometimes Fatima felt like joining in. Hakim, in boxer shorts and a white vest, lay on the mattress, staring at the ceiling. He made no attempt to acknowledge what she'd just said. Fatima wasn't even sure he'd heard her. She walked to the window. It looked onto a light well, open to the sky and about 10 meters square. On each side of this were more cramped bedsits. The concrete walls were stained by years of exposure to the elements. All the grimy windows were open on account of the suffocating summer heat. All except one. She stared at it carefully. Had she just seen a strange dot of red light in the darkness of the flat? She pulled her threadbare cardigan a little tighter so it covered more of her breasts, then felt the heat of Hakim's body behind her, his hands on her shoulders. She turned and managed to smile at him. He smiled back. "Je pense que j'ai peut-être trouvé un boulot," he said, over the sound of the twins crying. "I think I might have found a job." "Really?" Fatima asked, her voice neutral and her French tinged like her husband's, with an Algerian accent. She stepped back to the hob, on which she was boiling up meat and bones for the family. It was a conversation they had 3 times a week, and she was running out of ways to make it sound like she believed him. "Yeah, this guy sells old phones in the marketplace. Said he maybe wanted—" Hakim's voice petered out. "That's great," she said, as she stirred the contents of the pot. She drew a deep breath. "Hakim, maybe we should go back." "What do you mean?" "To Algiers. We have family there, and—" "Don't be stupid. You know I can't go back there." Fatima turned to face him. "Maybe we can change our identities." But she could tell that Hakim was somewhere between panic and anger. "You want me to go to prison? Is that what you want? You know what they do to people in prison? Life has fucked me up the arse enough already." The baby's wailing became louder. In one corner of her mind, Fatima was aware that this evening they were at risk of becoming the arguing couple whose voices echoed around the whole block. She didn't want that, and so she stepped across the room to her husband, took him by the hand, and looked at him sincerely. "Of course not," she whispered. With a glance over at the steaming pot, she said, "I'm not so hungry tonight. We'll feed the little ones, and then you have the—" She stopped. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the red dot again and inhaled sharply. "Did you see that?" But Hakim was lying back down on the mattress, his chest rising and falling quickly as he calmed himself. "Nobody's watching us," he said. "Nobody even knows we're here. Give the kids some food. Their crying's getting on my nerves." Fatima nodded. He was right. Of course he was. So why had she just shivered when it was so hot? She turned her attention to her babies while her husband went back to staring at the ceiling. The bedsit on the opposite side of the light well from Hakim and Fatima's was in darkness, and almost unbearably hot since the window was closed. 2 men occupied it, a squat, blonde guy called Hector with a Union Jack tattoo on his forearm, and his lean, muscular companion whose nickname was Skinner, and whose real name even he himself had almost forgotten. Standing motionless, Hector was peering through binoculars mounted on a tripod into the bedsit opposite. "Fucking Ada," he said. "I'm sweating like Jimmy Savile in a playground." There was a short silence, only broken by the faint crackling of Skinner's gitane as he dragged deeply on it. "Can't you put that fucking cigarette out, mucker?" Hector asked irritably. "It's like waving a torch at him. I'm sure the bird just looks straight at us." Skinner sniffed, then took another drag before he answered. "We're wasting our time here anyway," he said, his Cockney accent strong, though not quite as strong as Hector's. "We can sort this Algerian fuck-knuckles in our sleep." Hector pulled back from the binos and inclined his head. Skinner had a point. As far as terrorists went, the Algerian kid they had under surveillance was hardly Carlos the Jackal. Carlos the Jackass, more like. "The sooner we make contact," Skinner said, "the sooner we can be out of this shithole. I say we do it in the morning." Hector looked over his shoulder. He could just make out Skinner's silhouette slumped lazily in a chair by the door, and the red dot of his cigarette as he put it to his mouth. As he dragged on the cigarette, the glow illuminated his features. Shaved head, pronounced Adam's apple, tattoos above the neckline of his T-shirt. Skinner was right. The job was straightforward, and Hector sure as hell wouldn't miss being cooped up in the sweltering room. Surveillance was always the worst part. He stepped back from the binoculars again. "Chuck us a tab," he said. Skinner threw him a cigarette. "We'll do it tomorrow," Hector announced. "Happy now?" Skinner sniffed for a second time and dragged once more on his cigarette. At 8:15 the following morning, Hakim left his wife and children in the bedsit. The kids were still crying. They had been all night. He had to get out of there. He descended one flight of stairs and paid a visit to the communal toilet. It was just a tiny cubicle with a hole in the floor, and there was no light. A good thing, too, because it was never cleaned, and the walls and floor were covered with dried excrement. He added to it before heading down to the ground floor and out into Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The morning was already hot, but the crowded pavements and traffic made it feel even hotter. He headed towards Bastille, not because he had any business in that direction, but because he had to walk somewhere. It was a tired part of Paris, full of immigrant stores and faces. For that reason he liked it. It meant his Algerian features were unremarkable. He passed a little cafe where his countrymen were in the habit of gathering to drink small cups of strong coffee and talk about the old days. Maybe in time he could make friends here. For now, he had to remain anonymous. So instead he stepped into another cafe, where the coffee was cheap so long as he stood at the bar. He handed over a €1, the last of the money he had hidden from Fatima. He was halfway through his drink before he sensed the man standing behind him. Hakim stared over the brim of his cup into the window behind the bar. The man was squat and tanned, with bleached blonde hair, freckles, and the remnants of a cut on his lower lip. He carried a grey rucksack over his right shoulder. He placed a gentle hand on Hakim's left shoulder. Hakim jabbed it away as if he'd been electrified. His coffee sloshed over his hand. "Hakim?" the man said. His voice had an accent. British? Hakim wasn't sure. He turned round slowly. And then he bolted for the door. He might have made it out into the street had a second man sitting by the door not been waiting for him to run. This man had a shaved head, sunburned skin, and a pronounced Adam's apple. As he grabbed hold of Hakim's arm with a tattooed hand, his strength was apparent. Hakim wasn't going anywhere so long as this guy held on to him. "We're not going to hurt you," said the blonde man in serviceable French. "Not unless you try to run away. In which case, my friend Skinner here will break both your fucking legs." Skinner said nothing. He just looked at Hakim with unconcealed contempt. "Let's walk," said the blond man. He nodded at Skinner, who manhandled Hakim out of the cafe and into the street. They turned right, back up towards and then past Hakim's block. Skinner didn't let go of his arm, and although they attracted a few strange looks, nobody tried to help him. After a couple of 100 meters, they came to a small park. 2 tramps sat over on the far side, sharing a bottle of unlabeled alcohol. The remaining wooden benches were vacant. Skinner forced Hakim onto one of them, and, still gripping his arm, sat down to his right. The blond man sat on Hakim's left. He rested his rucksack on his lap, and, staring straight ahead, continued speaking in French. "Your name is Hakim al-Ashaba, Algerian. You entered France illegally with your wife Fatima and your 2 daughters via Marseille 3 months ago. A week prior to that, you were arrested parking a Toyota Corolla in front of a government building in Algiers with a boot full of plastic explosive. When an intelligence officer tried to restrain you, you punched him. He fell and hit his head on the curb, fatally, as it turned out, but giving you the opportunity to escape." The blond man's words were sledgehammers. Each one of them was true. Hakim realized that his skin had gone clammy. He started to shake. I didn't mean to kill him," he said. "Oh," said the blond man. "You hear that, Skinner? He didn't mean to kill him. Oh, so that's all right." A pause. "Don't worry, Hakim. We're not here to turn you in. Not unless—" His voice trailed away, and he turned his attention back to the rucksack. He opened it. The rucksack's contents caused Hakim to catch his breath. It was filled to the brim with 50-euro notes. The man lifted one of the bundles to reveal more below. "Can't be easy," he said. "You're damaged goods for your terrorist mates back in Algiers, so they don't want anything to do with you. You got no job? A family?" Hakim stared into the middle distance. The man slowly closed the rucksack. "This is yours," he said, "but only if you do something for us." Hakim blinked. "What?" he asked. His voice was hoarse. "What?" The blond man looked straight ahead again. "Do you know how to use a handgun?" he asked. Hakim shook his head. "It's very easy. You'll only need 1 shot. And then all this," he patted the rucksack again, "is yours." "I'm not a killer," Hakim whispered. "Yes, you are, Hakim. That's why you're stuck in a stinking room with a starving family. But if you're not interested—" The man shrugged and stood up. "Come on," he said to his companion in English. "Let's go." For the first time since the cafe, Skinner let go of Hakim's arm. He stood up, and the 2 men walked away. "Wait!" Hakim called after them, and when they didn't stop, he said it louder. "Wait!" When they were 15 meters away, the men turned. With a slow, lazy arrogance, they walked back to the bench. Hakim licked his dry lips. "Who?" he asked. "There's an old man. You don't need to know his name. He goes for a walk every morning at 7 a.m. It would be easy to get close to him and easy to run away. And you already know how easy it is to hide." The sweat on Hakim's skin had grown warm again. "If it's so easy," he asked, "why don't you kill him?" "For the same reason I don't clean my own toilet. I can afford to pay someone to do it for me." "You have to give me the money first." Hakim's voice cracked again as he spoke. "No, my friend, that's not the way it works. You meet me tomorrow morning, you walk away 10,000 euros richer. If not—" He spread out his hands in a show of regret. There was a silence. Hakim felt as if someone had switched off the volume. He couldn't hear the cars in the nearby streets, or the birds in the trees, or the passenger jet overhead. All he could hear was the grinding of his teeth and the beating of his heart. It was faster than usual. 10,000, he asked. His voice sounded like it was separated from his body. The blond man nodded. "Cash," he said. "Untraceable." Hakim inhaled. He clenched his fists to conceal their shaking. "Okay," he heard himself saying. "Okay, I'll do it." The following morning brought rain, a thin, persistent drizzle that failed to relieve the humidity. Hector's expression was bleak as he walked in the half-light of dawn along Rue Berger towards the RV point. He had already recce'd the area to check there were no cameras on the street, no CCTV to link him to the Algerian. Just to be sure, the rucksack had a bright orange waterproof cover, which he'd remove when the time came to hand it over, so he couldn't be linked to the bag either. But there were other things that could go wrong. If the rain continued, the target might break his regular habit and decide not to take his daily 7 o'clock walk that morning, and that would royally fuck things up. It would mean staying longer in Paris, and Skinner was getting restless. They needed to get the job done and get out of there before he did something stupid. By 0640 hours, however, the drizzle had eased off, and as Hector approached the Café des Amis, its glass doors closed and red awning retracted, he saw Hakim leaning against a nearby tree. The young Algerian saw him and stood up straight. Hector nodded in greeting. His mobile phone buzzed in the pocket of his jeans, but he didn't bother to look at the message. He knew what it was. Hakim nodded back. Foaming water gushed from an outlet by the curb. 50 meters down the road, a green cleaning truck with spinning brushes at the front trundled slowly towards them. 2 street cleaners, also in green, swept debris from the pavement into the water channel. Otherwise, there was nobody else in Rue Berger. This part of the Sidi Châtelet district had not yet awoken. "Who knows you're here?" "Nobody." Hector observed the dark patches of sweat around Hakim's armpits, spreading through his rough shirt and circled with salt. "Your wife?" "I told her I had a job. There's this guy in the market who sells mobile phones. When I give you the weapon," Hector interrupted, "it will be already cocked. That means all you'll need to do is point and fire. It's an automatic pistol, so you can keep firing until you're certain he's dead simply by squeezing the trigger. The important thing is to get close to him. If you're not used to firearms, it's easy to miss if you're not at point-blank range. Do you understand?" "Yeah," replied the Algerian. Hector noticed how his eyes darted up and down the road, resting briefly on a narrow street 20 meters to the northwest. No doubt this was the way he intended to escape. Hakim returned his gaze to Hector's rucksack. "You got the money there?" "Of course." Hector made to hand the rucksack to Hakim, but at the last moment snatched it away again. "One small thing," he said, pulling his phone from his pocket. "You're a clever guy. I can tell that. You're not the type to do anything stupid. But just in case you were thinking of, I don't know, running away with the money before the job's complete, or warning the target, or anything like that, perhaps you better look at this." He pulled his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and swiped to his recent message. There was no text, just a picture. He tapped on it so it filled the screen. The 2 men examined the picture together. It showed a small bedsit. In one corner, crouched on the floor, was Hakim's wife. Her face was gaunt with terror, and she was clutching the 2 babies, whose little faces were blurred, though it was clear they were screaming. In the foreground of the picture, also slightly blurred, but clearly pointing at Fatima and her children, was the barrel of a gun. "They're perfectly safe," Hector said quietly, "just so long as you keep your side of the bargain. Of course, if you don't." He returned the phone to his pocket and gave the dumbstruck Hakim a bland smile. "If you don't, Skinner can be unpleasant." Hakim gave Hector a look of helpless hatred, which he ignored. He checked his watch. 8 minutes, he said. "Is that your stomach rumbling? You should have eaten. It settles things down. At least, it always does for me. Hector checked his watch again. 06:55 hours. He noticed Hakim was sweating even more now. Then Hector looked up at a window on the 3rd floor of the apartment building on the other side of the street, immediately opposite their position. Somebody inside opened the curtains. Bang on schedule. Hector looked up and down the street. The cleaning truck was 20 meters away. He could hear its engine turning over and the whir and hiss of its brushes. The 2 street cleaners were alongside it. They were concentrating on their job and not the 2 men loitering outside the Café des Amis. Coming from the opposite end of Rue Berger, an elegantly dressed woman walked briskly in their direction. She was about 30 meters away and talking on her mobile phone. Seconds later, as she passed, Hector caught the scent of her perfume. He felt himself frowning as the smell drifted away to be replaced by Hakim's stinking breath. "Any minute now," he murmured. He took the rucksack from his shoulder and removed the coloured waterproof covering. "This is yours." Trembling, Hakim slung the rucksack awkwardly over his own shoulder. "It's heavy," he said. "Lot of money, my friend, lot of money." From inside his jacket, Hector pulled out a Browning high-power semi-automatic pistol. Hakim stared at it. Hidden by the trees from the gaze of the truck driver and the street cleaners, Hector cocked the weapon before carefully handing it over. 13 rounds, he said over the noise of the brushes. "You should only need 1 if you fire it close enough." Hakim accepted the weapon like an amateur, holding it lightly in his fingertips. Hector had to move the Algerian's arm out of the way so that the weapon was not pointing in his direction. He could feel the kid trembling. "Remember," he said, "Skinner's with your family. Nobody wants them to get hurt." Hakim swallowed hard and a trickle of sweat slid down his face. 06:59 hours. The door of the apartment block opened. For a tense few seconds, nobody appeared, and then, very slowly, an old man, clearly Middle Eastern, stepped out into the street, accompanied by a much younger woman. The man's shoulders were stooped, and he walked with the aid of a stick. He had a short grey beard, and his head was wrapped in a red and white keffiyeh. The young woman was also Middle Eastern, but she was dressed in Western clothes, jeans and a scarlet jumper, and was strikingly beautiful. She gently held the old man's free arm and helped him as he tottered along. Distance between Hakim and the target, 25 meters. "That's him," Hector said. "Do it now." Hakim hesitated, and Hector felt a moment of anxiety as the couple disappeared behind a parked transit van. Surely they weren't going to get into the vehicle and disappear. He took out his phone again and waved Skinner's photograph in front of Hakim's face. That was enough. As the old man and his companion reappeared from behind the transit at Hakim's 11 o'clock, the Algerian moved nervously forwards, the rucksack firmly on his back, the Browning hanging by his side. He stepped into the stream of water gushing from the outlet, soaking his shoes. As he crossed the street, he left wet footprints. Hakim approached the target. Hector walked along the pavement in the opposite direction, looking repeatedly over his shoulder. He could see the cleaning truck getting nearer. He was not concentrating specifically on the Algerian or the old man, but on the distance between the two. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10. Hector slipped his left hand into the pocket of his trousers and felt for its contents. A simple switch, fitted to a radio transmitter and a battery, the whole device no bigger than an ordinary house key. He continued to hurry along Rue Berger and to estimate the distance between Hakim and the target. 7 meters, 5, 3. Suddenly the elderly man stopped and looked at Hakim with alarm. With surprising vigour, he grabbed his young companion and manhandled her in between himself and Hakim. Hakim stopped too. He looked around wildly as he raised his gun. He held it inexpertly with 2 hands, and Hector could tell, even from this distance, that his chances of nailing the guy with that kind of technique were close to 0. Not that it mattered, of course, because the Browning wasn't loaded. There was just enough time, before the cleaning truck obscured Hector's line of sight, for him to see Hakim pull the trigger. When nothing happened, the look of astonishment on the faces of both the would-be assassin and his target was almost comical. The truck edged closer. Hector could no longer see them. He braced himself and flicked the switch. The sound of the rucksack exploding was immense. Even Hector, who had been expecting it, felt an electric jolt through his body and winced at the pain in his eardrums. He heard glass shatter and the thunder of shrapnel and body parts hammering on the side of the truck. Even before the remaining shrapnel had settled, several car alarms burst into life. He could hear screaming, too. Having packed the explosives into the rucksack himself, he knew it couldn't be Hakim, the young woman, or the old man. They were already dead. Probably just one of the street cleaners. Wrong place at the wrong time. Bad luck, son. He picked up his pace, and having reached the end of Rue Berger, turned right before taking out his phone, dialing a number, and holding the phone to his ear as he walked. It rang just twice before Skinner answered. "Done." "Done," Hector confirmed. "Fucking muppet, didn't even try to check the money. We could have saved ourselves a few euros on a cheaper copying machine to do the notes and pocketed the difference." A pause. "Everything okay at your end, mucker? What the hell's that banging noise?" A pause, long enough to make Hector uneasy. "Nothing," Skinner said. "I'm leaving now." He hung up. Hector stopped and looked at the screen of his phone for a moment. Then he heard the sound of sirens. He removed the battery from the phone, ripped out the SIM card and bent it in two, then stuffed both down a drain. With the phone dealt with, he put his head down and headed to the Châtelet-Les Halles metro station. An hour from now he'd be on a train out of Paris and on to the next job, wherever that might take him. Skinner shoved his phone into his pocket and looked around the room. What a fucking dump, he thought to himself. At least the brats were silent. He'd ripped a dirty dishcloth in two and shoved one half in each of their mouths. Shame he couldn't say the same for their bitch of a mother. She was whimpering like a child, despite the scouring pad he'd shoved in her mouth to shut her up. He looked at her. She was naked and tied face down to the table, her thighs and torso bound so tightly with the sturdy duct tape he had brought with him that the flesh around the indentations was already swollen. Skinner's eyes passed over the area around her anus and genitals, bleeding from where he had violated her, and looked with contempt at her head, which she was rhythmically banging against the table as she wept. That fucking banging. It got on his nerves. "Shut up," he told her. He couldn't speak French, but that was her problem, not his. "Shut the fuck up." The whimpering became more desperate, the banging a little faster. Skinner spat. Then he grabbed his suppressed handgun from the drainer beside the sink and pressed the barrel against the woman's cheek. She opened her eyes, and for a moment the banging stopped. "Mes enfants," she whispered. "Elles sont trop petites." The words meant nothing to Skinner. He muttered one of his own, "Bitch," before turning his head to one side and squeezing the trigger. The woman's head thudded against the table for a final time. Skinner's hand and weapon were covered with blood. He rinsed his fingers briefly under the tap, shook them dry, then walked over to the little cot where the two newly orphaned babies were lying, the pieces of dishcloth still stuffed in their mouths. He raised his gun and pressed the butt of the suppressor against the cheek of one of them. A rectangular smear of their mother's blood transferred itself to the child's skin. Both babies lay very still. It was as if they knew their lives were in the balance. They were hardly worth a bullet. He had another idea. There was enough duct tape left on the roll for him to bind the two of them together, like Siamese twins joined at the belly. They screamed as he did it, but this was the sort of place where the screams of children went unheard. He picked up the monstrously swaddled bundle and carried it over to the little bath. It was stained yellow and encrusted with limescale around the plug hole. He put the plug in, then laid the wailing babies in the bath. He turned on the taps, leaving the babies to their watery death. He didn't even glance at their mother's corpse as he left the bedsit, closing the door silently behind him. 2. The MOD policeman at the entrance to RAF Credenhill approached the black car with a neutral expression on his face, neither welcoming nor threatening. He waited while the rear right passenger window slid silently down, then accepted 2 identity cards from a hand with neatly trimmed nails and a gold signet ring. He examined the cards, then bent down to peer into the back of the car. "Mr. Carrington?" he asked. The man nearest him nodded. Steel-grey hair, black-rimmed glasses. His face matched his photo. "I'm Mr. Buckingham." The policeman turned his attention to the man next to him. Much younger, 30 maybe. Absurdly handsome, with a pleasant, open expression, a thick head of black, slightly floppy hair, and a healthy tan. Hugo Buckingham nodded respectfully. The MOD policeman handed back the identity cards and waved the vehicle through the gates. Hugo would never have admitted it to anybody, but he'd been rather looking forward to today. SAS headquarters. Not everyone got to see inside this place. In the 5 years he'd been with the Foreign Office, he'd had to acknowledge privately that, for the most part, intelligence work was dull. Oh, he'd had the opportunity to travel, no doubt about it. There was barely a British embassy in the Middle East he hadn't set foot inside, and he'd had his share of contact with agents on the ground. In reality, however, he was little more than a glorified secretary, filing the correct bits of information in the correct place, in the hope that the analysts back in London could use them to join up some dots. Whenever his old school friends, bankers most of them, already planning to retire and spend a bit more time with their money, tried to get him drunk in the hope that he could be persuaded into some juicy indiscretion, Hugo Buckingham would always touch the side of his nose slyly and deliver his favourite line. "It's government business, my friend. That's all you need to know." A useful phrase. It sounded at once good-natured and jokey, made it sound as though he might know a great deal, and hid his ignorance of anything remotely resembling a state secret. But a visit to SAS headquarters, now that was something to dine out on. The car slid to a halt outside the main regiment building, which was disappointingly bland and utilitarian. The driver turned off the engine and remained seated, discreet and silent. "Shall we?" Carrington said. These were the first 2 words the old fart had spoken to Buckingham for the entire journey from London. "Righto," Buckingham replied. He exited the car, then walked round the back to open the other rear door. Carrington climbed out without a word, removed a leather attaché case from the back seat, dusted the lapels of his suit, and walked towards the building, where a simple brass plaque bore the inscription 22 SAS HQ. As the 2 visitors reached the door, a couple of soldiers were coming out of the building. Their hair was longer than the average soldiers, and although they were in camouflage gear, they looked very casual, sleeves rolled up, no berets, unconventional Salomon Quest boots. Like they were wearing uniform, but not really. Army, but not really army. One of them held the door open. Carrington, in one movement, pointed at the soldier, winked, and made a friendly clicking noise with the side of his tongue as he entered. Hugo cringed and felt himself offering the soldier an apologetic look that evidently only compounded the offence. He hurried to keep up with Carrington as he walked deeper into the building. The older spook knew where he was going. He strode purposefully along anonymous corridors, past doors indicating RSM, adjutant, training officer, ops officer. Finally, they stopped outside one marked Lieutenant Colonel J. Cartwright, commanding officer. Carrington knocked 3 times and entered without waiting for a response. Buckingham followed rather more diffidently and closed the door behind him. He found himself in a plain room, about 5 meters by 5, furnished with just a desk and 3 chairs. On one of the walls hung old photographs, some black and white, of men wearing berets, bearing the familiar winged dagger. On another was a large laminated map of the world. Behind the desk sat a man so tall and broad of shoulder that the desk looked comically small. He didn't stand, but nodded respectfully at Carrington. "Oliver," he said. He had a rasping voice, as if he was recovering from laryngitis. "Johnny, how goes it?" "Badly, since you ask." He had a posh voice, not unlike Carrington's. "These bloody cuts are hitting us hard. I'm bleeding guys left, right, and centre to the private sector, and most of the kids putting themselves up for selection wouldn't make it round the Krypton factor." "I'm sure your training wing haven't lost the knack of applying boot to arse, Johnny." The CO shrugged, then, looking in Buckingham's direction, raised an inquiring eyebrow. "Who's this? Hugh Grant?" "Hugo Buckingham," Carrington said. "Buckingham, this is Johnny Cartwright, commanding officer of 22 SAS. Johnny, Hugo here's the chap I told you about. Had a desk at our Saudi station until a couple of weeks ago. Went to the other place, I'm afraid, but we try not to hold that against him." Cartwright blinked. "The other place?" "Harrow." Carrington mouthed it silently, like it was a dirty word. Cartwright gave Buckingham an uninterested nod. Buckingham tried to return it with a smile, but flushed when he realized Cartwright's attention was already back on his senior colleague. Carrington placed his attaché case on the CO's desk, opened it, and removed 4 green foolscap files. "Sit down, Hugo," he said as he did so. "This concerns you rather intimately, after all." He handed the files to Cartwright. "These are the men we've selected. Personal vetting has in each case come up positive." "I hope GCHQ haven't been tapping my men's phones again." "Your men, their wives and girlfriends, their parents, their bank managers—" The CO held up his palm. "I don't want to know, Oliver," he said. Cartwright flicked through the files, reciting the name of the regiment member to whom each pertained. "Jack Dodds, Greg Murray, good man, Greg. Spud Glover." A frown crossed his face as he opened the last file. "Danny Black." He looked up. "You don't want him, fellas. He's out of town anyway." "I'm afraid I might have to insist, Johnny." Cartwright stared at his MI6 sparring partner, then exhaled with the air of a defeated man. "Do me a favour, Oliver. Take someone else. Give Black a break." The CO glanced at Buckingham as he said this. Not, Buckingham noted, without a hint of resentment. "The lad's been on ops for 6 months solid, and he doesn't know it yet, but he's got a bastard of a homecoming to look forward to. He needs some downtime. Compassionate problems to sort out." "What problems, exactly?" Buckingham asked, careful to keep his voice respectful. "You've read his file," the CO snapped, without even looking at the younger man. Chastened, Buckingham looked at his knees. "Hugo has had other matters to occupy him," Carrington said. "Look," Cartwright went on, "the lad comes from a military family. Father was in the parachute regiment, took a bullet to the head in Northern Ireland from an IRA hit team. Been in a wheelchair ever since. Can't even answer a call of nature without the help of a nurse, so I've heard. Astonishing the kid isn't messed up himself. His brother certainly is. Mental health issues ever since he was a child. In and out of prison since 16. Just reaching the end of 6 months for GBH. Ever heard of a Hereford Spanner?" "Can't say I have," Carrington said. "Nasty little cocktail of ketamine, MDMA, and cocaine." More of a brandy and soda man myself. "Why is it called a Hereford Spanner?" asked Buckingham. "Because it looks like you've been hit in the face with one. If I had my way, we'd send the little buggers who think that kind of stuff is a good idea on ops to Colombia, let them see exactly where their recreational drugs come from." He shrugged. "Kyle Black saw fit to beat some kid to a pulp when he was high on one of these cocktails, then knock his dad out of his wheelchair when the old boy tried to calm him down. Poor sod broke his arm. Last thing he needed. I want to give Danny time to sort all this out." The CO squeezed the bridge of his nose and suddenly looked very tired. "Seriously, Oliver, choose someone else. Black's off limits for now." Hugo turned to his colleague and gave an apologetic little cough. Sounds to me like the poor fellow has enough on his plate already. I'm sure we can find a suitable... Let's... Carrington interrupted, a withering look on his face. Speak when we're spoken to, shall we, Hugo? Hugo felt himself flushing for a second time and fell silent. Turning his attention back to Cartwright, Carrington asked, "Do you know where the lad is now?" "I'm his commanding officer. Of course I know where he is." "Good," said Carrington, resting his hands on his stomach. "Where?" 3. 50 nautical miles north of the Libyan coastline, $6 billion worth of U.S. Navy aircraft carrier stood watch in the failing light. The USS George Bush was a long way from home. So was Danny Black. He checked his watch. 21:45 hours Eastern European time. The green light had come through from Cobra at 1700 hours GMT on the dot. Danny had a picture in his mind of the decision-makers hurriedly wrapping up their discussions before the end of working hours. Wouldn't do for them to be late for their dinner appointments. Gordon Ramsay for the suits. Meals ready to eat for the troops they were sending into action. Which was just fine by Danny. 30 minutes from now it would be fully dark, and he and his patrol would be airborne. He glanced up, past the air traffic control radars, at the moon's state. Full, rising from the west, clear sky. There would be light to see by tonight, but also light to be seen by. The sea night that would ferry them off the aircraft carrier, over the southern Mediterranean and into the Libyan desert, was in a state of readiness, tailgate down, rotors slowly spinning. Beyond it, parked to the side of the runway, there were 2 F-16s, beyond them a whole fleet of aircraft. This Nimitz-class supercarrier could portage 90 fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters, and tonight it had a full complement. Danny had been on the George Bush for 24 hours already, having arrived with his unit from a staging post in Malta. He had spent most of that time below decks in the SF quarters, a Spartan collection of rooms that held little more than bunks for the guys to sleep in, an operations room with coax points for their radios, mapping areas and satellite comms, and a briefing room where they could plug in their laptops. They only ventured out for meals, taken with the rest of the ship's crew, at a table set aside for their use. Below decks, only the lull of the ship and the boom of fast air taking off and landing gave any hint that they were at sea. Now, though, up here, he was surrounded by sea, a saline mist and the deafening industrial grind of the vessel's steam turbines and nuclear reactors. It resembled not so much a ship as a floating city. Like any city, the George Bush took a lot of running, with a ship's company of more than 3,000, just keeping everyone fed, not to mention dealing with their sewage, was a round-the-clock enterprise. The aircraft carrier even had its own naval police force. Crime was far from unheard of. These ships hosted muggings, rapes, even murders, the usual depravities to be found among a population of this size. But the most dangerous place to be, by far, was here on the flight deck. It only took a pilot to misjudge his position by a few meters to turn this seaborne airfield into a disaster area. So the U.S. Navy personnel running the show were strict. Nobody was on deck who didn't have a legitimate reason to be there. Marshals with different-colored luminous jackets and handheld signaling beacons conducted their business around the grounded aircraft. Aircraft handling officers in yellow, ordnance men in red, fuel handlers in purple, inspectors in black. The flight crew of the Sea Knight were loading up, along with the 2 U.S. Army shooters who would take the roles of door gunner and rear gunner for the next 3 hours. And Danny. He stood 20 meters from the chopper, his pack on his back, his personal weapons slung low, his Kevlar helmet in his hands. The U.S. military personnel all but ignored him as they swarmed around the Sea Knight, readying it for takeoff, even though they were doing so for the benefit of Danny and his mates. The wind blew his blonde hair all over the place, and salty spray stung his skin. On the southern horizon he could see lights twinkling. Tripoli, he figured from his mental map. Amazing how some of the world's worst shitholes could look all Thomas Cook from a distance. Something nudged him in the back. He turned round to see Boyd, their patrol leader. Like Danny, he was dressed in Crye multicam, belt kit fitted, an M4 slung low and attached to his body with a short halyard. Unlike Danny, he already had his helmet on, complete with NV goggles, disengaged for now, and a small torch attachment. The helmet itself was cut away around the ears to make space for his earpiece, and a thin boom mic hung just below his lower lip. "Hey, Snapper!" he shouted over the noise of the deck in his thick Northern Irish accent. Danny didn't mind the nickname. Snapper was Irish slang for a kid, and at 23, Danny was the youngest in the patrol. Boydie was well known for stamping his authority on an op, and anyway, a bit of ribbing came with the territory. "Aye. What do yous call a Libyan militant with no arms and no legs? A good start?" Double thumbs up from Boydie, and a grin that revealed the worst set of teeth in the regiment. "We're loading in 5, he yelled back. "Ready to rumble?" "Roger that." Danny fitted his helmet and NV as Boydie went off to round up the others. The patrol leader always cracked the same joke before an op. Taliban commander with no arms and no legs, Ba'athist scumbag with no arms and no legs, always a good start in Boydie's take on the world. Nobody in the regiment would ever disagree with him, and certainly not tonight. The militants that Danny and his mates were heading in-country to locate deserved everything they were about to get. 3 days previously, a group of 4 UN peacekeepers, all British, had been kidnapped in Benghazi. For 24 ominous hours there had been no news until a tape had arrived at the offices of Al Jazeera TV in the time-honoured fashion. The grainy footage showed the peacekeepers first bound and beaten, then hooded and dead, hanging by the neck from a wooden ceiling beam. A balaclavaed figure, speaking in Sulaymishan Arabic, claimed responsibility for the atrocity on behalf of a rebel group still loyal to the memory of the ousted Gaddafi regime. To add insult to injury, he was wearing one of the peacekeepers' camouflage jackets, complete with the bright blue armbands of the UN. It had taken about 20 minutes for the footage to go viral, which meant the families of the deceased got the good news via YouTube rather than the traditional knock on the door, and 30 minutes for 2 of the bodies to show up in a street 2 blocks from the British Embassy in Tripoli, not only dead, but horrifically mutilated, a pro-Gaddafi slogan carved on the torsos with a razor or the point of a knife. Intelligence operations on the ground in Libya had gone into overdrive. Who were these militants? More to the point, where were they? There was no doubt in Danny's mind that a fair few Libyan nationals had had their arms twisted, literally, to reveal what they knew, or suspected, about the location of the militants. The limb-twisting had come up trumps. Word had reached British intelligence officers of a tiny Rawala Bedouin village in the Libyan desert 150 clicks due south of Benghazi. 2 independent sources had verified that the inhabitants had been evicted from their encampment there by a group of pro-Gaddafi militia. Evidence that these militia were the same individuals who had captured and killed the 4 UN personnel was sketchier. But, so far as Danny could tell, the powers didn't give a shit about that. And he was right behind them. The only good militant was a dead one, and his patrol had direct orders to help the bastards on their way. Their objective was straightforward. Insert under cover of night into a wadi 5 clicks to the southwest of the target area. Tab along the wadi and set up an OP at a predetermined location with a visual on the Bedouin village. Conduct surveillance on the village to confirm the absence of Bedouin and the presence of militia. Then laser mark the location so that an RAF tornado could bomb the living shit out of the place and send a message loud and clear that anyone who harmed British nationals could expect a swift and brutal reprisal. Job done. The rotors of the Sea Knight increased in speed. Boydie reappeared on deck with Tomo and Five Bellies, the other 2 members of their 4-man patrol. Tomo was posher than tea at the Ritz, but his healthy disdain for the Ruperts meant the lads in the regiment accepted him as one of their own. Five Belly's nickname had nothing to do with his girth. On the contrary, he was one of the fittest men Danny had ever met, but commemorated one particularly blood-soaked afternoon in Lashkargah, when a group of heavily armed Taliban had cropped up out of nowhere and the advance to contact was faster than anyone wanted. He'd taken a shot with a 50 cal machine gun, and through sheer good luck it had ripped straight through 5 of them. A nickname and a little piece of regimental history had been born. This evening, though, the guys looked almost identical in their multicam and helmets with NV goggles perched on top. The 5-click tab was long enough that they didn't want to be wearing plate hangers, though their camelbacks full of fresh water were essential. The loadmaster appeared at the tailgate of the Sea Knight, bulky headphones covering his ears and a mic at his mouth. With a wide sweep of his arms, he indicated that Danny's patrol should embark.
"Let's go, fellas!"
Boydie yelled over the noise. The 4 men jogged up the tailgate as the marshals cleared the deck ready for takeoff. Danny nodded a greeting as he passed the rear gunner on his way into the belly of the Sea Knight. Each member of the patrol removed his Bergen and stowed it at his feet. Danny took a seat with his back to the side wall, Tomo to his left, the door gunner to his right, and lightly clutched the webbing behind him while connecting his radio to the aircraft comms system. Five Bellies and Boydie, sitting directly opposite on the other side of the black cylindrical long-range fuel tank, it looked like nothing so much as a massive rubber sausage, did the same. The Lodi's voice came over Danny's earpiece, a gravelly Midwestern drawl.
"We have 30 seconds till takeoff, 30 seconds till takeoff."
The tailgate remained open. The rear gunner was hunkered over his minigun, looking like he was about to lay down fire on the aircraft carrier itself. Through the opening, Danny could just make out a marshal in a yellow jacket receding from the LZ. The pitch of the Sea Knight's engines rose, and with a low judder the chopper lifted slowly up from the carrier. It made a 45-degree turn so that it was heading towards land, and then gained speed. With each member of the patrol hooked into the comm system, ordinary conversation was out of the question. The flight would be conducted largely in silence, as each man prepared himself mentally for the op. Danny had other preparations to make, too. He bent down and removed a small GPS unit from the top of his pack, along with a roll of gaffer tape. Boydie had designated him lead scout. They'd already entered into the GPS units the coordinates of their expected LUP and OP as waypoints, as well as 2 emergency RV locations, in case they were bumped. If the guys got into a contact and scattered, each man would know where to head. Make your way to the first RV, wait out for an hour, and if no one arrives, head for the second RV, and wait out for another hour, before walking back on a bearing for the original drop point. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Now Danny took the opportunity to tape the GPS unit securely to the body of his M4, easy to locate without having to fumble for it in the darkness, and easy to read even while holding your weapon. He double-checked the rest of his gear. His SIG 9mm was clipped across his chest, and his belt kit contained extra ammunition. He'd elected to stock up on this at the expense of full rations, as they didn't intend to be on the ground for more than 24 hours. 2 flashbangs, 2 frags, a black-handled utility knife. Also a couple of personal items. A dented, burnished Zippo lighter with the letters SB engraved in fussy copperplate, and a second knife, its 5-inch blade narrower than that of the utility knife, but just as sharp, its handle fashioned from ivory. There weren't many kids who'd receive a gift like that on their 13th birthday, but there weren't many kids who had Taft Davies as a godfather. "A man always has need of a good knife, kiddo," he'd said. Danny remembered it like it was yesterday. He looked through a small window just to his right. It was almost fully dark now, but the reflection of the moon on the water, combined with the lights from the Sea Knight itself, showed how close to sea level they were flying. There couldn't be more than 10 feet between the chopper and the water. The Med remained undisturbed despite the proximity of the skimming aircraft, but it was a reminder of how bright the moon was, that he could make out a faint shadow of the Sea Knight on the flat surface. Danny's earpiece crackled into life. A member of the flight crew communicating with the SF ops room on the aircraft carrier.
0, this is Desert Wanderer, requesting permission to cross from water onto land. Repeat, requesting permission to cross from water onto land.
They'd already had a briefing with the pilot so he could explain their flight plan. Danny pictured their location on the mapping, near the southernmost point of the Gulf of Sirte, 50 clicks west of Brega. A 5-second pause, and then, as clearly as if he were on the sea night with them, he heard the familiar voice of the ops officer, a broad-shouldered American major who was also liaising with the ops room back at Hereford.
Desert Wanderer, that's an affirmative. The op is still a go.
10 seconds later, they made land. A deserted beach where the flight crew extinguished the chopper's lights and started flying blind. Through the window, the ground beneath them resembled a fast-moving photographic negative.
Welcome to the Dark Continent, gentlemen.
The pilot's voice came over the comms.
That's 20 minutes till target.
Danny turned his eyes back to the inside of the chopper. Boydie, Tomo, and Five Bellies were still sitting in silence, their faces calm as they mentally prepared themselves for their insertion. Danny was doing the same, reminding himself in simple terms of their objective. Insert by helicopter, tab to a predetermined location in view of the deserted encampment where the militants were thought to be, set up an OP about 1 kilometre from the encampment, and try to get a visual on the militants themselves. If they did, they were to laser mark so fast air could come in and bomb the place to hell. Theirs was a non-offensive role. The real violence would be done by the bombs of the RAF Tornado Squadron once the patrol had marked the target and given the go-ahead. That didn't mean it was safe. You could stare at a patch of satellite mapping till you were cross-eyed, but it wouldn't tell you half of what you needed to know about the terrain of an insertion zone. You'd be an idiot to think any time spent on the ground in a country like Libya wasn't a risk. 18 months earlier, an SAS patrol had been compromised by a group of farmers. It had sounded comical to everyone back home, and the papers had enjoyed a good laugh at the regiment's expense. To Danny, it had simply highlighted one thing. On unfamiliar ground, you had to expect the unexpected. Sometimes a stray farmer could fuck your mission just as surely as a landmine, and although Gaddafi might have assumed a horizontal position while the rebels who ousted him were scrabbling around to form a government, the situation on the ground was still extremely volatile. Not to mention the international news crews crawling around the place, sniffing for stories. The pilot's voice again.
Patrol Commander, we've flown over the main highway. 1 vehicle heading east. Roger that.
Boydie replied in a flat voice, his face betraying no emotion. The Lodi was holding up the fingers of one hand.
5 minutes till target.
Danny checked his watch. 23:08 hours. On schedule. Each member of the patrol disconnected his radio from the Sea Knight's comm system before picking up their packs and settling them on their shoulders. Through the open tailgate, Danny could just make out the dark shadow of the desert floor zooming past 10 feet below. The Lodi had moved to the tailgate end of the fuselage, where he was holding up 3 fingers. 3 minutes till target. 2 minutes. 1. Danny engaged his NV. The world changed. The 4 apertures of his 5th-generation goggles, 2 for each eye, afforded him a wide field of view and excellent peripheral vision. He had a full panorama of the chopper's interior, both the tailgate and the sides of the fuselage to the left and right cast clearly in green and black. There had been a time when wearing NV meant you could only see what was directly in front of you, like looking through a Smarties tube. Not anymore. A sudden change in the pitch of the Sea Knight's engines, a lurch as it lost speed quickly, a shudder as it made land. The Lodi's voice, urgent, shouting over the engine noise.
You're on the ground. Go!
The flight crew wanted to be airborne and out of Libyan airspace as soon as possible, and the patrol wanted the same. The longer the Sea Knight was on the ground, the higher their risk of being compromised. Boydie led them down the tailgate, and Danny felt the crunch of hard-baked earth under his feet. They were surrounded by a brownout of dust. Above him there was a neon glow where the particles of sand sparked against the spinning rotors, causing a double halo over the chopper. Even though Danny was expecting it, he had to control a moment of anxiety. Those halos were always brighter than you expected them to be. If everything had gone according to plan, they'd set down in a deep wadi. But the desert was dark and flat, and glows such as this could be seen from several kilometers away. Instinctively, and in a matter of seconds, the patrol formed a defensive position, fanning out in a semicircle in the dust cloud around the tailgate, about 5 meters apart, and with Danny at the leading edge. He threw himself flat on the ground, his Bergen to one side, aware that the other three were doing the same, and lay there, his weapon engaged. Visibility was 0 in the brownout. He was aware simply of a dusty glow all around him. But as the chopper took to the air again, the glow faded, along with the sound of the engines, as the rotors rose clear of the dust. The brownout settled. Through it, Danny saw the Sea Knight silhouetted against the full moon before its massive black body angled northwards and had headed back towards the coast. Silence fell gradually. Clarity returned. The men neither moved nor spoke. Danny's eyes probed and scanned the landscape. They had a 10-minute window during which they could recall the Sea Knight if there was any hint that they'd inserted into a hot LZ. After that, they were on their own. The wadi was about 20 meters wide, its jagged walls some 10 meters high. In the winter, this dried-up riverbed would be quite an oasis. Even though Danny was lying parallel with the length of the wadi, a direction he knew to be facing almost precisely due west, the wide field of vision of his NV goggles revealed fissures in the walls. About wide enough for a man to hide in, he estimated, but not if he was wearing a Bergen. No matter. Their expected lying-up point was 5 clicks from here, where the topography of the land would afford them a place to hide if their intel was correct. Rocks littered the bed of the wadi. Vegetation was very sparse, but the occasional plant had managed to force itself up through the earth. Danny scanned for movement, paying particular attention to any rock sufficiently large to act as a hiding place. His ears were as alert as his eyes. Now that the Sea Knight was no longer in earshot, he knew that he could very well hear an enemy threat before he could see it. The crunch of footsteps, the telltale sound of a weapon being cocked. But the desert air was silent. Not even the sound of wind in this channel that could easily act as a... Movement. 30 meters to his 11 o'clock. There was a large rock, strangely similar in shape to a smart car, with one flattened, weathered end. Danny had seen its outline change, only momentarily but perceptibly. There was definitely something or someone behind that rock. Slowly, silently, he shifted the direction of his weapon. He was on the point of breathing a warning to the others into his boom mic when a shrill scream cut through the air. It sounded almost human, and for a split second he thought it was. But then he saw a 4-legged creature, about the size of a fox, scamper from behind the rock. It ran 5 meters towards the edge of the wadi, then stopped suddenly and looked back towards where the patrol was lying in the dirt. Its eyes glowed brightly in Danny's NV, and for a moment he had the impression that this desert creature was staring right at him. But then it scampered off again, quickly covering the remaining 3 meters to the edge of the wadi, where it disappeared into a fissure. The patrol relaxed as one. They continued to lie still, scanning for movement for another minute, before Danny heard Boydie's voice in his earpiece.
0, this is Charlie Alpha 5. We're good to go.
A pause, and then the voice of the American ops officer back on the ship.
Charlie Alpha 5, this is 0. Message understood.
And then silence once more. Boydie was the first to get to his feet. The other 3 followed suit. Danny disengaged his NV and gave his eyes 30 seconds to readjust. He tightened the straps of his Bergen, then switched on the GPS unit taped to his personal weapon. Under the clear, open skies, the device quickly triangulated itself, confirming that they had inserted at the correct location. Danny switched it off to kill the light from the screen, then looked over his shoulder and gave Boydie a thumbs up. They tabbed in single file, Danny at the front, then Boydie, followed by Tomo and Five Bellies. The moon was bright enough to cast shadows on the bed of the wadi, hardly ideal. Cloud cover would have concealed them more effectively, but they could only work with what they had. They kept a distance of 10 meters between them, enough to stop them being a single bunched-up target in the event of a contact, not so much that they could lose sight of each other in the darkness, or miss a hand signal from the guy in front. Weapons at the ready, all senses alive to the possibility of the tiniest threat, they started to tab west along the wadi. Average walking speed with full pack and personal weapon, 2 clicks per hour. The terrain around them barely changed, except for a 6-foot-deep ditch running at right angles across the wadi 2 clicks from their insertion point, which they boxed around rather than try to negotiate in the dark. After 90 minutes, Danny held up one hand to bring the company to a halt and checked their location on the GPS. The first waypoint was 300 meters farther up the wadi. Time check, 00:47 hours. Another hand gesture, like a forward karate chop, and the patrol moved on. They found it 5 minutes later. From above, the satellite imagery had indicated a triangular cavity cut away from the wadi's southern edge, approximately 7 meters wide at the opening and extending 10 meters from the wadi. As an LUP, it was adequate, enough space to leave their packs and neatly concealed from the desert floor above by overhanging rock. All 4 members of the patrol wordlessly entered the crevice and set about removing from their packs everything they'd need for the next stage of the operation. 2 claymore mines, the laser target designator, a padded case with the necessary optics, a collapsible steel entrenching tool, and a Hessian sheet. One side of the Hessian sheet was sprayed in the sandy brown of the desert, the other fixed to a sheet of chicken wire to allow it to be fashioned into whatever shape was required. Right now, it was folded into a neat, rigid square. Once they'd gathered all their equipment, Danny ventured back out into the wadi with his utility knife. It took about 5 minutes to locate and cut sufficient vegetation to cover their packs. When he returned, the others had lined them up at the end of the crevice, in reverse order of march and with the straps facing outwards. If they had to leave in a hurry, they didn't want to be fumbling around for the right pack. Danny layered the foliage over the bags. It wouldn't stand up to detailed scrutiny, but it was better than nothing. "Okay, fellas," Boydie told them, keeping his voice low. "We've got 4 hours till sunrise. Let's recce and set up the OP." They continued along the wadi for 400 meters. Then the depth of the sidewalls decreased rather suddenly. By the time Danny's GPS indicated that they were at their second waypoint, the walls were little more than 3 meters high. They found an area of wall that was sufficiently sloping for them to climb up it, then hunkered down on the flat desert plain. Five Bellies was carrying the optics pack. He lay down flat, removed a kite sight, and scanned the horizon to the south. "I've got a visual," he said almost immediately. "Bedouin village, about 1 click." He lowered the kite sight and looked round at his companions. "Let's dig," he said. The ditch that would serve as an OP didn't need to be very big, 6 foot by 4 and about 1 foot deep, enough for 2 guys to lie side by side. The most important thing was that it offered line of sight on the village. That, rather than distance, was the crucial factor when it came to laser marking a target. The hard ground was tough to penetrate. Danny unfolded the entrenching tool and used the pointed metal shovel to hack into the ground, while Five Bellies kept stag, leaving Boydie and Tomo to lay the claymores. They unwound the detonation wires, laying the mines in opposite directions along the wadi, the first 2 at 100 meters either side of the OP, and the rest at 100-meter intervals. By the time they'd returned, Danny, sweating and dust-covered, had loosened the earth and was digging out the trench. The guys spread the displaced earth on the desert floor, and in half an hour they had a trench deep enough for 2 of them to lie in. Boydie unfolded the reinforced Hessian and moulded a few random undulations into it before laying it on top of the trench and appraising it critically. "Good work," he said. As he spoke, a lone cloud drifted across the moon, wiping out their shadows for the first time that night. "Great fucking timing," Boydie muttered. He looked at his watch, 02:13 hours, before addressing Tomo and Five Bellies. "We've got 3.5 hours till sunrise," he said. "Tomo, take the LUP and set up comms. Five, find somewhere to keep watch on me and Snapper. We'll laze the target as soon as we have visual confirmation of the militants." The 2 guys nodded wordlessly. Tomo picked up the entrenching tool and folded it. Then both he and Five Bellies melted silently away into the darkness of the wadi. "Let's get comfy," Boydie said. "Could be a long one. If you need to curl one out, do it now. We'll try and keep the trench a turd-free zone, eh?" "Roger that," Danny replied. Neither of them much wanted to hold the plastic bag while the other took a shit, but his bowels were empty. He lifted the Hessian from over the trench, moved their equipment into the trench, and lay on his front on the left side with his M4 alongside him on the right. Boydie settled down next to him and refitted the Hessian cover. It was cramped in the little trench, almost impossible to move without disturbing their camouflage. It made sense, though, to get everything prepared under cover of night. Boydie laid a selection of foil-packed MREs in the 6-inch gap between them, while Danny erected a small tripod and fitted the LTD on it. Taking the kite sight, he looked in the direction of the village. The night vision scope revealed a hodgepodge of buildings, some permanent, some temporary. He counted 4 domed roofs, roughly rendered with some kind of daub. They were, he estimated, no more than 5 meters high. A collection of single-story, flat-roofed buildings surrounded them. The whole settlement was no more than 50 meters in width, and Danny knew from satellite imagery that it extended the same distance in depth. About 20 meters in front of the village, to 11 o'clock of the OP, there was a parked vehicle. Danny thought he recognized the outline of a Land Rover. There was no sign of movement. It figured that there might not be any humans moving around at this time of night, but a Bedouin village normally meant animals. So far as Danny could see, there were none. Hardly proof positive that the villagers had been driven away, but a pretty good indicator nonetheless. Still, it didn't mean a thing until they had a positive ID of the militants. "What you got?" Boydie asked quietly. "Nothing," Danny said. "Anyone keeping stag?" "It's a ghost town." A pause. "Fucking will be soon," Boydie said. 0500 hours. Dawn crept slowly upon them. The desert grew imperceptibly lighter. Danny and Boydie lay silently in the OP, barely moving. They were facing due south, which meant they couldn't see the sun rising, but the new day was barely 20 minutes old before Danny felt the sun growing hot on his left side, and sweat started to seep from his skin. He sipped a ration of water from his camelback, then changed the kite sight for a new Leica spotting scope, more suited to daytime use. Already the whole area was shimmering in a heat haze. There was no sign of Bedouin, no animals, no nothing. Danny lowered the optic, grabbed one of the MREs, and ripped it open. The contents were supposed to be heated through, boiled in the bag, but Danny simply squeezed the salty brown stew straight into his mouth. It was fuel, nothing more. Surveillance like this could take a very long time, and it was important to keep his energy levels up. "Tastes like shit," he murmured, more to himself than to Boydie. "Course it tastes like shit," Boydie replied. "How else are they going to keep us angry enough to kill people?" He cut himself short. "Movement," he said. His voice was terse, businesslike. Danny had barely swallowed a mouthful, but he dropped the MRE and looked through the scope again. Sure enough, he saw a vehicle trundling round the eastern side of the village. A Bedouin truck? Like hell. This wasn't a dirty, run-down van used to transport animal feed. It was an open-topped pickup, a technical with a top-mounted machine gun and 5 armed men surrounding it. They were all dressed exactly the same. Keffirs, bandoliers of ammo strapped around their chests, and assault rifles slung around their necks. Kalashnikovs, Danny reckoned, though from this distance it was hard to be sure. Not that it mattered either way. One thing was for sure. These were not ordinary Bedouin. "Dunno about you," Bodie said as the pickup passed between the village and the Land Rover, "but I think we just caught ourselves some militants with a 50 cal. Where did they get hardware like that from?" "We probably sold it to the gobshite snapper." Danny didn't have time to reply. Boydie was already on the radio back to the George Bush ops room. "Zero, this is Charlie Alpha 5. 5 seconds.
Go ahead, Charlie Alpha 5.
We've got a visual on 5 tangos, heavily armed, no sign of locals, awaiting instructions.
Roger that, Charlie Alpha 5. Wait out, figures 5.
The radio fell silent. Danny and Boydie kept the militants in their sights. The technical stopped almost directly to their 12 o'clock. 2 of the guys climbed down, and the vehicle continued back round the opposite side of the village and disappeared from sight. The men lit cigarettes and stood there, looking out across the desert. Even from a kilometre away, Danny could discern their arrogant slouch. One of them put binoculars to his eyes and scanned round. Danny felt himself tense up slightly as the binoculars aligned with their location, but the militant didn't even pause before moving on. Their cover was good. Activity on the radio.
Charlie Alpha 5, this is 0. We have a green light. Repeat, we have a green light.
"Okay, Snapper," Boydie said. "Lace the target."
Danny focused the crosshairs of the LTD onto the closest building, a single-story breeze-block house against which the second Libyan militant was leaning. Moments later, the device was firing an invisible beam directly at the building. When the ordnance came in, it would follow that beam to make a direct hit.
"Done,"
Danny said.
"Target lit,"
Boydie confirmed over his headset.
"Repeat, target lit."
A pause, a crackle, then...
Fast air on target at 0625. Wait out, Charlie Alpha 5. Over.
Silence. Danny checked his watch. 0532 hours. The two militants lit fresh cigarettes, unaware that they were getting a wake-up call, RAF style, in 53 minutes. They waited. Somewhere above the Mediterranean, Danny knew, an RAF tornado squadron would be thundering towards the North African coast. The Libyan skies were no stranger to fast air, of course, but the average local probably wouldn't know a tornado from a twin-prop. Not that they'd have much chance to check these aircraft out. By the time the boom of their jets hit anybody's ears, the tornadoes themselves would be out of sight, and the militants in the Bedouin village probably wouldn't hear a thing anyway. By the time the sonic boom hit their location, the tornadoes would be gone and their bombs would have hit.
"Looks like Dumb and Dumber got bored," Boydie said.
Danny took a look on target. The two militants had disappeared. With half of NATO after them, you'd think they'd at least keep stag.
"Don't get cocky, Snapper," Boyd said in his frustratingly patronising way. "No telling what we can't see. They might have covert OPs."
Before Danny could reply, the radio crackled again.
Fast air 15 minutes out.
"Gonna get noisy," Boydie warned.
Danny felt a flash of irritation. Boyd was a good guy, but he sure had a way about him sometimes. I might be young, Danny thought, but I'm not some wet-behind-the-ears newbie fresh out of jungle training. Keep your pie-hole shut, he told himself. Now wasn't the time to give Boydie a rundown of his character failings. Instead, he just grunted in agreement and went back to watching. And waiting.
Fast air 5 minutes from target.
Danny sipped water from his camelback. His multicam was soaked with sweat. It would be good to get the hell out of this sweltering OP.
Fast air 2 minutes from target.
Through the scope, Danny saw the technical return, this time along the western perimeter of the village. It stopped in almost exactly the same position as earlier, but this time the makeup of its passengers had changed. There were now 3 militants standing around the 50 cal, while 2 others sat along the side of the vehicle, the backs of their heads facing the OP. Unlike the others, these 2 weren't wearing keffirs.
Fast air 1 minute from target.
"Something's wrong," Danny said.
"What's up?"
Before Danny could answer, the 2 new arrivals stood up. In an instant, he saw that their jackets bore the UN's blue armbands. "Call it off," he said, his voice terse. "Easy, Snapper. There's 2 UN personnel in that vehicle. Call off the strike."
Fast air 30 seconds from target.
"Peacekeepers are dead," Boydie said. He was angry now. "The militants were wearing their fucking jackets, remember? We don't know for sure all the peacekeepers are dead. They've only recovered 2 out of 4 bodies. What if 2 of them are still alive? Call it off."
Fast air 15 seconds from target.
Boydie had lowered his optic and was hunkering down ready for the blast. Danny, however, kept his eyes on the target. Was his mate right? Maybe the figures in the UN jackets were just more militants. He watched carefully as they dismounted from the back of the technical. 2 of the armed militants joined them.
Fast air 10 seconds from target.
"Turn around," Danny willed to the figures. "Turn." He took a sharp intake of breath. A militant had just raised his fist and dealt one of the jacketed figures a massive blow to the stomach. The figure bent double and collapsed to the ground.
Fast air 5 seconds from target.
Danny quickly shifted himself closer to Boydie's side of the OP. With his right hand, he forcibly grabbed his mate's boom mic and twisted it round. "Abort! Abort! Abort!" he shouted. From somewhere behind them, Danny heard the distant roar of jets. It faded as soon as he'd heard it, and in his mind he saw tornadoes pulling away at the last moment.
The militants clearly heard it too. A couple of them looked up into the air, but then made dismissive gestures as they evidently decided that the distant fast air was nothing to do with them. Danny's earpiece burst into life.
Strike aborted. Strike aborted. Charlie Alpha 5, you better have a damn good reason for this.
Boydie was staring at Danny with a mixture of fury and shock. Danny was breathing heavily. He jabbed a finger in the direction of the village. "Look!" he hissed. Boydie looked. The two figures in UN jackets were both on the ground now, being kicked and beaten by the three militants. One of them produced two hoods, knelt down, and slipped them over the hostages' heads. Danny felt Boydie readying his weapon and was about to do the same when another militant fired a shot in the air. The three militants laughed, removed the hoods, and started kicking their captives again. Boydie lowered his optic and twisted his boom mic back into position. "Zero, this is Charlie Alpha 5. We have eyes on 2 UN hostages. Awaiting instructions. Out." The silence in the OP was as oppressive as the increasing heat as Danny and Boydie waited for further instructions from base. They watched from a distance as the militants laid into the hostages, more, Danny sensed, out of boredom than for any strategic reason. "Good call, fella," Boydie said finally. There was reluctance in his voice, but respect too. Boydie was a big enough man to admit that he'd been wrong.
Charlie Alpha 5, this is Zero. We have a green light for a hostage rescue. All militants to be killed or captured. Over.
Boydie and Danny exchanged a glance. "Wilco," Boydie replied, before turning back to his mate. His eyes were searching, testing. "So, Snapper," he said, "we've got a click of open ground and an enemy armed with AKs and a 50 cal. If those poor sods whose bellies they're using for footy practice die, they die badly. Ready to get them out?" Danny looked towards the village again. The militants had had their fun and were loading the hostages back onto the technical, which then started up and soon disappeared from view. All that was left was the barren desert, the low buildings of the Bedouin village, and the Land Rover. "Ready," he said.
4. The plan was simple. Wait for nightfall, when darkness gave them a good chance of approaching the village unseen. Cause a diversion to draw out as many militants as possible. That was Danny's job, and he had it all worked out. Then go in hard and fast to take out the remainder and release the hostages. The headshed wanted to send in reinforcements, but Boydie stamped on that idea with a curt radio communication. If the militants had any idea they were being watched, there was a strong possibility they'd drive away and the whole thing would be over. The team were the ones who were on the ground, and the ops room were letting them call the shots. It meant waiting out in the OP for the rest of the day. Danny and Boydie took it in turns to sleep, 2 hours on, 2 hours off. Danny's sleep was fitful. Whenever Boydie started to doze, he would sort of whistle, a gentle buzzing between his tongue and the roof of his mouth that he probably wasn't even aware of. The tune sounded mournful, strangely familiar, though Danny couldn't put his finger on it. An old Irish song, maybe? He didn't know. He distracted himself by recalling everything he knew about the village from the aerial photography they'd studied back at base. It was about 50 meters by 50. In addition to the 4 domed buildings at the front and the single-story structures that surrounded them, there was a central square about 10 meters by 10. The photography had shown this square surrounded by tents. Whether these were still there, or the Bedouin had taken them with them when they left, the unit couldn't say. Nor did they know where the hostages were being kept. They'd have to work that out on the job. Around midday, the weather suddenly and unexpectedly changed. Cloud cover rolled in, but the heat was still dry and intense. Covered by the Hessian camouflage, Danny felt like he was lying in a puddle of sweat. His muscles ached from lack of movement, and the pressure points where his flesh pressed against the ground throbbed. It was a relief when the light started to fail. They had seen no movement during all that time. Danny realized he was anxious, not on his own behalf, but for the hostages. "You don't curse much, eh, Snapper?" Boydie said out of the blue. Danny said nothing.
I noticed it, that's all. Don't know how you manage it. All those gaps in talking where you have to put a fuck in, he sniffed. Or a cunt.
Danny ignored this and asked, "Why do you think they pretended they'd killed all 4 UN guys?"
Boydie thought for a moment. They'll be pumping these 2 survivors for intel. My guess is they thought that if we had them all down as dead, we wouldn't send in a rescue mission. A pause. I reckon our UN friends are having a pretty ugly day. That little mock execution we saw was a way of shitting them up. The PIRA boys used to do it back home. Nothing like the prospect of a bit of lead in your skull to get the old tongue wagging.
Danny felt Boydie giving him a piercing look.
I heard you had a bit of family history in the province.
Aye, Danny said. It wasn't something he liked to talk about, but Boydie kept up his gaze. My dad was one para, Danny said. Took an IRA round to the side of the head during the Troubles. Total amnesia, forgot everything.
Jesus.
Boydie sighed. I was just a baby.
How'd your ma take it?
Danny stared resolutely through the optic. She didn't have to, he said. She died just after I was born. Silence in the OP. Danny didn't feel like discussing it anymore. He checked his watch. 1700 hours. It'll be dark in a couple of hours, he said. And that ended the conversation. It was 2200 hours before they emerged gingerly from the OP. Keeping low, they collected up their claymores before ducking back down into the wadi. The cloud cover rendered it darker than the previous night, so Danny engaged his NV as they picked their way back to the lying-up point to RV with Tomo and Five-Billies. Having kept radio contact to a minimum during the day, they filled their patrol mates in on the events of that morning.
We've counted 5 militants, all armed, plus the 2 hostages, Boydie explained. But there may be more. We're going to take out as many as we can in one hit.
He looked over at the packs.
Only take what you need, he said. We don't know what to expect up there. We don't want anything slowing us down.
It took them 5 minutes to prep. Each man checked his personal weapon and the contents of his belt kit. Spare ammo, frags, flashbangs. Danny carried the claymores as well as a small handheld cutting tool. Then, on a word of instruction from Boydie, they commenced their sortie. The patrol reassumed single-file formation, but this time Danny, weighed down by the claymores, ceded the role of lead scout to Tomo and instead took 3rd position in the lineup. The 4 tabbed along the wadi back towards the OP, climbed up onto the desert plain, and started to jog across open ground. 300 meters from the village, Tomo held up one hand, and the patrol came to a halt and went to ground. Danny scanned the area ahead, preparing to cause his diversion. No sign of the militants. The parked Land Rover was to his 11 o'clock, approximately 20 meters shy of the village. At a thumbs up from Boydie, Danny pushed himself to his feet again and trod quietly towards the vehicle. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He knew the others would be stealthily putting themselves into position, surrounding the village, ready to strike at the given moment. 50 meters to the Land Rover. Danny went to ground again. Waited. No sound. No movement. He pushed on. Now that he was close to the Land Rover, Danny flipped up his NV goggles. It was old, creamy beige in colour, and had certainly seen better days. The bodywork was dented and rusted. The rear windscreen had a jagged crack along the centre, and it stank of oil and petrol. Bizarrely, one of the side windows had a peeling Arsenal sticker on the inside. The vehicle was facing away from the village. Danny positioned himself at its front, where he kneeled down and unfurled the detonation wire from each claymore. The mines were about 20 centimetres by 10 and slightly curved at one end. This convex face was embossed with the words, "Front toward enemy." Claymores being directional, you wanted to be very sure you were orientating them correctly, hence the kindergarten-style instruction. As every training officer he'd ever come across was so keen on saying, "Keep it simple, stupid." Not that this was a guarantee of success. Danny had heard stories of American troops in Vietnam laying claymores to snare the enemy, only for the Viet Cong to creep out under cover of night and reverse the direction of the mines. Being peppered by 700 steel balls moving at 1,200 meters per second was a bad way to go. Danny placed the claymores 2 meters in front of the Land Rover, their convex sides facing it. He unwound each detonation wire, held the clacker at each end, and moved these into position 100 meters to the northeast of the village. After laying them carefully on the ground, he returned to the vehicle. Moment of truth. Danny removed his cutting tool from his belt kit and crouched down to feel under the Land Rover's engine. It took him less than 10 seconds to locate the fuel line. The tool cut through the metal tube like it wasn't even there. Danny felt petrol drip onto his hand, and the fumes immediately hit his nose. He returned the cutting tool to his belt kit and swapped it for his dad's old Zippo. He sparked it up and touched the flame to the dripping fuel, and then he ran. Danny followed the Claymore's det wires. He'd run 50 meters by the time he heard an explosion behind him. He glanced once over his shoulder. Flames were already licking from the Land Rover's engine before reaching the clackers 10 seconds later and throwing himself to the ground. He pulled his spotting scope from his belt kit and quickly got a visual on his diversion. It took half a minute for the militants to emerge, 2 of them to start with. They looked perplexed and loitered for a moment some 5 meters from the blazing vehicle, their AKs strapped across their bodies, before one of them turned towards the village, put his hand to his mouth and shouted something. 30 seconds later, 3 more men emerged. Although Danny couldn't hear them, he could tell that they were shouting at each other, arguing. And all the time moving closer to the Land Rover. With one hand he felt for the clackers. The militant closest to the vehicle was 2 meters from it, the furthest about 7, and getting nearer. Just a little closer, Danny thought. 5 meters. They were bunched up. One of them pushed another in the chest. They were definitely arguing. No point waiting for the row to split them up. If he could take out all 5 in one hit, the rest of the job would be a lot more straightforward. He squeezed the clackers. The sound of the claymores erupting echoed across the desert. The Land Rover exploded, and a flurry of body parts showered around it, but Danny had already panned his scope to the right. It took just a few seconds for him to see 3 hunched silhouettes, about 30 meters from the edge of the village, sprinting towards it now that the signal to advance, the detonation of the claymores, had been given. Danny got to his feet, flicked the selector switch of his M4 to automatic, and sprinted towards the village to join his mates. They had to move fast. As soon as the militants realized they were under attack, the hostages would be in even greater danger than they were already. When he was 25 meters from the main building, Danny saw a figure at the entrance. He raised his weapon and lined up the scope. AK-47, bandolier. Danny lined the weapon up with the militant's chest and squeezed a short burst. The target hit the ground, and Danny picked up pace again. He reached the building 10 seconds later. Boydie was waiting for him, standing to the right of the entrance, his back against the wall, a flashbang in his hand. Danny took up position on the opposite side of the open door and held up 3 fingers. 2, 1. Boydie threw the flashbang into the building. Danny steeled himself for the explosion. It came within a split second, a burst of light and a deafening crack that would disorientate anybody in there. Boydie entered first, NV in place, weapon engaged. Danny did the same. The building comprised a single room some 10 meters by 15, beds along one side, otherwise empty of furniture. It was full of smoke from the flashbang, but through his NV, Danny counted 3 militants, all of them crouched on the ground, hands over their ears. They were in a neat little row, 3 meters apart and about 8 meters from Danny's position. "Go left!" Boydie shouted, and Danny knew what he meant. He directed his weapon at the crouching figure on the left and delivered a second burst of fire. The figure shuddered with the impact of the rounds, then fell still. Boydie had gone right, nailing a second militant just as quickly, which left only 1. Boydie strode towards him, his weapon aimed directly at his head. "Come on, Toon," he asked. "How many men are you?" The militant didn't answer. There was a harsh, arrogant look on his face. "Come on, Toon." Still no reply. Danny loosened the ivory-handled knife in his belt. "A man always has need of a good knife, kiddo." He strode towards the militant, whose attention was all on Boydie, and grabbed his right hand. With a sudden brutal thrust, he slammed the exquisitely sharp point of the knife between the tendons that led to the man's 3rd and 4th fingers. At first the militant only gasped. When Danny twisted the knife 45 degrees, hitting the nerve endings, the man screamed. "Come on, Toon," Danny hissed. "Come on, Tush,"
The man squealed. 15. That was all they needed. Boydie fired a single shot into the militant's head, and he slumped to the floor. Then he turned to Danny, saying, "Those MRAs did their job. Quite the fucking psycho tonight, aren't we?" "We didn't seem to be getting very far. That's 8 men down by my count." Boydie spoke over the radio. 7 men still standing, he reported to Tomo and Five Bellies. From outside the building came 4 more bursts of fire.
"Make that 3,
Tomo reported. "Any sign of the hostages?"
"Negative."
Boydie and Danny stepped outside, panning their weapons left and right. A terrible silence had fallen on the encampment, broken only by the crackle of the burning Land Rover. Boydie jabbed one finger eastwards, indicating that Danny should take that side of the building. Danny followed the patrol leader's instruction, feeling the heat from the vehicle just 10 metres to his left. He covered the 5 metres to the corner of the building. To his right there was a passageway, 2 metres wide, formed by the wall of the building and a smaller outhouse. Danny swung round, his weapon aimed down the passageway, his trigger finger ready. The passageway extended 8 or 9 metres, but it was empty. Suddenly, to Danny's 8 o'clock, somewhere behind him on the other side of the outhouse, he heard the coughing of a car engine. He heard Five Belly's voice in his ear.
"They're doing a runner."
The sound of the car moved south towards the burning Land Rover. "I got it," Danny said. He spun round 180 degrees and, using the wall of the outhouse for cover, looked out towards the conflagration. He was just in time to see the open-top Technical speed away from the eastern side of the village. High acceleration. He had just 2 seconds before it disappeared behind the cover of the Land Rover. 4 figures in the back. Silhouettes only. Insufficient time to verify if he was about to open fire on the hostages. He lowered his rifle and discharged a long burst towards the Technical's rear left tyre. The vehicle skidded badly on the desert earth, then came to a halt. Danny threw himself back into the passageway, just in time. The response from the 50 cal was thunderous, the rounds blasting a chunk from the corner of the building he and Boydie had just left. Sweating profusely, Danny pressed his back to the wall. "Tyres out," he reported into his boom mic. His voice sounded high-pitched, wired. "Tomo, 5, draw their fire," Boydie ordered. Almost immediately, Danny heard a burst of rifle fire from the other side of the encampment. He didn't need to ask what Boydie had in mind. It was obvious. He ran along the passageway to find himself on the edge of the central square. It was still surrounded by canvas tents. Boydie was running towards Danny from the right. He nodded at him and they headed east, past a particularly threadbare tent and 10 metres out into the open desert. Another burst from the 50 cal confirmed that Tomo and Five Belly's decoy fire was taking all the militants' attention, which gave Danny and Boydie the opportunity to approach the Technical unseen. It was 20 metres away, a distinct black shadow against the burning Land Rover just a few metres beyond it. The headlamps were off. Clearly the driver had calculated they were a less easy target that way, but the result was that the regiment men had the cover of darkness with which to approach. Another burst of rifle fire. The 50 cal replied in kind. Danny saw the silhouette of a figure being hustled down from the back of the Technical by a single armed figure and taken round to the far side of the vehicle, leaving 2 other figures in the back. The driver had his door open and was climbing out, rifle in hand. The militants' attention was fully on Tomo and Five Belly's incoming fire. None of them noticed Boydie and Danny until it was too late. The driver was Danny's. The burst from his M4, from a distance of 5 metres, coincided with the roar of the 50 cal, rendering it barely audible, but no less deadly for that. The driver had just put his feet on the ground when the rounds hit his torso, throwing him violently against the cab of the pickup. Boydie ran towards the rear of the vehicle, firing on the militant manning the 50 cal when he was 5 metres distant. A new silhouette of blood and brain matter showered down in front of the burning Land Rover. The firing ceased. There was a whimpering from the back of the pickup. At least one of the hostages was still alive. By Danny's calculation, there was a single militant remaining, the one who had taken the other hostage round to the far side of the Technical. Now the Libyan started shouting. Desperate words, threats, in Arabic that Danny couldn't make out, but their meaning was clear enough. He had only one play to make. "I've got the hostage. Come any closer, and he dies." Danny and Boydie were up against the Technical now, crouching low to stay out of the sight of the surviving militants. "Hold his attention," Danny said. Boydie nodded, and they separated, creeping around opposite ends of the vehicle. Peering round by the headlamps, Danny took in the scene. The militant and his hostage were standing 5 meters away. They were facing the opposite direction, the militant standing behind the hostage, left arm around his neck and a pistol in his right, pressed up against the captive's head. Danny couldn't risk a shot. A round from the M4 or even the SIG could go straight through the militant's body and into the hostage. Boydie appeared from the far side of the technical. He had his weapon engaged and trained directly on the two figures. The militant started screaming incomprehensible threats again. His whole body was shaking, his weapon aimed at the hostage's head. Boydie didn't move. He just stood there, relentless, threatening, maintaining the stalemate, keeping the militant's attention very firmly on him while Danny emerged from the cover of the Land Rover, as silent as smoke. Danny stood very still, his sights lined up with the back of the target's head. He was aware that the blazing Land Rover made his shadow unnaturally huge on the technical. He ignored it. All attention on the target. There was no scope for error. The bastard had to be put down before he fired out of nerves. Slowly, Boydie lowered his weapon. He let it hang by its halyard while he raised his hands, palms outward in a gesture of surrender. The militant swallowed it. In a single movement, he threw the hostage to one side and aimed his gun at Boydie. He barely had time to straighten his arm. Danny fired a single shot. The round slammed into the back of the Libyan's head, and he flew forwards, landing face down on the hard-baked earth with a dull slam. "Nice shot," Boydie said. There is a special kind of silence that falls in the wake of a contact. The silence of the dead. Danny was only half aware of the man he'd just killed, half his skull blown away, hair matted over what remained of it, blood oozing thickly from the wound like a tiny oil slick. His attention had already moved on. Were all the enemy down? Were there any more threats? The hostage staggered back, clearly struck dumb by the sudden brutality he had just witnessed. Danny pulled him roughly to the ground, while Boydie kept his weapon engaged and started scanning the area, looking out for any more enemy targets. The other hostage was still whimpering in the back of the pickup, but at least he was keeping out of sight. 5 minutes passed before Tomo's posh voice came over the headset.
"All enemy down. We're clear."
The militants were dead, but there was still work to do. It was Boydie's decision to round up the bodies. "Too many news crews crawling around this country sniffing for a story," he said. "They'll fucking find one too if they stumble over these stiffs with rounds in their heads." He was right. If a story started with 14 dead insurgents and a NATO hit squad nowhere to be seen, there was no way of telling how it would end up once the Chinese whispers had finished. Danny recalled a story he'd heard about A Squadron during the First Gulf War. A few of the lads had got into a contact and captured a handful of Iraqis. The red mist was down, and one of the SAS lads had executed them. The guys didn't know what to do with the bodies, so they piled them into one of the Iraqis' vehicles and took them out into the desert, where they placed a couple of anti-tank mines on a timer under the vehicle. The A Squadron boys had driven off into the night and let the fearsome mines do their work. They'd all known that what they were doing was on the edge, but at the end of the day, if there were no bodies, there was no story. End of story. Boydie was clearly thinking along the same lines. After a brief radio conversation with the head shed, he announced their next move. "We'll relight the target," he said. "Do the original job. There'll be fuck all left of them if anyone decides to come nosing around." Tomo and Five Bellies were given the job of looking after the hostages. Once Tomo had changed the wheel that Danny had shot out of the technical, he and Five Bellies loaded the quivering UN personnel into the cab. The hostages couldn't even speak. They just trembled and stared into the middle distance. "Get them out of here," Boydie said. "Their nerves are shot already. They don't need to see this. 4 clicks should do it. We'll meet you back at the LUP once you've heard the strike." Danny and Boydie watched the technical disappear, then got to work. It took about 20 minutes to locate all of the dead bodies and carry them into the main building at the front of the village. The corpses were already starting to stiffen, and it was grisly work. The fatal wounds the regiment's rounds had inflicted were diabolical. As soon as a body was moved just an inch, blood oozed from the entrance and exit wounds.
By the time they had unceremoniously dumped them all in a pile in the centre of the room, both Danny and Boydie looked like they'd been bathing in gore. It was sticky on Danny's face and filled his nostrils with an unpleasant, iron-like smell. He wasn't sorry to leave the village and start trekking back towards the wadi. They moved quickly, 15 minutes to cross the open ground. Once they had regained their gear from the LUP, they reinserted themselves into the narrow trench where Danny set up the LTD once more. He directed the device's crosshairs directly at the building in which they'd piled the militants. Then Boydie made the call for fast air for the second time in 24 hours. And this time, there was no reason to abort the airstrike. The Tornado arrived 20 minutes later. The boom of its jet engines was enough to make Danny's body rattle as he lay in the trench, but it was nothing compared to the force of the bomb as it hit. Guided by the laser, it slammed directly into the militants' makeshift tomb. Danny saw a flash of light. A fraction of a second later, the shockwave rolled out across the desert and vibrated in their ears, knocking the LTD from its little tripod. For a horrible, irrational moment, Danny wondered if he'd lit the target badly and the bomb had landed too close. He needn't have worried. Through a sudden mushroom of smoke, and amid the shockwave, he saw flames licking up to the sky. By now, the bodies would have been blasted to pieces, and anything that remained of them would be consumed by the fire. They stayed in the OP, scanning the desert night, watching for anybody coming to investigate the site of the airstrike. But the only vehicle they saw was the Technical, driven by Tomo with 5 bellies beside him, headlamps off, trundling towards them from the west. Boydie got on the radio.
"Zero, this is Charlie Alpha 5, he said. "Target destroyed. Hostages safe. Request pickup. Repeat, request pickup."
5. The 2 hostages were in a bad way, physically weak, mentally fucked. One of them was in his mid-30s, a tall, rather ungainly man with cracked, round glasses. He had been badly beaten on one side of his head. His skin was bruised, and his cheekbone had a slight indentation, which suggested to Danny that it had been smashed. The other man was older, probably in his 50s. He had 3 teeth missing, 2 canines and a molar. It looked like each tooth had been individually removed. There was dried blood on his chin as a souvenir of that little dental surgery. The 2 men could barely walk. They certainly still couldn't speak, so although Danny knew they were British, there was no way of confirming this. It was as if the terror of the previous few days had wiped everything from their minds. They could do nothing but stare ahead and tremble. If any of the guys tried to talk to them, they would flinch as if someone had prodded an open wound. It didn't seem to register that they'd been rescued by British Army personnel who were going to get them home safely. They left the hostages to Tomo's care. As patrol medic, he dealt with their superficial injuries, though there was little he could do other than get fluids inside them, bandage their cuts, and feed them some DF-118 painkillers. The remaining 3 members of the patrol took up defensive positions and scanned the surrounding desert for suspicious movement. The burning village was like a massive beacon in the middle of this vast expanse of open ground. Smoke drifted low across the desert towards the wadi, compromising their vision. Not good. It wasn't a matter of if someone approached the conflagration, but when. Their luck held, however. Their location was sufficiently remote for them to remain unobserved for now. The sea night arrived just before midnight. The dust halos were no less bright out here in the open desert, but they were less of a threat than they had been on the previous night. Tomo and 5 bellies helped the hostages up the tailgate. Danny and Boydie followed immediately after with their packs. The chopper rose from the ground before they'd even sat down. A couple of U.S. Army medics were waiting to take care of the hostages. As Danny took a seat and plugged himself once more into the aircraft's comms, he was happy that someone else had taken delivery of them. A sudden wave of exhaustion crashed over him, and he could sense the same of the other members of the patrol. They'd only been airborne a couple of minutes before he felt his eyes closing, despite the thunderous grind of the chopper and the occasional status report over the cans. It was neither of these sounds that woke him suddenly,
but a sudden lurch by the Sea Knight. Danny's eyes pinged open. His hands automatically felt for his weapon, and he could see similar signs of readiness in the other guys. The aircraft immediately steadied itself, but Danny could tell they had shifted direction slightly. He looked out of the window. They were over water. One patch of sea looked the same as another. It took a communication from the pilot 30 seconds later to explain what was happening.
Okay, gentlemen, we've had an instruction to reroute. Where to?
Boydie demanded. No answer, and equally no more chance of sleep. Danny's senses were on high alert again. Where were they going? What was happening? The Sea Knight gained height. Looking out of the window, Danny caught sight of the George Bush several hundred feet below. He used its position and the movement of the aircraft to calculate their direction. Northwest. He relaxed a little. Everything suggested they were heading back to their staging post in Malta. He was right. An hour later, the Sea Knight made ground again. This time, the rotors powered down. The grinding of the engine came to a halt. A reception party of 4 Green Army lads ran up the tailgate carrying stretchers. Their eyes flickered over towards the Special Forces unit, but they were professional enough not to let their curiosity interfere with the more important business of ferrying the hostages off the aircraft. His body once more heavy with fatigue, Danny disconnected himself from the comm system. 30 seconds later, he and the rest of his patrol were walking down the tailgate into the heavy, humid air of Malta International Airport. An ambulance was waiting on the airfield, 30 meters from the Sea Knight, its neon light flashing. The Green Army boys were loading up the second of the 2 hostages. 100 meters beyond it, Danny saw the familiar hulking outline of a Hercules. On the runway to his 2 o'clock, a Ryanair flight was coming in to land. Holidaymakers arriving in the Med for sun, sand, and sex. As though reading his thoughts, Boydie said, "I wouldn't mind a bit of that myself." Danny didn't have a chance to answer. Just as his feet hit the tarmac, his attention snapped back to the area between the Sea Knight and the ambulance. An unmarked van had pulled up 10 meters in front of them. 2 men climbed out. Danny recognized them at once. Eddie Anderson, OC B Squadron, and Ops Sergeant Ben Powell. Anderson nodded briefly at the advancing patrol. "Fucking good work," he said gruffly. "Sorry, lads, but we'll need a debrief for government in 20 minutes over the SATCOM. Danny, you're needed back at HQ ASAP. Don't worry, son, nothing to worry about. Ben will sort you out with anything you need." Danny's stomach felt leaden. Ben Powell had the blank expression of a man about to deliver bad news. Danny strode over to the Ops Sergeant, who immediately started walking away from the Sea Knight in the direction of the Hercules. Danny fell in beside him. "What's wrong?" And before Powell could answer, he fired more questions. "My dad all right? Something happened to my brother?" "Relax, Danny," Powell said. "As far as I know, it's nothing personal." A wave of relief. "Then what?" "Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is they want you back in the UK, this morning." Regiment guys being plucked out of theatre like this was seldom good news. He quickly made a mental list of anything he might have done wrong. Were the MOD about to screw him over? "What the hell's going on, Ben?" he demanded. "I told you," the Ops Sergeant replied. "I don't know." Powell seemed slightly annoyed by his own ignorance. "All I know is it must be important." He held up an airline boarding card. "BA flight to Heathrow. Supposed to leave 2 hours ago. They've delayed it for you. But you need to get cleaned up first. You smell like a dog's arse. Fucking look like one too, so shake a leg, mate. Somebody clearly doesn't want to be kept waiting." The hours that followed were a blur. Powell led Danny to a small shower room where his North Face drop bag was waiting for him. He showered off the dirt, using the tub of Swarfiga that he always packed for this purpose to strip off the blood smeared over his head, face, and hands. Then he got dressed into blue jeans, black Converse, white shirt, and leather jacket. As he walked out of the shower room, there was not a hint of his profession, or the way he'd spent the past 24 hours. The BA jet was sitting on the tarmac, fully loaded. Nobody asked Danny for any ID, as a refueling vehicle drove him directly to the front, where a mobile stairway was waiting for him.
As he boarded, an attractive air hostess with a little upturned nose escorted him to his seat in business class. Danny wondered what bullshit the airport authorities had fed the other passengers to explain the delay of their flight. As he took his seat, he felt eyes on him that suggested some of them had twigged from his late arrival and damp hair that they hadn't been told the whole truth. The plane was a hell of a sight more comfortable than the sea night. Once they were airborne, the pretty air hostess offered him champagne. She looked almost disappointed when he asked for coffee instead, and he noticed the way her hand brushed against his as she handed it to him. "Let me know if you need anything at all." She almost purred at him. Danny just nodded. Ordinarily he'd have played the game, but he was too dog-tired even to think about that. He was asleep before the aircraft reached its cruising altitude. He dozed fitfully. Even though Powell had assured him that everything was okay back home, in some corner of his exhausted mind he couldn't shake the suspicion that something was wrong. He saw his dad, limp in his wheelchair, a look of fear on the face that had grown fat through lack of exercise. He'd been stuck in that damn thing in a tiny bungalow in Hereford for the past 30 years, stubbornly rearing his children and refusing any help that was offered to him. Danny had never once heard him complain about his lot. Even when Danny's brother Kyle had started getting into trouble with the police, just as all his teachers had predicted he would, their dad had been philosophical. "You can only shit with the arse you've got," he always said, one of Taft's favourite sayings, and Danny privately knew that his disappointment with Kyle's behaviour was more than balanced by his pride when Danny had passed selection. Even so, the thought of life throwing anything more at his father made Danny nauseous. The plane touched down at Heathrow at 0600 hours GMT. Dawn had broken, but although the sky was clear, the air had a bite to it that Danny had not experienced farther south. Even with his eyes shut, he'd have known this was the UK. The desert just smelled different. Waiting on the tarmac for him was an anonymous black Land Cruiser. The driver, he wore jeans, a sports jacket, and brown leather driving gloves, opened the rear door for him. Ignoring the bleary-eyed and suspicious looks from the other passengers on the tarmac, Danny climbed into the back. Without a word, the chauffeur drove off the airfield. "Where are we headed, mucker?" Danny asked. "Acton," the driver said. "Oh, lucky me. Do I need my military ID?" "Not necessary." 30 metres up ahead, an orange barrier rose automatically, and the Land Cruiser passed through it. Moments later, it had slipped into the early morning traffic on the M4. "You with the firm?" Danny asked. No reply, which was as good as a yes. They travelled in silence. Now and then, Danny felt the driver's eyes on him in the rearview mirror. He didn't blame the guy. No doubt he was as much an enigma as the driver was to him. After 20 minutes, they found themselves on the Uxbridge Road. Danny looked at his watch, 0637 hours, as they turned left. 5 minutes later, they entered the Park Royal Industrial Estate, where the Land Cruiser approached a large brick unit, about the size of an aircraft hangar, and surrounded by a 3-metre-high metal fence. A warehouse of some kind. Danny spotted a notice on the fence that said, "Ronson Logistics, a better service to you." The driver stopped at a wide, sturdy gate set into the fence, wound down the window, and punched a number into a keypad to the right. The gate opened, and the Land Cruiser slipped in. It came to a halt by a door in the side of the warehouse. Danny jumped out, looking around warily. "What is this place?" he demanded. The driver didn't reply. He simply jutted his chin towards the side door. Danny suppressed a moment of frustration that made him want to grab the guy and drag some more concrete information out of him. Instead, he nodded briefly and entered the building. He found himself in a bleak little office. A desk, a chair, a lamp, and nothing else. No occupants, but in the far wall was another door. He opened it, walked through, and found himself in the main part of the warehouse. It was a vast space, about 50 metres long, 30 wide, and 15 high. A radio was playing at the far end. Danny thought he recognised a Snow Patrol song that some of the lads back in Bastion had listened to. There was a cold, concrete floor, and strip lighting hung from the ceiling. The warehouse was filled with vehicles. They were parked in 5 neat lines, like in a car showroom. Unlike a car showroom, however, these vehicles looked anything but new. Danny counted 13 black cabs. One of them had an advertisement for Mamma Mia the musical plastered across its side. A few others had the odd dent in their bodywork. There were VWs, Minis, a couple of Transits, even a battered old Royal Mail van whose rear doors were open and the interior filled with grey mail sacks. Notable by their absence in what Danny immediately took to be a vehicle pool for the security services was anything remotely flash. No Porsches, no Range Rovers, nothing convertible. These vehicles were supposed to be invisible. There was, after all, nothing so commonplace as a black cab on the streets of London. One of them had its bonnet up, and a mechanic, the only other person present that Danny could see, peered round from one side on hearing footsteps. He didn't look surprised to see Danny standing there. He just pointed towards the far side of the warehouse, where there was an anonymous porter cabin, a box within a box. Danny strode up to it, knocked firmly on the door, and then stepped inside. There were 6 men inside. 3 of them were standing drinking coffee from polystyrene cups. The others stood a few metres apart, clearly in conference. Danny recognised one of them as Johnny Cartwright, the CO of 22. Cartwright was the first to notice Danny. He beckoned him to come and join them. As Danny drew nearer, he realised he recognised each of the 3 guys drinking coffee. He'd seen them around Hereford HQ, but didn't know them by name. The 2 men Cartwright was speaking with, Danny didn't know at all. Cartwright made a curt string of introductions, starting with the regiment boys. Jack Ward, a lean, wiry guy with a pronounced mole on his left cheek. Greg Murray, shaved head, piercing blue eyes. Spud Glover, a head shorter than Danny, but with squat, broad shoulders so solid they looked like they'd stop a green-tipped round at point-blank range, and a round face and balding head that weirdly reminded him of Phil Collins. Danny shook each soldier's hand before the CO directed him towards the 2 suits. Oliver Carrington. The older of the 2, Carrington had steel-grey hair and wore old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. The lenses were very thick, and the eyes behind them seemed wary as he shook hands with Danny. "I appreciate you joining us at such short notice," he said. "I was at a loose end anyway, pal," replied Danny. Carrington smiled blandly. Danny had the impression of a man well used to hiding his emotions. "And Hugo Buckingham," Cartwright continued. Danny nodded at this younger man. He was slender, almost girlishly so, the dead spit of Hugh Grant. His floppy brown hair was a bit scruffy, but he had a friendly face. "Very good to meet you," Buckingham said. His voice was posh, but not unpleasant. Danny nodded noncommittally at him, before throwing his CO a questioning glance. 6, Cartwright said, as if that explained everything, which, in a way, it did. Carrington cleared his throat and then took charge of the meeting. "May I suggest we get started, gentlemen? Find a seat where you can." "Yeah, I heard you were pushed for space up at MI6, Spud said. Good point. Danny wondered what he was about to hear that made this spook so keen to banish unwanted ears. But that strand of conversation was over. A cautious respect existed between the men of 2-2 and the MI6 personnel, whose dirty work they were so often brought in to do. The guys sat down on plastic stackable chairs and listened. "You'll be aware of the current situation in Syria," Carrington said. None of the regiment men gave any indication that this was so, but it almost went without saying. When you know there's a chance of your superiors ordering an insertion into any of the world's hot spots at any given moment, you tend to keep one eye on the news. Even in the forward operating bases of Helmand, word had reached the men of the bloodshed and violence the Syrian government was inflicting on its own people. "The anti-government rebels are fragmented," Carrington went on. "Different groups, different agendas. Some of them have a genuine political focus, some are simply opportunists taking advantage of the civilian unrest. The usual story. The PM has made it perfectly clear that the UK would welcome an orderly transfer of power. He's even gone so far as to offer senior members of the Syrian administration safe passage out of the country, should they decide to stand down. "Give him a seat next to me," Spud said. "I don't have much use for kid killers." "Quite," Carrington murmured. "In any case, it may or may not surprise you to learn that we have opened up lines of communication with certain rebel factions, all completely under the radar, of course. Our intelligence networks have identified the faction most likely to come to power in the event of a regime change. Clearly, the British government would like to be on good terms with whoever succeeds the current Syrian regime." Carrington held up an A4 photograph. It was taken with a long-distance lens and showed an elderly, Middle Eastern-looking man wearing a red and white keffiyeh. Danny was put in mind of pictures of Yasser Arafat he'd seen on TV when he was growing up. "This is Balthazar Farhad," Carrington explained. "He is the patriarch of a rebel family most likely to have a leading role in any future Syrian administration. Or perhaps I should say he was. 2 weeks ago, Farhad was assassinated in a suicide attack. You probably heard the news at the time." Danny hadn't. He squinted at the picture. In the background, a little blurred, he saw the arch of a metro station. "Paris?" Carrington nodded. "Farhad was in exile. The French had given him asylum. He himself had always been sympathetic to French interests in Syria. That made him a very valuable asset to the French. They were vexed, to say the least, when he met his maker." "Who did it?" Jack Ward asked. "The intelligence points towards a young Algerian man wanted on terrorism charges." "Kids today," Spud muttered. "They blow up so quickly." Carrington ignored that. "To be frank," he said, "who did it isn't our biggest problem. Our concern now is to deal with the aftermath. Farhad was more than just a figurehead. Even in his absence, he was the glue that stopped his own family from falling apart. He has 2 sons, chalk and cheese, one by the name of Sorgan, the other called Asu. Sorgan is a chip off the old block. Like his father, he is mostly sympathetic to French interests. Asu, on the other hand, has spent a good deal of time in London. Our intelligence tells us that he has a penchant for British women. We've located 4 separate prostitutes who claim to have been regular clients of his during his time in the UK. He even had a season ticket for Tottenham Hotspur, was it, Hugo? Buckingham nodded. "Footy and hookers," Greg Murray said. "Makes you proud to be British, don't it?" "Yes, well, football isn't really my cup of tea. Whatever the reason, though, Asu is something of an Anglophile. He and Sorgan loathe each other, always have done. Their father was the only person who could keep them from each other's throats. Out of respect for him, they avoided open hostilities. Now that Farhad has gone, they clearly see no reason to keep up the pretense. The family has split into 2 distinct factions. This is, of course, good news for the Syrian administration, as it means that their most significant rebel threat has been weakened. However, our analysts remain convinced that one or other of these brothers will lead the new administration when the time comes. It goes without saying that the British government would prefer to see Asu in that role rather than Sorgan." There was a moment of silence while Carrington allowed that information to sink in. "The government has made it quite clear that while it supports the notion of regime change in Syria, it is pursuing a non-interventionist policy. After Iraq and Afghanistan, there just isn't the stomach for it. However, if one of these 2 factions is to come to power in Syria, we want to make sure it's Asu's side of the family, not Sorgan's. There was a time when we'd have been happy to put a regiment unit on the ground in order to coordinate a training package for the rebels. Having assured the international community that we are taking a non-combative role in Syria, you can see, I'm sure, how it would be diplomatically awkward for us to do so now." Danny thought back to Libya. His paymasters hadn't been so squeamish about non-combative roles out there. He put that thought from his mind. He'd long since stopped trying to work out the politics. He was there to do a job of work, not think about the consequences. "Nevertheless," Carrington said, "we're keen to extend the hand of friendship to ASU. You're all aware of International Solutions Limited?" Damn right they were all aware of it. International Solutions were private military contractors. They had half the regiment on their books, guys who'd got sick of risking their necks for Queen and country and wanted to exercise their skills for a proper paycheck. There wasn't a hot spot in the world without someone spying a chance to make some money, and that meant private close protection work was easy to come by. International Solutions supplied the muscle for a good proportion of those kinds of jobs. Word on the streets of Hereford was that they did a whole lot more besides. Stick a few private military contractors in a war zone, and you've got yourself a fighting force that isn't bound by the Geneva Convention. Amazing how many problems disappear when you throw away the rules of engagement. International Solutions successfully tendered for a government contract, strictly on the QT, you understand, to deploy a small team of private military contractors to help train ASU's men. A hand of friendship from the British government, but at one step removed. If anybody follows the money trail, they will be under the impression that ASU himself is employing the PMCs. There are, however, certain elements among the upper echelons of government who are nervous about using the private sector in this way. He gave another of his meaningless smiles. Which is where Hugo comes in. He comes to us fresh from a stint in Saudi Arabia, one of our more distinguished Arabists. He's to make contact with our contractors and ensure that they're doing the job we're paying them for. Unofficially, of course. However, we also have a second, perhaps more important mission for Hugo. Carrington turned to the younger man. Perhaps you'd care to explain, Hugo. Buckingham looked a little surprised at being put on the spot. Danny watched his cheeks flush as he tried and failed to master it. Buckingham stood up, combed the fingers of his right hand through his abundant hair, and cleared his throat, to little effect, as his voice was still somewhat croaky when he spoke. I had the good fortune to attend the Sorbonne as a student, and, The Sor what? Spud interrupted. An embarrassed pause. It's a French university. In Paris, Buckingham said. I studied Arabic and political theory there. So did Sorgan, Asu's brother. We became friends. I think I can persuade him to build bridges with his brother. What, just like that? Greg sounded deeply sceptical. We are approaching the festival of Eid al-Fitr, Buckingham said, as if that explained everything. He was met by a line of blank faces that clearly told him that it didn't. It's a very important Muslim holiday. It marks the end of Ramadan, the holy month of fasting. It's a time of unity, when families come together to feast and pray. Sorgan is a devout man. I think I can convince him that this is a good time for him to open up communications with Asu. Which would be a win-win situation, Carrington said. The rebels are far stronger united than they are divided. And if Hugo can persuade Sorgan of the British government's good intentions towards him, the end game would be most favourable. Another smile. Your role, gentlemen, is to look after Mr. Buckingham on the ground. Make sure he gets to where he needs to be, safely and secretly. I'm sure I don't need to impress upon you the covert nature of this operation. If you're located, the British government will deny all knowledge of your presence in the region. The British embassy in Damascus has been abandoned. In its absence, the Czech embassy might offer you assistance if it comes to it, but you certainly shouldn't rely on that. Each one of you has been vetted at the highest level. It seems we can trust you all, and by God we'll need to. He looked at each of the four in turn. The Middle East is changing, he said. The Arab Spring has seen the old regimes swept away. We may not have liked them, but at least we knew them. Now we find ourselves in the unenviable position of having to rebuild our networks across the region. Hugo has important work to do, gentlemen. Don't let him down. Carrington stood up and looked over at Cartwright. "I believe that's all you need from me, Johnny." The CO nodded. "Come along then, Hugo," Carrington said, almost as if he were talking to a dog. "Let's leave our friends to their preparations." Without another word, he turned on his heel and made for the door. Buckingham lingered. He still appeared embarrassed by his boss's manner, and for a moment looked as though he was going to apologize for it. His eyes caught Danny's, who nodded at him. As Carrington exited, Buckingham offered Danny his hand. "I'm very grateful," he said. "I do understand that I'm being chaperoned by the very best. I hope I won't be too much of a hindrance." Danny shook his hand. "No worries, mate." Buckingham nodded respectfully, then plunged his hands into his pockets and followed Carrington at something resembling a trot. As soon as the door was closed, Spud let out an explosion of breath. "Fucking hell, boss," he said. "Couldn't they send in someone with a bit more backbone? That Buckingham looked like he'd brown his trousers if you told him boo." Cartwright seemed as if he was about to agree, but kept his opinion to himself. "You'll forward mount from the eastern Mediterranean," he said. "Full briefing when we get to Hereford." He checked his watch. "There'll be a van outside. I'll meet you there. Black, stay behind a minute." The other three left the porter-cabin. The CO surveyed Danny for a moment as if weighing up his options. "I'm assigning you unit leader," he said. Danny blinked. This was unusual. The other three were a good 5 or 6 years older, more experienced. Ordinarily, the role would have fallen to one of them. Cartwright clearly saw the surprise on Danny's face. "I heard about what happened in Libya," he said. "Sounds like those UN fellas have a lot to thank you for. I think you're ready for a bit more responsibility." "Yes, boss." Cartwright sniffed. "Your brother got parole," he said. "He's been out about a week." Danny felt his jaw clenching. "My dad, no?" The CO nodded. "Shit!" Danny thumped one of the plastic chairs and sent it clattering across the floor. Then he turned back to his commanding officer. "Boss, I need some time. Someone else can babysit the spook. They don't need me." "No can do, Black. I'm sorry." "Boss, It's an order, Black. You insert from Brize Norton at 1200 hours tomorrow. There's time between this afternoon's briefing and then to sort out any personal affairs." He approached Danny and handed him a slip of paper with a Hereford address written on it. "Your brother's staying here," he said. "Do what you need to do." Danny took a deep breath, then nodded and stowed the slip of paper in his pocket. "Thank you," he murmured. He glanced over towards the door. "Boss." "Yeah." "This is a straightforward op. They could have given it to anybody. What's all this personal vetting shite about? Why drag me all the way from Malta when Hereford's full of men who could take my place?" Cartwright didn't say anything, but the look that crossed his face spoke plainly. The same question had occurred to him, and he didn't know the answer either. "Just do the job," he said tersely, "and get the hell out of there as quickly as you can. Got it? Syria's a dog's dinner. If it was up to me, we'd leave the fuckers to it." "Aye," Danny said. "Roger that." And with an uneasy feeling creeping through his veins, he and the CO stepped out of the porter-cabin. Snow Patrol had fallen silent. The radio was off. The mechanic was leaning against a Mini with a cigarette in his hand, watching them quietly. As they approached the door, he started to whistle. Danny stopped. He recognized the song. It was the same one that Boydie had been whistling in the OP. "What is that?" he said. The CO gave him an impatient look. "What is this? Name that fucking tune. Get a move on, Black." Danny nodded. "Yes, boss," he said. They joined the others outside, where an unmarked white transit van was waiting to transport them all to Hereford. 6. Hereford, 1500 hours. They call it the Kremlin because that's where all the secrets are. This secure network of corridors, deep inside regimental headquarters, was where the unit's briefing took place. The briefing room was 2 doors along from the records room and bang opposite the CO's office. With a lectern and whiteboard screen at the front and curved seating for the men, it resembled a modern university lecture hall, with one exception. The walls were so thickly soundproofed that any noise in here was immediately deadened. In that respect, it was more like a sound studio, and it served as a constant reminder that whatever was spoken within these 4 walls was not to be repeated beyond them. The briefing room was easily big enough for an entire squadron to sit and receive their orders. Right now, there were just 4 men, Danny and his unit. Spud was regaling them with the story of his conquest of an American intelligence officer at Kandahar Air Base. Cheeky cow said if I shaved off my beard and cut my hair, I wouldn't be bad-looking. He pretended to sound outraged. So I said that if I shaved off my beard and cut my hair, I wouldn't be talking to her. I'd be talking to her fit mates. "You're a smooth-talking fucker, Spud," Jack observed. Spud shrugged. "Not my best ever shut-up line, but it worked." A confused look crossed his face. "Mind you, she was a fucking munter, and they let themselves go in theatre, don't they? This one had a minge like Terry Waite's allotment." The guys laughed, but Spud was only just warming to his subject. "Looked a lot better with her arse in the air," he announced, just as the door opened and Major Ray Hammond, the ship's ops officer, walked in. The laughter instantly died away. Major Hammond always had rings under his eyes and a slightly hangdog expression. It was well known in the regiment that the more pronounced those rings, the shorter his temper. This afternoon they looked like they'd been painted on with boot polish. He walked up to the lectern, opened his laptop, plugged in a couple of jacks, then browsed through a sheaf of papers without looking up. The unit remained silent, while Hammond organised his thoughts, tapped his papers into order on the table, and cleared his throat. "Patrol call sign Kilo Alpha 64, the ops officer announced. "You insert by C." He looked around the room, with his chin slightly jutting out, as if daring any of the men to contradict him. "We could get closer to Holmes by air," Jack Ward suggested. Hammond shook his head. "It would mean a halo, and we're not about to stick this Buckingham character on a tandem with one of you lot. He'd shit himself before it even left the ground." "Fucker needs to grow a pair," Spud observed. Even the ops officer smiled. Danny kept quiet. The bloke seemed okay to him, and if he was prepared to put himself in harm's way to serve his country, then he deserved some respect. And in any case, on the ground, their little company needed to be on good terms with each other. What they said in front of the ops officer wasn't Danny's business. What they said in front of Danny once the operation had begun was, for the next few days, Hugo Buckingham would be one of them. "In any case," Hammond was saying, "the airspace above Syria is too crowded for an airborne insertion, and obviously it'll be no good simply flying into Damascus on a commercial flight. The spook needs to go in under the radar, and it's like checkpoint fucking Charlie there at the moment, and you don't want to be screwing around with border crossings from Lebanon." He flicked a couple of switches on the lectern. The lights dimmed. Hammond turned and indicated a map of the region that was projected onto the wall by an OHP connected to his laptop. With one finger, he traced Syria's western border with the Mediterranean. "This coastline is porous," he said. "You should be able to insert without difficulty." "As the actress said to the bishop," Spud muttered. Hammond tapped a key on the laptop, and the image changed. A man's face appeared. Dark skin, black beard tinged with grey, a hooked nose. "This is your fixer," the ops officer said. "Called Mohammed, surprise, surprise. The firm have had him on the payroll for the past 6 months. He'll supply you with 2 vehicles and enough fuel to get you in and around Homs and back again. The road from the coast to the city is about 100 clicks. Our intelligence tells us that there are 2 army checkpoints along the way, but they tend not to be manned during the hours of darkness." Hammond sniffed. "Government troops manning them are probably too busy killing and looting. Anyway, if you don't run into any difficulties, you should reach the city in a couple of hours." "And if we do run into difficulties?" Greg asked. The ops officer gave him a flat-eyed stare. "Deal with them," he said. "Once you've entered the city, you'll need to make contact with the private sector guys. Black, you have an RV with Max Saunders, the MD of International Solutions, tomorrow at 1000 hours in London." "What for?" "He's insisting on meeting the patrol leader. Shake your hand, look you in the eye, the usual bullshit." A frown crossed the ops officer's face. "Saunders is ex-regiment. Slippery piece of shit, so mind your P's and Q's. Just smile sweetly and don't give him cause to worry. Once you've had the meet, a car will take you to Bryce Norton for 1400 hours. The rest of you will be bussed there from HQ at the same time, and you'll RV with Buckingham at the airport. You fly at 1600 hours. ETA Larnaca, Cyprus, 20-30 hours local time. You'll be met by a Sergeant Wilkinson, who'll take you down to the port. There'll be a detachment of 4-2 Commando waiting with a rigid raider to transport you to submarine HMS Vanguard. You'll surface approximately 2 miles offshore, and your Marines will escort you by RIB to your insertion point. Latitude 34705. Any questions? How long are we expected to be on the ground? Asked Jack. 5 days, max. If you need rations beyond that, the PMCs will sort you out. We've no reason to believe the Syrian authorities know you're coming, but be aware that the Russians have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo in Syria. They're backing the current administration, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they have men on the ground. Spetsnaz? Danny asked. Probably. What we do know is it's a fucking mosh pit out there, and a few more dead bodies won't even come up on the statistics. The firm want this Buckingham fella back in one piece. Make sure they're not disappointed. Hammond turned to Danny. The boss told me you've got something to sort out. Was it Danny's imagination, or had the rings under his eyes just grown a little darker? Danny nodded. Then get a move on. I want you back here to go through the mapping and predicted weather conditions at 2100 hours. Understood? Understood. The slip of paper Danny's CO had handed to him gave the address of a B&B on Whitecross Road in the west of Hereford. Grandly, it called itself the Green Acres Hotel, but it wasn't the kind of place anybody would want to stay for long. Yellowed net curtains obscured all the windows of the mid-terrace house. The paintwork was peeling. A sign on the door announced that there were vacancies. Danny suspected there always were. He rang the doorbell. No answer. He clenched his fist and hammered on the door, making it rattle in its frame. 30 seconds later, he heard the sound of a man cursing from inside. The door opened. An overweight guy in a gravy-spotted vest appeared. He squinted suspiciously at Danny. "Evening, pal," Danny said. "You got a Kyle Black staying?" The landlord appeared to consider this for a moment, then grunted, turned, and, wheezing, led Danny into the hallway. "I'll call him." "Don't worry, mate, he's expecting me. What room was it again?" No hint of suspicion in the landlord's eyes now. "Room 3, upstairs." Danny heard room 3 before he saw it. The TV was on, and the opening music of Strictly Come Dancing seeped out onto the landing. The room itself was the second on the right, opposite a communal bathroom with the door ajar that needed cleaning. Danny didn't bother to knock. He simply walked right in. Kyle was lying on the bed, propped up by pillows, drinking whiskey from a toothbrush glass. There was a half-empty bottle of famous grouse on his bedside table, and his eyes were glazed as he stared at the television. Danny stood by the closed door for a full 10 seconds before his brother turned his head. He had the uncanny sensation of looking at an older version of himself. Kyle wore an unkempt beard that was going prematurely grey. His reddish-blonde hair was longer than Danny's, but thinning at the crown. His face was more lined than a 28-year-old's ought to be. Kyle sneered. "I'm a bit upset you didn't fast rope through the window. That's what you twats like doing, right?" Danny ignored the slurred insult. He walked round to the other side of the bed, intending to take the whiskey and empty it down the sink in the bathroom. At the last minute, Kyle realised what he was trying to do. A look of panic crossed his drunken face. He clumsily tried to grab the bottle, but knocked it over. The whiskey glugged out onto the carpet. "Fucking hell!" Kyle said. He set the bottle upright, but it was empty now. "You smell like a tramp," Danny told him. Kyle shrugged and took a swig from the glass. There was something about the arrogant nonchalance in his expression that filled Danny with a sudden rage. He leaned over and grabbed Kyle by his sweat-stained T-shirt, which ripped slightly as he pulled his brother towards him. "I have to leave the country,"
he growled. "If I hear that you so much as laid a finger on Dad when I come back, I swear to God you'll be needing a wheelchair too, and I'll be the one doing time."
Kyle made no attempt to fight. His body was floppy as Danny threw him back onto the bed. Danny had said all he'd come to say. He made for the door. "I already went to the house," Kyle mumbled just as Danny's hand touched the handle. Danny turned. Kyle's face had lost none of its drunken arrogance. "Surprised, little bro? Surprised that I talked to the old cunt without your permission?" He snorted dismissively. "Oh, don't worry, we kissed and made up. The prodigal..." He tried 3 times to say the word prodigal, then gave up. "You want to know what he told me?" he said suddenly, hoisting himself to his feet. He staggered unsteadily towards Danny. "Your arsehole, Kyle. Why don't you just keep your pie all shut?" "He told me sometimes he thought you were more like Taff's son than his." Something snapped. Danny shoved his brother against the wall behind the bed. Their eyes met, but even though Danny had the better of him, Kyle clearly knew he wouldn't do him any real damage. "Stay away from him," Danny rasped. As he said it, he felt his fist clenching the scruff of Kyle's shirt tighter, constricting his neck. Kyle's eyes bulged slightly, and for a moment he looked a little less sure of himself. "Get a grip," Danny told himself. He forced his anger to dissolve, relaxed his arms, and let go of Kyle, who started to cough. There was a banging on the door, and a wheezy voice demanded to know what the hell was going on. Danny stormed out of the room, pushed past the landlord, then hurried down the stairs and out into the street, slamming the front door behind him. He was out of breath, adrenaline throbbing, his head full of 100 things he wanted to shout at his brother. He slammed a heavy fist against a post box, then stalked 50 meters back down the road to where he had parked his BMW motorbike. The tires screeched angrily as he burned off towards the centre of Hereford. He had to be back at base. There was kit to sort out, preparations to be made. But after driving for 5 minutes, he stopped pretending to himself that he was heading to RAF Credenhill. And 5 minutes after that, he pulled up outside the tiny brick bungalow that he and Kyle had called home all their life. It stood in the heart of a housing estate in the Red Hill area of Hereford that looked more run down every time Danny saw it. It was surrounded by a wooden fence whose uprights were so rotten that it was only half standing. The tiny garden was overgrown. His father didn't have the money or enough pride in his surroundings to pay anyone to sort it out for him, and there was no way he could do it himself. In the road outside, a group of 6 kids, 4 guys, 2 girls, all about 18, were sitting on the curb sharing a spliff. Faces pierced, arms inked up, tinny R&B blaring from a smartphone. They looked at Danny with wary expressions. He might not have been around for 6 months, but his reputation still stood up around here. At a jerk of his thumb, the kids silently stood up and slunk away. Danny looked at the bungalow. Cream render stained by years of rain, double glazing that had only been installed 3 years ago because the council offered to pay for it. Cheaper to keep Dad in his own home than pay for sheltered accommodation. Not that Simon Black would ever accept that. The very sight of the place gave Danny the same claustrophobic feeling that had been his constant companion when he was growing up. All he'd ever wanted to do was get out into the countryside, track animals, build fires, sleep out. His father was stubborn. He insisted that his disability wasn't going to stop him leading a normal life. In reality, Danny had learned from a very young age to always keep an eye on him in case he overstretched himself and fell out of his wheelchair, or worse. And, of course, his dad could never take him out into the fields and forests. That had been left to Taff. His dad's oldest friend visited whenever he could. It was the reason they'd moved from Newcastle to Hereford in the first place, or so Danny had always been told. Taff hadn't served with the regiment for years, but his roots were here. Whenever he returned from one of his unexplained excursions abroad, this little bungalow would be his first port of call. Danny looked forward to those visits more than anything else. While Kyle skulked in the corner, Taff had filled Danny's head with stories of far-off places, Central Africa, South America, the Middle and Far East. He'd taken him out and shown him how to build shelters, how to find his way and live off the land. Once they'd caught trout in the river using homemade hooks, then built a fire and cooked their catch. Another time they had stalked a deer after going out before dawn and building a screen of fallen tree limbs from behind which to observe it. "Remember today," Taff had said as they crouched motionless behind that makeshift OP waiting for their quarry. "There might come times in your life when you have to hide. If you can't hide, then run. And if you can't run," he'd given Danny a piercing look, "then fight." When the deer had arrived, he had let Danny make the kill with his hunting rifle. A direct hit that Danny had put down to beginner's luck, but which Taff had read more into. "It'll be the regiment for you, kiddo," he said that day. "You've got the hunger for it." And now Danny remembered what Kyle had said. "Sometimes he thought you were more like Taff's son than his." There was truth in that, he realized. A lot of truth. He stepped up to the bungalow, but didn't knock on the door. Instead, he went round to the side, where a window looked into the tiny front room. Danny could see his father in his wheelchair, back to the window, in front of the TV. To his right, there was a small coffee table with a mug of tea. Danny could just see the steam rising from it. The TV showed some chiseled twat with high cheekbones and a spangly suit ballroom dancing with a girl dressed up like a peacock. Same thing Kyle had been watching. But Simon Black wasn't watching them. His head was slumped. He was clearly asleep. Danny stood there for 5 minutes, not moving, just watching. Then he turned away and walked back to his motorbike. He had no desire to disturb his father. He'd checked that the old boy was okay, and that was all that mattered. 7. At 08:45 hours the following morning, Danny was back in London. An MOD driver had dropped him at the corner of Jermyn Street and Haymarket. He'd walked along Jermyn Street and left into St. James's Square, where he'd lingered for 2 minutes, taking everything in. 3 attractive young women sat gossiping on the steps of the London Library, piles of books in their arms, casting occasional glances in his direction. Outside the East India Club, a man in a business suit climbed into a black cab. Danny walked anti-clockwise round the square, and now he was standing outside one of the tall terraced houses on the south side, looking up at the imposing architecture of number 36. Black railings. Burgundy door with a black knocker in the shape of a lion's head, clearly decorative because to the right of the door was a state-of-the-art video intercom. Danny's practiced eye immediately picked out a further camera, fitted to the corner of a first-floor window and angled down onto the pavement. He cheekily inclined his head at whoever was watching him on the CCTV, then approached the door. It had a burnished brass plaque on it, engraved with the words International Solutions Limited. Beneath the company name was a logo, 2 hands shaking each other in a gesture of solidarity. Danny pressed the button on the intercom. A 10-second pause, and then a female voice. "Good morning. I'm here to see Max Saunders. Your name, please?" "He's expecting me." Another pause, and then a low hum, and the door clicked open. The offices of International Solutions were extremely plush. The reception room in which Danny found himself had a thick carpet and art on the walls. Along the left-hand side there was a large, comfortable sofa with curved wooden feet. As Danny closed the door behind him, a young woman in an elegant business suit walked in from another room at the far end. Her blonde hair was immaculately cut and straightened, and her glasses looked like a fashion accessory rather than a necessity. She was about Danny's age, and walked like she would be more at home on the catwalk than here. "Max will be with you any moment," she said. "Can I get you something? Coffee? Guatemalan or Colombian? Mineral water?" "Mug of PG," Danny suggested. 3 sugars. The PA gave him a forced, thin-lipped smile. "I can offer you Earl Grey, Assam, or Lapsang soup." "I'm fine, love." Danny pointed at the sofa. "Shall I wait here?" "Come on through, come on through!" A new voice, male. Danny looked past the PA to see a man walking into the reception room. Max Saunders couldn't have been taller than 5'8", but Danny didn't let that fool him. He was a tough, wiry little guy. Although he was probably in his late 40s, he clearly still kept in shape. His greying, curly hair was slicked back with gel, and he wore little round glasses propped halfway down his nose. "Has Anastasia offered you coffee? We've got some bloody good Guatemalan stuff." Without waiting for a reply, he strode up to Danny and shook his hand firmly. "Max Saunders, you must be black. Come on through." Danny winked at the Ice Queen, then followed Saunders into the room beyond and up an impressive wooden staircase. "Bit tight, young Anastasia," Saunders said in a conspiratorial tone of voice as they walked up to the next floor. "Fucking terrible secretary, but she's got a pair of titties on her like a couple of Zeppelins. Defy gravity. They should give them the once over at CERN, see what's going on." The thought of Saunders' personal assistant giving this self-important little Rupert a happy ending wasn't one Danny wanted to linger on. "Nice gaff," he said, to change the subject. "Comes a time in a man's life," Saunders said, "when he needs more than a wet tarp and a plastic bag to shit in. I did my time in Hereford, you know." "Yeah, I heard," Danny replied. In fact, he'd heard a lot more. Saunders' name was well known back at HQ. He'd started International Solutions 15 years ago. Nice little business model. Let the regiment spend hundreds of thousands training up the most ruthless fighting force in the world, and then, when they get too old or too sick of risking their neck for a pittance in the bank account at the end of the month, Saunders would welcome them with open arms. Danny knew full well that half the regiment were banking on two pensions, the one they'd get from the government and the one they'd get from Max Saunders. Recently, he'd taken things a step further. The regiment's L detachment had taken to welcoming some of Saunders' personnel on training exercises on the Brecon Beacons. It meant they were fully up to date with all the latest technology, and their skills were kept razor sharp. They were SAS in all but name. Convenient for the British government, who could swear blind they had no troops in a particular territory, when in fact they'd just contracted the job out to Saunders. And Saunders himself was a Rupert to the tips of his toes. While his men were on the ground, bodyguarding greedy businessmen in God knows what hellholes around the world, he was happy to stay in the comfort of his fancy London offices, growing fat off the profits. "Of course, back in my day we were having a crack at the Mick," Saunders was saying as he showed Danny into his personal office. "Bloody dirty little war, that." "Who's your OC?" "Major Anderson." "Eddie?" Saunders said with delight. "I knew him when he was in the Guards. Bloody good soldier. Give him my regards, won't you?" Saunders' office was more like a trophy room. The walls were panelled with oak, and his vast wooden desk was covered with trinkets, ivory statues, wooden carvings, an elaborate gold hookah. This was clearly the room of a well-travelled man, or at least of a man who wanted to give that impression. Hanging on the wall behind the desk was an enormously blown-up image of a stretch of coastline, deep sea to the left, highly forested land to the right. "Scene of one of my greatest triumphs," Saunders said, as he noticed Danny looking at it. "Angola, 98. The government, democratically elected, mind you, was having a spot of bother with rebel militia. Claimed to have political motives, but the reality was that they were raping and looting, the usual. Government couldn't cope, so they brought us in to help out." He smiled at the memory. "The rebels used to move their troops at night. Couldn't work out how it was that we always knew where they were. In the end, they put it down to witchcraft. Thought we were communing with the great juju up the mountain. Surrendered en masse." "And really?" "Really, I'd bought a couple of old Russian MiGs on the black market and fitted the pilots out with NV. We were just watching the silly sods from air. Easiest 5 mil I ever made. Do have a seat." He showed Danny to an expensive-looking leather armchair and took a seat opposite him. Between them was a scale model of a yacht, its prow white and sleek. "Having it built," Saunders said without any trace of self-consciousness. "Man's got to have a hobby, eh?" He removed his glasses, looked through them at arm's length, then replaced them. "So, Syria." "Syria," Danny repeated. "Absolute bloody shit sandwich," Saunders said. We can always trust the ragheads to screw things up for themselves, eh?
Danny didn't offer an opinion.
How are you inserting? Air?
Saunders dropped the question in with a forced nonchalance. When Danny didn't reply, he seemed far from embarrassed. On the contrary, he looked rather pleased, almost as if Danny had passed some kind of test.
You'll have sat phones with you, I assume?
Danny nodded.
Good.
Saunders stood up and walked over to his desk. From a drawer, he took out a sheet of A4 letterhead, which he handed to Danny. At the top it said, International Solutions, below which was the same motif of shaking hands Danny had noticed on the front door. At the bottom, in much smaller writing, was a list of 5 names, the International Solutions Board. Danny picked out Saunders' name, and 2 others he recognized, Merrill Jackson and Bob Goodenough. One was a Labour MP, the other a Tory. Danny realised at once that, with board members sitting on both sides of the political divide, Saunders had a conduit to most of the decision-making going on in Whitehall. Useful when you earn your money out of international conflict. The rest of the sheet was empty, apart from a 12-digit telephone number.
"Call that number when you get to Holmes," said Saunders. "My men will arrange an RV."
"I'll need their names," Danny said, "and I'll decide the RV location."
Interesting idea," Saunders murmured, "but on balance, I think not."
Danny was about to retort when Saunders held up one finger to stop him. When he spoke again, there was a little more gravitas to his voice, as though he had slipped back into his former role as a regimental Rupert. "Don't underestimate the state on the ground there, Black. It's every bit as volatile as Iraq was a couple of years ago. You've every chance of being compromised before you even reach Homs, and I've no intention of risking my men's lives just because you get their names and location belted out of you." He removed his glasses again and squinted at Danny. "Loose lips sink ships, I'm sure you understand," he added, his voice returning to its normal avuncular self. Danny kept quiet, but if Saunders felt at all uneasy with the sudden silence, he didn't show it.
"A word to the wise," he said. "I've got a bloody good team of lads out there. Can't imagine they'd be thrilled at the prospect of a spook turning up to mark their work, if you know what I mean."
"That's between you and the firm," Danny said.
"Indeed it is. Just don't expect them to be rolling out the red carpet is all. Anyway, Black, bloody good to meet you. We should stay in touch. I'm always on the lookout for good men, so if the joys of Hereford ever start to lose their lustre, you know where to come. Money's not quite what it was in the glory days of Blackwater, but there's always work. Governments both sides of the pond can't operate in the Middle East without us. They make cuts to the armed forces, then find themselves freelancing the work out at twice the price. Can't see the sense in it myself, but I'm not complaining. And there's always the chance to earn a little extra while you're out there."
"What do you mean, extra?" Saunders smiled and looked at Danny as if he was trying to work out if he was joking or not. But he didn't answer the question, and instead politely indicated the door with an outstretched palm. Danny took the hint and stood up.
"Bloody good to meet you,"
Saunders repeated as he shook Danny's hand firmly, though perhaps this time he sounded a little less enthusiastic. Danny didn't return the compliment. No good lying when you don't have to, he thought as he walked to the door. Downstairs, the PA was waiting for him rather primly.
"Leaving us so soon?"
she asked, her lips pursed slightly with satisfaction. "Aye," Danny said. "Wouldn't want to keep you from your sugar daddy." The young woman's eyes narrowed at the insult. "I'll let myself out, love," Danny added. Out on the street, the Land Cruiser was waiting for him. He opened the rear door of the vehicle and was about to climb inside when he looked over his shoulder, up at the first-floor window. The morning sun was reflecting off the glass, but he could just see the ghost of a figure looking down at him, watching. Then Max Saunders disappeared, and Danny got into the vehicle. "Bryce Norton?" the driver asked. "Bryce Norton," Danny replied. Heading to Bryce Norton was like heading home. Danny had learned static line and freefall here at No. 1 parachute training school, and he'd lost count of the times he'd boarded a Hercules or a Globemaster on his way to whichever part of the world the regiment needed him. The airbase was as busy today as he'd ever seen it. As his driver pulled up outside the terminal building, it was immediately clear that his arrival had coincided with a major troop movement.
There were at least 100 Green Army lads, with full packs and military uniform, milling around outside, some having a fag, most simply getting a few good lungfuls of Oxfordshire air before a dirty old TriStar with its best years behind it transported them to Camp Bastion. Danny respected every one of them. The older lags with their slightly grizzled faces, and the new recruits who walked with a swagger but couldn't hide the anxiety in their eyes. They had reason to feel it. If Afghanistan was their destination, there wasn't a single man who over the next 6 months wouldn't find himself in a contact that even the most hardened regiment soldier would go out of his way to avoid. Soldiering had changed. The days of serving your time without ever firing a weapon in anger were long gone. Danny found himself picking out faces in the crowd, wondering if he was looking at the one or two who would almost certainly not make it back to British soil. An anonymous white transit pulled up behind them. Danny instantly knew that this would be the rest of his unit. As he climbed out of the Land Cruiser, Jack Ward, Greg Murray and Spud Glover debussed. Like Danny, they all wore civvies, but while this would ordinarily make them blend into the background, at Brize Norton it made them stand out. They approached the terminal building to the stares of some of the Green Army lads, while the transits slipped away to load all their gear on the SF flight that would take them to Cyprus, without having to go through the usual security checks. They might have packed their bags themselves, but they sure as hell contained some offensive weapons that would make the average airport security officer shit himself. The inside of the terminal building was even busier than the outside. Queues of young guys in camouflage gear snaked from the check-in desks, and the air smelled of fast food. It was noisy, too, as young squaddies shouted good-natured army banter at each other, and the tannoy announced flight times and security warnings. "How is Saunders?" Greg asked as they stepped inside the terminal. "Like a cat with a strawberry-flavoured arse," Danny replied, his attention elsewhere. The unit stopped by the main entrance and looked around. It was Spud Glover who saw Buckingham first. "What the—" he said, pointing to a figure standing 30 metres away underneath a yellow gate sign. "Twat looks like Michael fucking Palin." Danny couldn't help but smile. Hugo Buckingham was dressed to travel, but he looked more like he was planning a jaunt to the Tuscan hills than a covert insertion into a war zone. He wore a white-brimmed Panama hat with a black band, a lightweight linen jacket, and at his feet stood a small suitcase. He stuck out like a turd at a picnic. "Leave him to me," Danny said quietly. "Go and check in. I'll see you at the gate." As he walked up to Buckingham, Danny could see he was a bit flustered, when a voice from somewhere on the concourse shouted, "EasyJet don't fly from here, mate." The MI6 man's forehead creased as he pretended he hadn't heard. He didn't appear to notice Danny until he was standing a metre from him. A look of relief crossed his face. "Nice hat," Danny said. Buckingham's eyes rolled upwards to the hat's brim. He removed it and, at a prompt from Danny, handed it over. Danny crumpled it up. For a moment, Buckingham looked angry. Here was a man whose emotions showed plainly on his face. "Wrong get-up?" he asked. "You could say that." "I'm in your hands, of course. Only ever been to Syria on embassy business. Spot of Britishness goes a long way when you're dealing with the ambassador in Damascus." He looked down at his suitcase. "I've only got the one bag," he said. For the briefest of moments he seemed to expect Danny to carry it, but when the SAS man didn't move, he picked up the case himself. Danny pointed towards the check-in desk, where the other three were waiting. As Buckingham walked in that direction, Danny dropped the scrunched-up hat on the concourse floor and followed him. "Packed your cosy?" Spud said as they approached. There was a slightly malicious glint in his eye, and Buckingham flushed from the neck upwards. "Leave it," Danny said. Spud grinned at his colleagues, but let it drop for now. Buckingham's British passport was housed in an immaculate leather case, which he handed to the RAF soldier at the check-in desk before answering the routine questions. The regiment guys flashed their military IDs, name, photograph, blood group, religion, before being waved through to the departure lounge. Jack Ward fetched them all a cup of tasteless coffee from a machine, and they settled down to wait for the moment when an RAF guy would come up to them and quietly lead them to their flight. Danny could tell that Spud had one on him. He couldn't take his eyes off Buckingham's linen jacket, and Danny could almost hear the gears in his head grinding as he worked out his next sarky comment. "So, Hugo, old boy," Spud said finally, affecting a posh accent, "looking forward to a spot of sightseeing?" Danny was about to step in to stick up for Buckingham, who was, after all, going to be their companion for the next few days. But the MI6 man held up one hand to stop him, then turned to address Spud directly. "Syria," he said in a quiet voice. "Population 25 million. Estimated number of internally displaced people 1.5 million. Estimated number of Civil War-related deaths since the beginning of the conflict somewhere between 30 and 50,000, including approximately 3,000 children. Current estimate of detainees and political prisoners killed under torture, about 600. If you imagine, Glover, that I don't understand that we're about to travel to one of the most dangerous parts of the world right now, let me assure you that I do. I don't have your advantages, and I don't have your skills. Frankly, I'm bloody terrified, and I'll thank you not to make it any worse." Silence. "I don't know why you do this job," Buckingham continued. "See the world? Taste for adventure? That's what soldiers usually say, isn't it? Maybe you just like killing people, I don't know. But I'd like to imagine that somewhere deep down you have a bit of loyalty to your country, and you think it's worth fighting for. I do. I entered the Foreign Service because I wanted to serve my country. That's what this is all about. If it means putting myself in harm's way, so be it. I don't like it, but I'll do it because, surprising though it may seem, I'm the best man for this job. I'm an Arabist and a diplomat, not a soldier. I know perfectly well that I can't do it without your help. I'm grateful to you for helping me and helping your country, but if it's all the same to you, I could do without the inverse snobbery and sarcastic comments. This isn't the school playground, and I have a feeling the next few days are going to be hard enough as it is." There was another moment of silence as Buckingham looked at each of the regiment men in turn. Spud's face was unreadable. He put his coffee cup on the floor, wiped the palm of his hand on his jeans, then offered it to Buckingham. The two men shook hands. "Thank you," said Buckingham. Danny could sense the men looking at the civilian with respect. In their world, standing up for yourself counted for something. It was just as Buckingham took back his hand that the same uniformed RAF man who had checked them in approached the group. "Time to board, gentlemen," he said. Buckingham was the first to stand. He removed his linen jacket, crumpled it up, and threw it back down on his seat. "Present from my mum," he said with a grimace. "Always hated the bloody thing. Don't know why I wear it, really. Shall we go? I'm not much good with planes, and waiting around makes me jolly nervous." 8. Homs, Syria. It was the children who made it so difficult, Clara MacLeod decided. Children she would remember as long as she lived. She was a qualified doctor. A few months of working with Médecins Sans Frontières had knocked any squeamishness out of her that still remained after 5 years of medical school. She had witnessed field amputations without anaesthetic. She'd held the hand of an elderly grandmother while she bled copiously to death. When she had come across a man with a split stomach, she had gently reinserted his bulging, sponge-like intestines and come away thinking he might even live. But it didn't matter how hardened you were to the sights and sounds of the Third World, or the grotesque horrors of a war zone, you never got used to the suffering of children. Like the child in front of her now. Clara didn't know the little girl's name. She couldn't speak. Death was so close. Clara could do nothing but make sure that the end of the child's life was as comfortable as possible. She brushed her blonde hair off her forehead and looked around her. Nobody would ever guess that this was once a hospital, a makeshift, cobbled-together field hospital, but a hospital all the same. Now it was a bomb site. The exterior walls had crumpled into rubble. Supporting columns just about held up the ceiling, but these too were badly damaged. The breeze blocks from which they were constructed were cracked and bare, and like everything else that remained of this building, they were streaked with soot. Inside, the open shelves that once carried scant medical supplies, now plundered, were hanging from the cracked walls at an angle. Every so often there was an ominous groan from above, and the ceiling was distinctly bowed. The cautious part of Clara told her she should get out before the columns themselves collapsed, but this little girl couldn't be moved, and she didn't have the heart to leave her. The fire damage made the whole place stink. Steel reinforcing rods jutted out of the floor, rusting and dangerous, and because the walls were no longer standing, Clara could see outside. There was blood on the road. Somebody had tried to wash it away with a hose, and it had pooled in the shallow craters caused by the recent bombardment. Great puddles of pale pink liquid. The few shell-shocked locals who had remained in the area stepped around them without so much as a glance. Maybe they were used to sights like this. More likely, with the death of their loved ones and the destruction of their homes, they had other things on their minds. The little girl groaned, and Clara snapped her attention back to her. She was lying on the hard floor. There was no other place to put her, with Clara's MSF jacket as a makeshift pillow. She had a bandage round her head, not sterilized, barely even clean. It was the best Clara could find, but the wound on the child's head required more than a thin strip of gauze. It was already saturated with blood, sodden. Clara squeezed the girl's hand. Whoever had been caring for her previously had inserted a cannula into the skin, but Clara hadn't been able to find any saline bags among the rubble to attach to it. The pouch of medical supplies that she had slung over her shoulder contained a couple of morphine shots, but there was no point administering them. The child was unconscious and unable to feel pain, and Clara knew she might need those shots later. In the absence of anything else, perhaps she could offer a little comfort. About 15 meters away, in one corner of this demolished room, Clara's boyfriend, Bradley, was hunched over 4 more figures. They were not moving. Bradley was a lanky Australian with a goatee beard and a ponytail. He looked more like a surfer bum than a doctor, the kind of guy Clara's parents would never have approved of. Not that they approved of much in her life. In her more self-aware moments, she admitted to herself that this was the driving force behind much that she did. She was, as her father had once called her, a stubborn little madam. Before she left for Syria, he had pressed a cheap gold-plated wedding band on her. He'd read somewhere that female Western journalists always wore one when they were reporting from the Middle East. It was a way of attracting less attention. She'd given her dad a withering look and told him that the world wasn't really full of his stereotypes. Besides, rings harboured germs. Medics never wore them when they were working. She and Bradley had watched the bombardment of this part of Homs from the Médecins Sans Frontières camp to the east of the city. As the aircraft dropped their ordnance indiscriminately over the area where they were now, Clara had wondered out loud if it really was a rebel stronghold, as the government forces carrying out the raid would undoubtedly claim, or just an ordinary part of an ordinary town populated by ordinary people. "No way to know," Bradley had said. "Anyway, we've got enough patients here to keep our hands full." Bradley was right. Their resources were limited, and they already had more patients than they could adequately care for. But still, he'd gone down in her estimation a little when he'd said that. At sunrise, Clara had announced that she was going to take a vehicle and some medical supplies into the city. Bradley had tried to talk her out of it. When it had become clear that Clara was in no mood to be persuaded otherwise, he had agreed to accompany her, more out of guilt than enthusiasm, she could tell. The tension between them had disappeared when they had seen the extent of the damage. Now he was checking the pulse of these tiny bodies, verifying that they were indeed beyond anyone's help, before covering them with dirty blankets. A yellow pickup truck pulled over in the road 10 meters from where a little girl was lying dead, its worn rubber tires splashing in one of the rosy puddles. 2 Syrian men climbed out. They couldn't have been more than 20, but they had the worn features of much older men. One of them lowered the tailgate of the pickup, then followed his companion into the devastated hospital. Neither of them paid Clara any attention. Their destination was the far corner of the room, where 4 bodies were lined up on the floor, covered in soot-stained blankets. The corpses were sufficiently small and light for the men to carry one each in their arms. Clara turned her head from the sight of a small hand, clenched tight by rigor mortis, hanging from under one of the blankets as its impromptu undertaker carried it to the pickup and laid it in the back. 2 trips each, and the men had loaded the bodies. Only now did one of them look over at Clara, his expression questioning. Clara shook her head. The man shrugged, climbed into the pickup with his companion, and drove away. Clara's patient groaned again. Clara squeezed her hand a little tighter. And then the firing started. It was the rat-a-tat of automatic weapons. Clara didn't know how close, but near enough for it to send a physical shock through her body. She looked round. Out in the street, the few locals had quickly scampered away. Another burst of fire, closer. She could hear shouting. It couldn't be more than 30 meters away. Bradley hurried to her. "We need to get out of here," he said. His voice had an edge of panic. "The shooting's coming from the opposite direction to the car." He was right. They'd had to leave their vehicle some 100 meters south of here because a bomb crater in the road had blocked their way. The gunfire sounded like it came from the north. Clara didn't move. "Come on," Bradley said. He leaned over, grabbed her right arm and started to pull her. She shook him away and looked back at the girl. "I'm not leaving her," she said quietly. The hand in which she held the girl's was trembling. She squeezed a little harder to stop this outward sign of the terror that was rising in her gut. "For God's sake, Clara!" Bradley looked anxiously over his shoulder. "They're running riot out there. Let's just get in the car and go." He pointed down at the child. "You know she's not going to make it, right? You can tell she's only got a few minutes left." Something snapped inside Clara. "Fine," she hissed. "You go. I'll see you back at the camp. I'm a doctor. I'm staying with her." "You're so bloody—" For a moment, Bradley looked as if she had shamed him into staying with her. But then there was a third burst of automatic fire. Bradley winced, then staggered backwards as his courage deserted him. Clara was only watching him through the corner of her eye. She refused to give him her full attention as he turned and fled. His footsteps faded as he raced up the road. Then there was a sudden, terrible silence. It didn't last long. Gunfire to the north and the south. In less than 10 seconds, armed men appeared in front of the abandoned field hospital from either end of the street. 15, perhaps? Unlike the locals who had deserted the place minutes earlier, these gunmen were in uniform. Standard military camouflage. Clara knew nothing about guns, but the weapons they were carrying looked ugly. So did the expressions on their faces. 2 men looked over at the bombed-out hospital, leered, and then started to amble unpleasantly in Clara's direction. A ghastly rattle came from the little girl's chest. Her lungs were filling with fluid. She didn't have long. Clara fumbled inside her jacket. She pulled out the ring her dad had given her and squeezed it onto the 4th finger of her left hand. Then she reached for her MSF ID card. With a fierce expression that she hoped would hide the terror pulsing through her, she held it up to the approaching gunmen when they were just a couple of meters away. One of them, he had a beard which, despite his youth, was flecked with grey, grabbed it contemptuously and tossed it into the debris. Now they were standing over Clara. One of them bent down to pull her to her feet. She tried to wriggle free of him, as she had done with Bradley, but this bastard wasn't going to let her go so easily. He dragged her away from her patient. Clara could only watch, sickened, as the bearded soldier booted the little girl hard in the side of her bleeding head. The child's body jerked alarmingly, and then it fell still. Clara wanted to scream, but the shock of what she had just witnessed silenced her. The 2 government soldiers started shouting at her in Arabic. She couldn't understand a word. The man holding her pushed her towards the street. She stumbled. He grabbed hold of her and pushed her again. Seconds later she was outside and had fallen to her knees in one of the puddles of diluted blood. She looked to her right. Farther down the street, perhaps 50 meters away, she saw a figure lying face down on the ground. Bradley's ponytail was sticking girlishly up into the air. He was surrounded by a pool of his own blood. Bile rose in the back of Clara's throat. She bent forward to retch, but even as she did this, she felt a hand grab her and pull her to her feet. Most of the gunmen had dispersed. She was surrounded by 3 of them, the bearded man and 2 others. They were government forces, all right, but she could tell at a glance they had no interest in law and order. In a country where the military had been given carte blanche and where looting was encouraged by the administration, these three had the arrogant look of men who knew they could do what they wanted, to whom they wanted, with no comeback at all.
"Please," Clara said. "I just want to help people."
She silently cursed her lack of Arabic. How could she explain that she was simply a doctor?
"Je ne veux qu'aider des malades," she said.
Maybe she showed them the medical supplies she had in her pouch. She opened it and was about to pull out a dressing when she felt the butt of a rifle rub between her legs. She felt a flash of anger and swiped the rifle away. Instantly, the gunman gave her reason to regret it. He swiped the barrel brutally against the side of her face, a stunning blow that disorientated her and knocked her once more to the ground. The bearded soldier gave a harsh, barking laugh. Then Clara heard a clicking sound, and although she knew little about weapons, she knew what that meant. What happened next was a reflex action, the survival instinct. Clara reached into her medical pouch. The first thing her fingers touched was a sterilized hypodermic needle, about 4 inches long, sealed in a white vacuum pack. She pulled it out, holding the blunt end of the needle like a knife. With her free hand, she pushed away the barrel of the rifle that was pointing directly at her, and with the other stabbed the vacuum pack into the side of the gunman's knee. The needle slid through the packaging and pierced the gunman's trousers before slipping easily into the tendon behind his patella. The man screamed. At the same time, he fired his weapon. The rounds discharged erratically. Several of them thundered into the ribcage of one of the other soldiers, throwing him back onto the ground. Clara pushed herself to her feet and ran. She didn't expect to make it out of there alive, especially when, out of nowhere, she heard a helicopter overhead. A quick glance over her shoulder, however, told her what was going on. One soldier was dead, a second was doubled over in agony, the needle protruding from his kneecap. The third, the bearded soldier, whose seconds previously had found the whole situation such a joke, but who had now taken in the disaster around him, was anxiously looking up at the helicopter. Suddenly he turned and fled in the opposite direction. Evidently, he wanted no association with what had just happened. Clara continued to run, past walls covered with anti-government graffiti and metal security shutters that remained intact even though the buildings they protected had massive holes blasted into their facades. Her only chance was to get to their vehicle. It was 100 meters away. She looked only straight ahead as she ran. Her eyes were misty with tears, and she didn't realize what she was looking at until she had covered half that distance. Something was burning. It was just beyond the enormous bomb crater that had stopped them from continuing along the road. With a sickening twist in her stomach, she realized it was their vehicle. It was surrounded by figures, 5, maybe more, who were hazy in the heat and through Clara's tears. She had no doubt that they were unfriendly. She stopped, breathless, exhaustion burning in her chest, her limbs cold with fear. She looked around. There was a street leading off to her left. A telegraph pole, damaged at the root, was swaying dangerously across the start of the street, and 2 of the cables it once supported were snaked messily on the ground. This street had taken the brunt of the recent bombing. The houses on either side were ruins, and it was deserted. Almost without thinking, Clara ran down it. She heard more gunfire near the hospital, and with a desperate sob, upped her pace. She was barely aware of her surroundings now, and only knew that she had to get away from the government forces who had taken Bradley's life and nearly killed her. She ran for 10 minutes, maybe more, before the build-up of lactic acid in her limbs forced her to stop. She doubled over to catch her breath, her hands shaking and her skin moist with sweat. As the burning in her legs and lungs subsided, she straightened up and looked around. She was in a narrow street. It had not been quite so heavily bombarded as the area around the hospital, but it bore the scars of war nonetheless. She saw a first-floor window with a sniper fire hole the size of her fist, and the pavements were crammed with overflowing bags of stinking, uncollected rubbish that rustled worryingly, no doubt overrun with feasting rodents. She counted 3 shop fronts. 2 of them had had their display windows smashed in and their contents looted. Somebody had taken the precaution of applying gaffer tape to the splintered window of the 3rd to stop it falling in. 15 meters away, another car was still smouldering. Its features were burned away, with the exception of a skew-whiff Mercedes symbol that had miraculously remained fixed to the bonnet. A reek of burned fuel mingled with the stench of rotting debris. Apart from a stray dog sitting patiently in front of one of the smashed shop windows, the street was deserted. Or so Clara thought. As she regained her breath, a pair of eyes peered out from behind the car. Dark, frightened. They belonged to a child. A little girl with a nasty cut across one cheek. Clara couldn't stop a sob escaping her lips. She stepped towards the child, one hand outstretched. It was the worst thing she could have done. The terrified kid turned and fled, running away as fast as her little legs would go, not looking back. Clara would have run after her, but she had no energy, and in any case, her attention was suddenly elsewhere. Two noises started at once. The first was the dog, half a yap, half a howl. The second was the sound of machinery somewhere overhead. Clara assumed it was a helicopter. She didn't quite know why, but it filled her with fear. If the chopper was about to fly over this street, she didn't want it to spot her. That single thought was enough to urge her legs back into action. She ran to the nearest of the three looted shops and climbed over what remained of the window's jagged glass. Shards crunched underfoot as she stepped into the shop. Just in time. She turned and looked back through the broken window. The helicopter thundered overhead. She knew nothing about the machinery of war, but the glimpse of a man sitting at the open side of the aircraft with some kind of machine gun was enough to make her feel sick with fear all over again. The chopper hovered above her for a full minute, low and threatening. Clara felt the thunder of its rotors vibrating. By the time it had moved on, she could barely move through exhaustion. And distress, all-consuming. It wasn't just the image of Brad's dead body viciously seared on her mind. It wasn't just the memory of her bruising escape from the government forces who had killed her tiny patient without a thought, and who, she was quite sure, would now want to do the same to her. It was this. She was alone. And lost. Her only option was to try to make it back to the MSF base. She had no idea how to get there, no means of calling for help, and no wish to leave the dubious protection of the abandoned shop. She didn't know what to do. Her knees buckled underneath her, and she fell to the floor, her face in her hands, overcome with the kind of desperate, racking sobs that are only ever caused by fear. 9. Larnaca, Cyprus, 2000 hours. For the second time in 48 hours, Danny felt the warm, dry air of the Mediterranean hit his face. The light was failing, and the endless blue sky was turning indigo with faint streaks of pink on the horizon. Buckingham was by his side as he exited the Hercules that had transported them to Cyprus, just as he had stuck close to him for the whole journey. Danny had taken him in hand. The guys had brought their weapons and other hardware in a sturdy flight case from Hereford. Now, however, they transferred all this gear, along with their packs and the clothes they had prepared for their insertion, into 2 huge rubber waterproof bags. Danny had told Buckingham to open his suitcase and had rummaged through it to find anything worth bringing along. "Leave it here," he told the MI6 man before nodding at the waterproof bags. "We packed for you anyway." Since fronting up to Spud back at Bryce Norton, Buckingham had barely said a word. Danny could tell it was more than a fear of flying. The guy was genuinely anxious about what they were about to do. Danny was fine with that. A bit of fear sharpened the mind, kept you on the mark. It was the moment you started to get blasé that led to fuck-ups. And in this line of work, fuck-ups meant going home in a box, if you were lucky. He didn't mind Buckingham's puppy-dog eyes, either. If the spook felt reliant on him, he was more likely to do as he was told. Buckingham might be the boss, but on the ground, Danny would be the one calling the shots, and firing them too, if necessary. Syria was enemy territory, increasingly lawless, increasingly dangerous. Being blasé was not an option. As the ops officer back in Hereford had briefed them, a thin-lipped sergeant by the name of Wilkinson was waiting to lead them onto the tarmac to escort them to the docks. They moved swiftly. The RV with their Syrian fixer, who was to supply them with vehicles and fuel, was to take place at 0100 hours on the Syrian coast. If they were late, he wouldn't hang around. That would leave them stuck in country with no onward transport. And there was a lot of ground, or rather water, to cover yet. Wilkinson didn't say a word as he drove the unit and their gear out of the airport, although Danny did notice the way he kept glancing at them in the van's rear-view mirror. It was clear he was wondering what they were about to embark upon. It was just as clear that none of the Special Forces guys were going to tell him. Perhaps Buckingham was following their lead. Perhaps he was just too nervous to speak. Whatever the truth, he sat in the back, staring through the glass in absolute silence. The van stopped, and Wilkinson switched off the engine. The guys alighted. Danny held back. "You okay, pal?" he asked. Buckingham nodded. He looked grateful that Danny had taken the trouble to ask. The docks were crowded. A Royal Navy frigate had just docked, and swarms of Navy guys were milling around the waterfront. There was a buzz about the place. The sailors were clearly looking forward to some downtime, and despite everyone in the vicinity being in uniform, and the huge outline of the frigate docked just 30 metres from where Wilkinson had pulled up, there was an almost civilian atmosphere. The bars of Cyprus would be doing some good business tonight. 2 Marines were waiting for them. Danny shook hands with them, Buckingham as ever by his side, while the other lads took their waterproof holdalls from the back of Wilkinson's van. "You need to do anything here?" one of the Marines asked. Danny shook his head. "Let's get moving," he said. "We can't hang around." The Marines led them to a small brick building 50 metres away on the very edge of the dock. It was about the size of a large double garage. Inside, Danny saw that it had been constructed around a small man-made inlet, just big enough to house the Mark I rigid raider that would transport them offshore. The assault boat was about 5 metres long, big enough for 8 troops plus coxswain. Glass-reinforced plastic hull, 115 horsepower outboard motor. Simple, utilitarian, nothing to write home about. With the unit and their gear, it would achieve about 40 knots, perfect for the job. But Buckingham looked puzzled. "It's rather small, isn't it?" He sounded anxious. "To get all the way to Syria, I mean." Danny allowed himself a smile. "Don't worry about it, pal," he said. "We've got something a bit better lined up." To the left of the inlet, there was a rack of dry suits. The guys loaded their gear into the rigid raider, then got out of their civvies and into the dry suits. The Marines and regiment guys had changed into the tight-fitting suits long before Buckingham had even managed to ease his right leg into his. He sat on the floor, dressed in boxer shorts, his thin arms awkward as he tried to squeeze himself into the dry suit. It took him a full 10 minutes, by which time all the other guys, with the exception of Danny, were sitting in the raider, waiting for him to embark. Danny led Buckingham to the edge of the inlet and held his right arm as he gingerly stepped into the bobbing vessel. Then he embarked himself and nodded at the Marine at the helm. Within seconds, the engine was purring, and the boat was emerging from the end of the brick building and out into the port. The 8-man vessel was tiny against the huge silhouette of the frigate, even smaller against the dark night sky as the noise of its engine dissolved into the open air. The Marine navigated it expertly out into the open water, then increased speed. The stern raised slightly, and the raider bounced and plunged through the inky sea, away from the safe, twinkling lights of land and into the utter blackness of the Mediterranean night. As the spray splashed Danny's face and the salt air filled his lungs, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Buckingham, sitting next to him, clearly didn't share it. He was gripping the edge of the vessel so hard that even in the darkness Danny could faintly see the whiteness of his knuckles. The raider continued at full pelt for 10 minutes, the Marines navigating by the dim light of a small GPS unit. As the sound of the motor wound down and the vessel started to bob on the gentle swell of the Med, Danny looked back towards Cyprus. The lights of the shoreline were barely visible now. From somewhere there came a low, rumbling sound. It seemed to be all around them, above them, below them, coming from everywhere. "What's that?" Buckingham whispered. Nobody answered. "What do we do now?" Buckingham's voice had become fearful. "We hitch a lift," Danny said. "I told you we had something bigger laid on." Even as he spoke, The surface of the water suddenly started to tremble.
"Shit!"
Buckingham hissed.
"What's going on?"
"Wait," Danny said calmly. He looked around, peering into the darkness, while the coxswain spoke on his handheld radio. "Coming in now." He turned to the rest of them. "Okay, lads, hold on." "Over there," said one of the Marines, pointing in a direction that Danny estimated as northwest. The sea state grew considerably rougher, and although it was difficult to judge distances in the darkness, Danny estimated that the shape emerging from the depths was about 100 meters away. A dark shadow against the horizon, the tip of HMS Vanguard's conning tower broke through the surface of the water with a resounding crash. He sensed Buckingham's breathing get faster as the tower rose higher and higher above the waves. They were looking at it side on. As the stern of the sub appeared, 20 meters in front of the conning tower, the vast size of the vessel became clear. It was strangely whale-like in shape, and perhaps 1.5 football pitches long. This wasn't the first time Danny had seen a sub break water, but it never failed to astonish him how something so big could travel so silently beneath the surface of the sea. Danny's eyes followed the sub's outline. The top of the vessel tapered down towards the stern to allow boarding by vessels such as the rigid radar. The coxswain started the outboard motor again, then swung the attack boat through 270 degrees so that they were travelling parallel to the sub, but towards its aft, which was still submerged. The slope of the sub's roof, however, meant that a small deck area had appeared to the rear of the conning tower. The radar swept clockwise in a broad 180-degree arc so that it was aligned with the sub, then headed straight for the tower. Lateral waves, caused by the emergence of the submarine, slammed against the stern of the boat, spraying its passengers and momentarily blinding them as they ploughed through them. After about 5 seconds, there was a scraping sound beneath the radar as it came into contact with the sub's deck. It ground to a halt 5 meters from the conning tower. There was a steel door in the tower, its edge defined by a series of studded rivets. As the Marines stood up in the boat, the door opened and a dull yellow light lit the deck. 4 submariners appeared. They wore heavy waterproof jackets and sturdy boots and started yelling instructions over the deafening noise of the sub's engines. Without ceremony, one of the Marines grabbed Buckingham by the arm and manhandled him over the side of the radar into the care of a waiting submariner, who, holding him firmly, escorted him off the deck and into the conning tower. Danny, Spud, Jack, and Greg unloaded their waterproof holdalls and hauled them across the deck and into the sub. There was no time to say goodbye to the Marines. The hydraulic doors immediately hissed close, shutting out the sound of the sea and leaving the radar out on the deck. It would start floating again as the submarine submerged, and the Marines would be back in dock 15 minutes after that. Danny looked around. They were in a room with a painted steel floor, about 8 meters square. The walls were covered with pipes and hydraulics. The sub yawed, but only barely. Buckingham looked unsteady on his feet. The 4 guys who had ushered them off the deck were there, as well as one other. He wore a greying beard, had very piercing blue eyes, and looked about 40 years of age. "Welcome aboard HMS Vanguard," he said. "I'm Commander Fleming." Danny had full-on respect for members of the Silent Service, and particularly for anyone who had passed the rigorous submarine command course. Its failure rate was almost as high as that of SAS selection, hence its nickname, the Perisher. He shook Commander Fleming's hand. "Change here, if you will," Fleming said. "I've asked my men to deal with your equipment, and I've had rooms set aside for you, unless you'd care to join me on the bridge." Danny glanced at Buckingham, who was miserably trying to peel off his neoprene suit. "No, we'll go to our rooms," he said. "Of course," the captain said. "Is there anything we can do for you? Something to eat?" "Hot food would be good," Danny said. With another sidelong glance at Buckingham, he added, "And tea. Sweet." Fleming nodded at one of the waiting seamen. "Aye, aye, Captain," the man replied, then headed down a metal staircase. "Follow me, fellas," a second of the submariners said. He led them down below. Danny could sense the vessel submerging again as they left the staircase and passed along a series of narrow corridors. "I don't much like enclosed spaces, old sport," Buckingham whispered. "Then you're in the wrong place, pal," Danny said. They have to fit a couple of 100 guys on one of these things. Doesn't leave much space. No chicks either, Spud said. He looked over at the MI6 man. So if you were thinking of joining the Mile Low Club, he grinned, you won't be fucking 'em, Buckingham. To his credit, Buckingham smiled. The quarters to which the Submariner led them comprised a single room, 7 metres by 4, though Danny realised this was spacious compared to the tiny berths that the Vanguard's crew had to put up with. The guys stripped out of their dry suits and changed into the all-in-one blue overalls that were waiting for them. 10 minutes later, food arrived. Subs such as this were designed to be constantly at sea. It required no refuelling on account of its nuclear reactor, and it could be at sea for long stretches without being restocked. Fresh food was rare, but the cooks had a reputation for conjuring decent meals from the dried and tinned supplies at their disposal. The unit tucked into bowls of welcome, warming stew and drank mugs of hot tea in silence. When they'd finished, Danny turned to Buckingham. "Strip off," he told him. Buckingham had another go at peeling off the neoprene, while Danny opened one of the waterproof bags and removed a set of clothes. They were deliberately nondescript, a pair of jeans and a coarse shirt. You could wear this outfit almost anywhere, from Damascus to Dorking, without anybody batting an eyelid. The clothes smelt unpleasantly musty, and Danny was briefly reminded of his brother's B&B room. "Put these on," he told Buckingham once he had stripped down to his boxer shorts, "and put the dry suit on again over them." The regiment guys were stripping down too, but their preparations were a bit more exotic. The clothes they wore were similar to Buckingham's, but under his shirt each man strapped a shoulder holster and a SIG 9mm. Buckingham's eyes were wide as he watched them check over their weapons. The room filled with the dull clunk of magazines being inserted, safety switches enabled. Danny noticed how he looked rather apprehensively into the waterproof bag that contained their M4s. He zipped it shut. No point shitting the guy up more than necessary. Once they'd put their civvies on, they pulled on the dry suits once more. "How far down are we?" Buckingham asked. Danny shrugged. 500 metres, he said. "A bit more." "Bloody hell. And how long until—" Danny sensed that Buckingham was talking out of nervousness, and maybe the best thing was to keep him talking. "Couple of hours," he said. "When they drop us off, we'll have to tap about 1 kilometre and land. There's a T-junction leading to the main highway. That's where we'll meet our fixer and pick up the cars." Buckingham looked confused. "Wouldn't it be better for him to meet us with the cars as soon as we land? I mean, we'd rather be in vehicles than on foot, wouldn't we?" Danny shook his head. "We don't know this fixer from Adam. If we meet him at the T-junction, he'll assume we're approaching by road, not by sea. We can check him out before we make contact. Let's not get compromised before we've even begun." "Compromised? He's an MI6 agent. Surely we can trust him." The rest of the guys laughed. "What?" Buckingham demanded. "What?" "He's a fixer, mate," Spud explained. "They're the same the world over. Sneaky, out for what they can get. He's helping us because the firm are paying him, but he'll betray us just as quickly if someone comes along with a better offer." Buckingham looked a bit sick. "Don't worry, pal," Greg told him. "Any problems, we'll sacrifice Spud, not you. Right, Spud?" Spud looked down at the bulge in his chest where the dry suit was covering his handgun. Then he looked back at Buckingham. "Yeah, right," he said. 23:30 hours, Eastern European time. A sharp rap on the door of their quarters. A bearded submariner appeared. "Breaking the service in 10 minutes, guys. Wait here till we give you the word." In his arms he had a pile of inflatable vests. He handed them round to Buckingham and the unit, who slipped them over their heads. Then they waited. Danny felt the sub roll a few degrees as it broke the surface. Buckingham flinched. He'd barely spoken a word since they'd been submerged. The guys grabbed the waterproof bags. 2 minutes later, the door opened again. The bearded submariner nodded at them. Silently, they filed out into the narrow corridor and followed the guy back in the general direction of the conning tower. They didn't take the spiral staircase up into the tower, however, but carried on 10 metres past it to a ladder that led up to an overhead hatch. Commander Fleming was waiting for them here. "We've had a communication from Hereford HQ," he said. "There's been a night of heavy fighting in Homs. 2 Médecins Sans Frontières doctors went missing. Reports are coming in that one of them's been found dead. He gave Danny a piercing look. "Watch how you go, lads. Looks like they're killing foreigners in the streets." He glanced at Buckingham, and his face was filled with distrust. Whether Buckingham noticed it or not, Danny couldn't tell. The captain pulled a red lever on the corridor wall. A hiss, and the hatch in the ceiling slid open. A sudden rush of noise as sea air blasted down the hatch. A face appeared above. "Send your gear up!" it shouted. The guys passed their waterproof bags up through the hatch, then Greg, Jack, and Spud climbed the ladder, leaving Danny alone with Buckingham and the captain. "Ready?" Danny asked. Buckingham took a deep breath. "As I'll ever be," he said. "You go first. I'll be right behind. Go carefully on deck. It's not a good night for swimming." Buckingham nodded, then carefully climbed the ladder. "Good luck with that one," Fleming said quietly. Danny felt his brow furrowing as he nodded in farewell and followed the MI6 man. On deck there was a stiff breeze. Here, 2 miles from the Syrian coast, the weather conditions were different to those they'd left behind in Cyprus. The moon was still bright enough for the conning tower to cast a sinister shadow over the vessel, but the sea 10 meters below the deck was rougher. The foam where the swell hit the sub was almost phosphorescent, and the spray made the deck treacherous. After the relative quiet inside HMS Vanguard, the steady throb of the sub's engines seemed ominously loud, but that was okay. They were 2 miles out to sea. Cloaked in its dull metallic black paint, Vanguard was out of sight and out of earshot. A black RIB was waiting for them, along with 2 Marines in neoprene suits and with MP5s slung around their necks. As the hatch hissed closed, Danny saw that the guys had already loaded up the RIB and were climbing in. "Get in!" he shouted at Buckingham, before walking him 5 slippery meters across the deck to the stern of the RIB. With a nod at the Marines, he helped Buckingham into the vessel, then climbed in too. He gave the Marine at the outboard a thumbs up. The Marine flicked the pressel of his radio twice. "Hold on!" he shouted. At first it seemed that nothing was happening, but then, after about 20 seconds, the massive sub juddered slightly. Slowly, it started to sink. 5 meters to sea level. 3 meters. 1. The sea suddenly closed in over the deck. They were still in the shadow of the receding conning tower, but they were afloat. The RIB rocked precariously, caught precisely in the crash of the sea rushing in from either side. Salt water splashed over them. The coxswain waited 10 seconds for the deck to submerge another few meters before swinging the hinged outboard down into the water and starting it up. As water continued to slosh over the RIB, the Marine increased its speed, heading 10 meters towards the submerged aft of the Vanguard before turning in a wide semicircle and making directly for the shore. Half blinded by the spray, Danny peered into the night, towards the Syrian coastline. There were lights to his 10 o'clock, but in the darkness he couldn't tell how far away they were. Overhead, a commercial flight was travelling in a southerly direction. Danny wondered how many aircraft there were up there that he couldn't see. He remembered catching the glint of a drone when he was lying beside Boydie in the OP in Syria. Those drones were like guardian angels. You never knew if they were really there, or even if they'd help you out when you needed it most. Straight ahead, there was nothing. The deserted stretch of beach to which they were heading was 5 clicks from any known human habitation in any direction. He wouldn't have expected to see any lights, but that didn't mean their insertion point was safe. Far from it. If he'd been on the shore looking out, nobody would have seen him either. Time check. 00:15 hours. 45 minutes till RV. They were cutting this fine. If the fixer didn't hang around with their vehicles, they were screwed. The RIB's outboard slowed down, becoming quieter, a sure sign that they were approaching land. 200 meters, the coxswain announced. Greg and Jack, sitting on either side of the boat, raised their weapons, scanning the coast through the lenses of their IR sights. 10 seconds later they slowed again. The motor was very quiet now, barely audible above the sound of waves crashing on the beach. There, about 50 meters distant, Danny could see the humped outline of a sand dune. A sudden surge as the RIB caught a breaking wave. They glided into shallow water, where the second Marine jumped from the boat. The sea was knee-high. The coxswain killed the outboard as his colleague dragged them towards the beach. 5 meters from dry land. The unit moved quickly. This was a moment of vulnerability. Anyone could be waiting for them, unfriendly eyes searching, and so they needed to be especially watchful, and fast, and quiet. Greg and Jack splashed into the shallow water and ran to shore. 10 meters up the shingled beach, they threw themselves on their bellies in the firing position, carefully scanning the area, on high alert for any sign of a threat. "Get out," Danny told Buckingham, who nodded and eased himself carefully into the water, while Danny and Spud grabbed the waterproof bags and joined them. While the Marines grounded the RIB, Danny, Spud, and Buckingham ran onto the beach. "Get out of your dry suit," Danny told Buckingham. The 3 men tore off their inflatable jackets and peeled away the dripping suits to reveal their civvies underneath. Danny stuffed the wet clothes back into the waterproof bag and picked up his weapon. He grabbed Buckingham's shirt, dragged him over to where Greg and Jack were lying, and pushed him onto the ground. "Don't move," he hissed. As he and Spud adopted the firing position, Greg and Jack returned to the Marines to hand over their wet gear. Danny scanned the surrounding area, ignoring a sharp stone digging into his elbow. The beach was about 30 meters deep. The sand dune that backed onto it was about 15 meters high and had an incline of roughly 40 degrees. It was high summer. Expected rainfall in western Syria was close to 0, although the winter and spring rains meant this part of the country was fertile and scrappy plants sprouted from the surface of the dune. There was no movement that he could make out. No sign that anyone had witnessed them land. No government troops. No locals. At least, not that Danny could see. 2 minutes passed. Behind him, Danny heard the cough of the rigid inflatable boats outboard. He didn't look back. He knew that Greg and Jack would by now have stuffed their wet gear into the waterproof bags and given these to the Marines, who would be on their way back to HMS Vanguard. There was a light crunch of footsteps as his 2 unit colleagues stepped past the 3 men on the ground and headed stealthily towards the rim of the dune. "What's happening?" Buckingham asked. Danny said nothing. He was too busy concentrating. Moving about 10 meters apart, Greg and Jack crouched low as they approached the brow of the dune, then adopted the firing position as they reached it. They lay there, perfectly still. The low hum of the rib's motor had faded. The only noise was the gentle crash and hiss of waves against the shingle. Jack raised his right hand, the signal to advance. "Stick close to me," Danny whispered. He jumped up and pulled Buckingham to his feet. Then, covered by Jack and Greg up ahead and with Spud 10 meters to the left, they advanced. The sand of the dune was soft. Buckingham stumbled twice, and Danny had to help him up. He was already panting by the time they reached the top. Danny scanned ahead. The terrain sloped gently downward for a kilometre before it reached a road running north-south, parallel to the coastline. He could make out the distant outlines of trees and bushes, a reminder that the climate on the Mediterranean side of Syria was a good deal less harsh than the desert on the eastern side and the border with Iraq. Approximately to their 2 o'clock was the T-junction. Here, parked in a line facing south, were 3 vehicles. The lead vehicle had its headlamps on, lighting up the road. Danny removed a night sight from his pack. Focusing in on the lead vehicle, he could just discern the outline of a figure at the steering wheel. "Bingo," he said. "We've got 1 guy up front. I'm guessing there's at least 2 more, as they're in 3 vehicles." He lowered the sight. "Okay, everything looks as it should, but let's not take any chances. I wouldn't put it past this Mohammed bloke to do the dirty on us and set up an ambush. Spud, Greg, stay here. Keep eyes on. We'll make contact and check over the vehicles, then send Mohammed and his boys packing. If it looks like we're having any trouble, you know what to do. Jack, Buckingham, come with me." Jack gave him a troubled look. "You sure about this?" he said with a glance at their companion. Danny nodded. "I don't want this guy to know for sure how many of us there are. If we leave Buckingham behind, they'll know we've got at least 1 more guy looking after him. Let's keep Mohammed in the dark if we can." Jack inclined his head. "Roger that," he said, then looked at Buckingham. "I don't want to get your back up, mate, but when we go down there, do what we say and keep your mouth shut. We'll do the talkie." The vehicles were at their 2 o'clock. Danny, Jack, and Buckingham headed out to their 11 o'clock. Danny estimated that this would allow them to hit the road approximately 250 meters from the convoy. They could then approach from behind, and their fixer would be none the wiser about which direction they'd really come from. Running with full pack and hindered by Buckingham's lack of fitness, it took them the best part of 7 minutes to cross the open ground and reach the road. It was a good 8 or 9 metres wide, but its surface was potholed and stony. They walked in single file, Jack first, then Buckingham, then Danny, each man 10 metres from the next. When they were 20 metres from the T-junction and the convoy, they stopped and lay on the dusty ground, surveying the site. A car door slammed. A figure emerged from the front vehicle and walked onto the rough ground east of the road. He stood 10 metres from the car, and it was perhaps 5 seconds before Danny realised that he was taking a slash. "Wait here," he hissed. Silently and in less than 5 seconds, Danny covered most of the 20 metres to the pissing man. The guy wasn't even aware of his presence until Danny was 3 metres away. He was shaking himself off as Danny wrapped his left arm around his neck and covered his mouth with his right hand. The guy tried to shout, but all that came out was a muffled whimper. Looking over his shoulder, Danny saw Jack sprinting towards the lead vehicle. Moments later, he had ripped the door open and was aiming his M4 directly into the front. A babble of Arabic emerged. Jack pulled 2 men roughly out of the car and threw them onto the ground. Aware that Buckingham was nervously approaching, Danny pushed his man over to where the others were crouching, then beckoned to him to hurry towards them. Danny looked at each of the 3 Syrian men in turn. "Mohammed?" he asked. One of the pair that Jack had pulled from the car looked up sharply. He looked unpleasant. The photo they'd seen back at base had massively flattered him. A big, fat, bald bastard with rotten yellowed teeth and bags under his eyes. His eyes darted angrily to Jack's gun. "What you do?" he said in broken English. "I, your friend. Put the gun down. I have cars for you. Very good cars. Put the gun down, please." Danny gave Jack an almost imperceptible nod. Jack lowered the M4, though Danny noticed that he kept it firmly in his grip. Instantly, the fixer's face softened. He stood up, and his 2 friends did the same. Mohammed opened his arms and gave them a grin that displayed his rotten teeth even more clearly. And then, in a voice that bore no trace of his previous anger, he said, "Welcome to our poor country, my friends. Welcome to Syria." 10. He was a fixer through and through, glib, talkative, slightly nervous, slippery as a fish. He presented the 2 vehicles with the aplomb of a car salesman flogging a Bentley. In fact, the cars looked knackered. A dull brown Renault and a red VW, both covered with scrapes and dents and rust. Each was decorated inside with religious icons and coloured beads, as was the custom in that part of the world, and they smelt faintly of petrol and hashish. "Very good cars," Mohammed said. "Yeah," Jack muttered as he checked the vehicles over. "Enough to give Jeremy Clarkson a lazy lob on." "Jeremy?" Mohammed asked enthusiastically. "Who is this Jeremy? A friend of yours? You have more friends coming." "No," Danny stated. "No friends coming. Just us." It happened in a split second. Buckingham said nothing, but his gaze darted briefly to the west, where they'd left Spud and Gregg. Had the fixer noticed? Danny couldn't tell. Jack was checking one of the cars and got it started. Danny looked at Mohammed's 2 companions. "Okay, fellas," he said. "Time to move." The fixer turned to Buckingham and smiled his gruesome smile. "Where do you travel to in our poor country?" Danny wasn't fast enough. Before he could stop him, Buckingham had already answered. "Aleppo," he said. Mohammed's eyes narrowed slightly. "Ah," he said. "Aleppo. Very good." "You heard what the man said, guys?" Jack interrupted, deftly steering the conversation away. "Time to make tracks." The fixer ignored Jack, turning back to Danny instead. "You pay me now," he said. "Nice try, pal. You've had your payday. Time to go." An outraged expression crossed Mohammed's face. He was obviously about to escalate this argument. Danny pulled his cig from his chest rig and pressed it against the fixer's head. "Go," he said quietly. Mohammed's whole demeanour changed. He stepped back, barked a single word in Arabic to his two companions, then gave Danny an obsequious little half-bow, his eyes still searching and suspicious. Moments later, the three men were all in the car. The engine coughed a few times, but then the car moved off into the night. Danny and Jack watched it disappear. Then they turned back to Buckingham. Jack's face was a storm cloud. "I told you to leave the talking to us," he said. Buckingham's eyes widened in surprise. "I said we were going to Aleppo," he said. He looked to Danny for support. "I thought you were trying to put him off our track." Danny glanced over at the departing vehicle. "Aleppo's 100 clicks from the Turkish border," he said. "If that's where we're headed, we'd never start our journey from here. Mohammed, or whatever his name is, knew you were lying." He did everything he could to keep his voice level, even though he was as angry as Jack. "Well, what the bloody hell was I supposed to say?" Buckingham said. "Nothing," Jack told him. "We can't do anything about it now," Danny said. "We'll just need to keep alert." "Roger that," Jack muttered. His eyes followed the lights of the fixer's vehicle. It was about 1.5 kilometres away when it turned to the left and out of sight. He removed a thin torch from his pack and pointed it back towards the coast in Greg and Spud's direction. 2 quick flashes, a signal for the guys to join them. Danny kept stag with his SIG, while Jack loaded their gear into the boot of the brown Renault. He lay their M4s along the outside edge of the boot and covered them loosely with a grey travelling blanket that he'd found in the rear seat. Their packs fitted behind it. He shut the boot very quietly. Sounds could travel a long way over open ground. "Where the fuck are the others?" Jack said. They'd been waiting for 10 minutes. Spud and Greg hadn't arrived. An uneasy sensation crept down Danny's spine. "Give me a kite sight," he said, but Jack was already on it. He'd opened the boot again and was fishing a small optic out of one of the packs. Jack directed it to the west. "Shit," he said. Shit. What is it?" "They've got company." Jack handed him the kite sight. Danny focused in on the brow of the dune 1 kilometre away. He felt bile rising in his throat. Greg and Spud's outlines were clear. They were back to back, maybe 5 metres apart, their weapons pointing outwards. On either side of them were people. Danny performed a quick head count. 14. Were they armed? Danny couldn't tell. If not, Spud and Greg could put them down in seconds. And leave 14 corpses as a calling card. Maybe the Syrian authorities would put that down as just another random massacre, or maybe they wouldn't, and a contact now would have troops on their tail from here to Homs. Not acceptable. "They're keeping the heat off us," said Jack. "Either that or they're holding off a contact. That little bastard Mohammed must have shopped us." "We should go," Buckingham said. "Get in the car and go." Danny lowered the sight. He and Jack turned to look at Buckingham. Their expressions told him exactly what they thought of that suggestion. Danny strode quickly to the Renault and removed his and Jack's M4s from the boot. He turned to Buckingham and handed him his SIG. I don't know how to," said the MI6 man. "Point it at the person you want to kill and squeeze the trigger. Stay here." "Can't I come with you?" "Don't take it personally, mate, but you just get in the way. If everything turns pear-shaped, get on the sat phone. It's in one of the packs. Vanguard's still in the vicinity. They can help you extract." But we can't do this. We need to get to Homs." Danny ignored him. His mind was turning over. Whoever it was up ahead, they had to be holding the guys at gunpoint. Otherwise Spud and Greg would have nailed them. No question. It was a standoff. Their SOP was clear. Draw the fire of these newcomers so the regiment guys could do what needed to be done. "What the bloody hell are you thinking of doing?" Buckingham demanded. He was clearly panicking. "We should just get in the car." "Stay there," Danny repeated. He handed Jack his weapon. "This goes pear-shaped, it will be front page of the fucking Sun," Jack said, cocking his M4 as he spoke. Danny kept calm. "They don't need much. A diversion. Stay 50 metres apart. We'll get to within 500 metres and go to ground. Alternate bursts of fire. I'll go first. Wait for my signal." Without another word, he started to run across open ground towards the sand dune. 500 metres. Over the crunching of his footsteps, Danny thought he could hear voices up ahead. He stopped to listen. Shouting. Arabic voices, he reckoned. Whatever was happening up there, it sounded ugly. They were probably nobodies, but this wouldn't be the first time some Bolshie locals had screwed things up for a patrol. He silently cursed Spud and Greg for allowing them to creep up on them. Jack was right. Another bunch of farmers compromising an operation and the regiment would be a laughingstock. Danny went to ground and switched his M4 to automatic. He didn't want to kill any of them, but his restraint was tactical, not emotional. If one of their number went down, it would only shock them into nailing his 2 colleagues. He aimed his rifle a couple of meters to the left of the group. He was on the point of firing when he heard it. The low, rhythmic thudding of a chopper approaching from inland to his 6 o'clock. When Danny looked back on it, he would identify that moment of hesitation as his mistake. There was no doubt in his mind that the chopper was unfriendly. Had Mohammed shot them? Whatever the truth, he should have fired immediately, diverted the attention of the locals, and given Spud and Greg the opportunity to escape, because 2 men down within minutes of insertion meant the op was a no-go. But he didn't fire. Instead, he rolled onto his back to confirm with his eyes what his ears had just told him. The chopper was flying low and fast, tail up, nose down, 20 feet from the ground max. Expert flying, no question. Estimated distance, 2 clicks, but it would cover that ground in 30 seconds, maybe less. Danny rolled over again, ready to fire. Through the scope of his M4, however, he saw that the situation had changed. Spud, Greg, and their captors had just gone over the rim of the dune. He was in time to see their heads disappear. The chopper was getting louder, closer. Danny hugged the earth as it thundered past him about 30 meters to his left. The searchlights swept over the surrounding ground. Danny felt its bright beams sweep just a meter from where he was lying, tensed up, perfectly still. Only once the chopper had passed did he risk looking up again to see a side gunner with a minigun scanning the ground. He wasn't firing. Danny supposed this meant he hadn't spotted him or Jack, but he knew he couldn't risk getting to his feet until the threat had passed. 10 seconds. The chopper passed over the dune. Danny jumped up. To his right he saw Jack sprinting towards the dune, and he did the same. His legs burned as he forced them to cover the ground as quickly as possible. He listened hard. The sound of the chopper's rotors was constant. It had landed. The brow of the dune was 10 meters away. Danny hit the ground again. 20 seconds later, Jack joined him. They didn't speak, but crawled to the brow of the dune to check out what was happening beyond. Danny felt his guts loosen. The chopper had landed on the beach, maybe 20 meters from the water's edge, pretty much exactly where they'd landed. 6 armed men had emerged. Danny couldn't quite make out their clothes, but it was definitely military camouflage of some description. The crowd who had compromised Spud and Greg had congregated about 30 meters to Danny's 10 o'clock. They were dressed in civilian clothes, though Danny counted 9 of them carrying AK-47s. But it was Spud and Greg who demanded the lion's share of Danny's attention. They were sprawled on the ground, face down, not moving. "Are they?" said Jack. No. One of the enemy troops pulled Greg to his feet and kneed him in the bollocks. Greg doubled over. His assailant pushed him towards the chopper, while another soldier yanked Spud from the ground and hustled him in the same direction, a handgun pressed firmly to his head. "We can take them," Danny said. He had the minigunner in his sights. One shot would put him down. In the confusion, the remaining soldiers would be easy prey, and the civilians weren't sufficiently close to be an immediate threat. "Hold your fire," Jack hissed. And then, when Danny failed to lower his weapon, "Hold your fucking fire! Open up on these bastards. Spud and Greg are dead in a second." "We can take them," Danny insisted, but Jack's warning stayed his trigger finger. The moment was lost. The guys were already in the helicopter. The enemy soldiers were bundling in. 10 seconds later, the chopper was in the air, its searchlight scanning the ground in long, random sweeps. Danny felt the thunder of its rotors vibrate through him. By the time the chopper was 20 meters high, it had rotated 90 degrees clockwise. Its nose dipped, and it sped away, following the coastline, disappearing into the darkness. Silence. One of the locals, who was still standing on the beach, said something. The others laughed. Danny shifted his weapon in their direction. A couple of bursts would do it, put them all down. His trigger finger caressed the cold metal of his weapon. "Easy, mucker," Jack said softly. "Nail the fuckers and you'll just flag up that we're here." Danny kept the group in his sights. Sweat trickled into his eyes. The locals started to move, south, along the beach, away from Danny and Jack's position. Danny was breathing heavily. He wanted to take them out. But Jack was right. It was the wrong call. He moved his eye away from the sight. "We couldn't have stopped him," Jack said.
Was it Danny's imagination, or did he sound like he was trying to persuade himself? Anger was pumping through him. They hadn't been in country for more than an hour, and already he was presiding over a clusterfuck of epic proportions. He slammed his fist against the ground, then sucked in a massive intake of breath. "What now?" Jack asked. They were compromised. 2 men captured. What would Taff say? "You play the hand you're dealt, kiddo." They'd been dealt a bad one. Or maybe they'd just made the wrong play. Either way, it didn't matter. This was a hot insertion. They needed to extract. "Let's get back to the vehicles. We'll call for a pickup, dig in until someone can get us." "Roger that," Jack agreed. They crawled backwards 10 meters, distancing themselves from the brow of the dune before rolling onto their backs and looking back towards the road. "What the fuck?" said Jack. "What?" said Danny. Jack pointed across the click of open ground to the vehicles. Before their eyes, one of them, Danny thought it was the brown Renault, pulled out from where it was parked, its headlamps on full, and started to move down the road. "Run!" Danny barked. "Get to the other vehicle!" Jack was already on his feet. Together they sprinted across the open ground. Different possibilities whirred through Danny's mind, different scenarios. Had someone crept up on Buckingham while their backs were turned? Did they have him in the car now? Maybe they were opportunists and had put him down before stealing the vehicle. The sleazy face of Mohammed the Fixer rose in his mind. Either way, this dog of an operation had just taken a turn for the worse, if that was possible. There was no point chasing the moving vehicle on foot. They had to get to the stationary VW and work out their next move from there. They reached it in minutes. A cursory examination of the area told them that Buckingham wasn't there, so without a word they climbed into the car. Danny took the wheel. Their fixer had left the keys in the ignition, and despite looking like a pile of crap, the vehicle started first time. The rear wheel spun noisily in the dusty road as Danny, driving with the headlamps off and only by the light of the moon, accelerated through the gears as quickly as the tired old engine would allow. The car rumbled and shook on the uneven road surface. Danny kept the accelerator pressed to the floor, his eyes fixed on the vehicle ahead. There was a gap between them of about a click and closing. The Renault wasn't moving fast. It didn't take more than 3 minutes on this deserted road for Danny to close the distance to about 100 meters. 55 meters. 25. "There's only one driver," Jack said, his voice tense. "Buckingham." Danny slammed his palm against the steering wheel as he drove. 15 seconds later, he was overtaking the Renault. As they passed, Danny looked over his shoulder into the other car. Sure enough, Buckingham was behind the wheel. Danny overtook, then manoeuvred the car so it was directly in front of the Renault. Gradually, he slowed down, taking care to stay just in front of Buckingham. Only when they were down to 20 kilometers an hour did he accelerate again, before yanking the wheel a half-turn clockwise and screeching to a halt 20 meters in front of the other car. The moment they stopped, Jack jumped out and stalked towards the Renault. He yanked open the driver's door, pulled Buckingham out from behind the wheel as though he was made of feathers, and thumped him up against the side of the car. "What the fuck are you doing?" he roared. As Danny approached, he saw Buckingham's eyes wide with terror. "Answer him," he said. "What the bloody hell do you think I'm doing? I saw that helicopter go overhead. I thought they'd caught you." "And what? I've got to get to Homs, of course." The 2 regiment men blinked at him. "You were trying to do it without us?" A vein was swelling in Buckingham's neck. He stared them down. Slowly, Jack released his grip on him. "No offence, mate," he said, "but these Syrian bastards will have you for fucking breakfast before you get within sniffing distance." Buckingham appeared to ignore the warning. He patted down the front of his clothes rather prissily. "Where are the others?" he asked. "Right now, halfway to sodding Damascus," said Jack. Danny turned to his mate. "Get on the blower to base. Update them. Tell them we need a pickup." Jack nodded, then opened the back of the Renault and fished a sat phone out of his pack. Danny looked up and down the road. No sign of anybody in the vicinity, but they couldn't leave the cars parked across the road like this. He turned to Buckingham. "Get to the side of the road," he said. Buckingham didn't move. "We can't go back." "That's not your call, pal. Get to the side of the road." "You're annoyed with me, I understand that, but I didn't think you were coming back, and I have a job to do." "Me too," said Danny. "Keeping you alive, and you're not helping, so get to the side of the road." "They won't send you a pickup, old sport," Buckingham said quietly. "You'd probably better prepare yourself for that." Calmly, Danny walked up to him. From the corner of his vision, 20 metres west, he was aware of Jack hunkering down by the side of the road, the sat phone pressed to his ear. He drew himself up face to face with Buckingham, the two of them less than half a metre apart. "Here's the thing, old sport," he said. "I've got 2 men missing in action. I've got a fixer I don't trust, and a chopper crew who knew we were here. This is a hot insertion, and unless you fancy a 2-week crash course in escape and evasion, we're getting out." Buckingham inclined his head, but didn't reply. He wiped a strand of hair from his forehead, then turned and walked back towards the side of the road, where he sat down, clutching his knees with his arms and staring intently in Danny's direction. Danny felt a twinge of suspicion. Did the guy know something he wasn't letting on about? But then he saw Jack walking back towards him. He was clutching the sat phone in his left hand, his M4 in his right. His expression was dark. "What is it?" Danny said, though in his gut he knew what Jack was about to say. "No pickup," he said, keeping his voice low so only Danny could hear. "The op's still a green light. We continue into Homs." Danny glanced over at Buckingham and saw his gaze was fixed on the 2 regiment men. "Spartan Gregg," Danny said to Jack. "They spun me some bullshit about diplomatic channels." Danny couldn't stop himself sneering. The firm had made it quite clear this was deniable. Spud and Gregg were on their own, at least for now. "This stinks, mucker," Jack said. "They'll get Spud and Gregg talking soon enough. We'll have half the fucking Syrian army on our tail, plus the Ruskies if they're in country." He was right. The guys might hold out for a few hours, but it wouldn't be long before their captors started squeezing useful information out of them. Maybe Max Saunders had been right in holding back the details of his guys on the ground. What Spud and Gregg didn't know, they couldn't reveal. "We better get moving," Danny said. "Saunders' team are expecting us in Homs at dawn. I'm fucked if I'm going to be late for a bunch of mercenaries." He nodded at the Renault. "Take that one," he told Jack. "I'll look after our man. Hold back about half a click. If we get into trouble..." He left it hanging. Jack nodded his agreement. Then he squinted over Danny's shoulder down the road. "What is it?" Danny asked. But as he turned round, he saw what Jack was looking at. Headlamps, approaching down the straight road. A couple of clicks, if that. "Move," he said. Then he ran over to Buckingham, grabbed his arm and yanked him to his feet. "What's happening?" "You've got your wish, pal," Danny said, one eye on the approaching headlamps. 1,500 metres away? Certainly no more. Buckingham stared anxiously at them too, even as Jack started the Renault. "Who's that?" he said, his voice suddenly flat with dread. "Let's not find out. Move." Buckingham didn't. He stared at the vehicle coming towards them. Danny tugged hard on his arm. "In the car," he hissed. "Now!" 11. Danny was a good driver. He'd passed his advanced test before he even went up for selection, and since joining the regiment, he'd absorbed every last bit of know-how the members of Mobility Troop had fed him. He'd been up to the test tracks at Myra, near Birmingham, where rally drivers had taught him how to handle different vehicles in icy and wet terrain. The ever-present instructors at Hereford had taught him J-turns and handbrake turns, and how to drive aggressively, using your car not just as a mode of transport, but as a weapon. Right now, though, he wasn't interested in speed or technique behind the wheel. He needed to keep things steady, unobtrusive. He was an ordinary guy driving an ordinary left-hand drive car on ordinary business. At least, that was how he needed to appear. He accelerated to 50 kilometers an hour and kept the needle there, hugging the side of the road. Occasionally his eyes darted from left to right. The area seemed largely unpopulated, with the exception of an isolated farmhouse perhaps a click to his right. Jack was hanging back 500 metres just like Danny had told him to. Buckingham mercifully kept his trap shut, leaving Danny to concentrate on his driving.
and on the vehicle approaching from the opposite direction. Distance 500 meters. It took about 45 seconds for the vehicles to pass each other. The other car's headlamps were on full beam. Dazzled, Danny couldn't quite distinguish its make, but it had the shape of a Land Cruiser, and he had a feeling the windows were blacked out. It whizzed past. Impossible to tell how fast it was travelling. 100 kilometres an hour, perhaps? That was suspicious in itself. This was a deserted part of the world, and it was going nowhere in a hurry. "It's past," Buckingham said. "Thanks for the commentary." "No, I just mean we're safe, aren't we?" Danny didn't reply. He had one eye on the rear-view mirror, which he now adjusted slightly to give him a view of the other side of the road. He noticed the red tail lights glowing brighter. The car was coming to a halt. He cursed under his breath. "What?" Buckingham said, twisting round in his seat to look back. "Oh my God, it's turning round." "Do you still have my SIG?" Danny said. He gave the VW a bit more juice, and the speedometer climbed to 80 kph. "Your what?" "My gun." Buckingham's eyes widened a little, but then he stretched out and opened the glove compartment in front of him. He gently removed the pistol with both hands. "Hold on to it. I'll tell you when I need it." "What do you mean, when?" Danny gave him a flinty stare. "Just hold on to it." The VW was touching 100 kph now as they sped east away from the coast. Danny's attention was as much on the rear-view mirror as on the road ahead. The three vehicles were spread out. Jack was maintaining the 500-metre gap between them, which meant he had accelerated as well. Another 750 metres behind him, the headlamps of the other vehicle had come into view. Then, suddenly, they were extinguished. "They've stopped," Buckingham said, relief in his voice. Danny shook his head. "What do you mean? They've turned off their engine, haven't they?" "They've turned off their lights," Danny said. "That way it's more difficult for me to judge how far away they are." His face set. Danny flicked a switch on the right side of the wheel, extinguishing his own lights. Behind him, he saw Jack do the same. "Hold tight," he said. Buckingham put the SIG in the footwell and clutched the sides of his seat as Danny floored the accelerator. At 130 kph, the car began to judder noisily. Danny squinted, trying to make out potholes or obstructions in the darkness of the crappy road ahead. At this speed, it would only take a dislodged stone in the wrong place to spin them out of control. 3 minutes. Danny checked the rear-view mirror. He could just make out Jack. He appeared to have closed the gap between them, 250 metres, maybe 200. That meant only one thing. The Land Cruiser was gaining on them. It was a faster vehicle. They couldn't hope to outrun it. "Pass me my weapon," Danny said. Buckingham swallowed hard, but did as he was told. Danny took the weapon in his right hand and laid it on his lap. "Recline your seat," he said. Buckingham just stared at him. "Recline your seat! As far as it'll go!" Breathing heavily, Buckingham did as he was told, awkwardly twisting the knob at the seat's base until the back was leaning against the rear seat. "Stay down," Danny told him. The road had got worse. It was all Danny could do to keep the car straight. Jack was 100 metres back, now 50. Danny could make out the shape of the Land Cruiser a scant 10 metres behind that. Jack was pulling out as though overtaking on the outside. Different scenarios spun through Danny's mind. Perhaps he should slam on the brakes right now, open up on the Land Cruiser while he had the advantage. He quickly dismissed that idea. He didn't know how many men were inside it. Entering into a contact was always the last resort, especially when you didn't know the nature of the threat. The tank was full, and this little VW was likely to have a better fuel consumption than the bigger Land Cruiser, but the Land Cruiser would have a much bigger tank. Could they outrun it? It wasn't something he'd like to bet on. And what if they hit a roadblock or checkpoint? Sparks behind them. The side of Jack's Renault had just made contact with the Land Cruiser, which was now alongside him. Was he trying to muscle them from the road, or was it the other way round? Impossible to tell. The two cars were 30 metres behind, and closing. "What's happening?" Buckingham asked. He looked like he was trying to sit up. "Stay down!" Danny shouted. And it was a good thing he did. More sparks. But these were not from a collision. They were from the barrel of a gun. Danny didn't hear the retort of the weapon over the shriek of the VW's maxed-out engine, but he sure as hell heard the crashing of its rear window as a burst of rounds spattered the glass. The entire panel shattered, and 2 bullet holes appeared on the right-hand side of the windscreen, directly in front of the passenger seat. If Buckingham had still been sitting up, Danny wouldn't have been looking at the spider web of impact. He'd have been looking at the contents of his passenger's head. Instinct took over. Danny slid lower in his seat as he swung left into the middle of the road and slammed his foot on the brake. So long as he was in front of the Land Cruiser, he was a target. He couldn't take a defensive option in that situation. His only hope was to attack. As the VW sharply decelerated, he rocked the steering wheel left and right so that he didn't present a static target. The Land Cruiser, and Jack alongside it, caught up in a matter of seconds. All 3 vehicles were side by side, the Land Cruiser sandwiched in the middle. Danny felt for his weapon with his right hand, and with his left hand gripping the juddering wheel, discharged a single round across Buckingham's prone body and into the Land Cruiser's front left window. The glass exploded, and the rush of air into the vehicle increased dramatically. Danny was right alongside the Land Cruiser, and he had the shooter in plain view. He allowed himself a split second to take in some details. His target was leaning out of the rear passenger window. He wore a Kevlar helmet and carried what almost, but not quite, looked like an AK-47. Danny had it down as a Saiga 12 combat shotgun. Because of the speed of the vehicles and the way they shuddered on the poor road surface, he couldn't tell how many of his 9mm rounds hit their target. At least one of them did the job, though. The Saiga 12 fell to the road, and through the darkness Danny caught a glimpse of the triggerman's face, mashed by the full-on impact of a bullet. He slowed down again. The tyres made a wincing screech as he fell in behind both Jack and the Land Cruiser at a distance of 10 metres. His visibility was impaired by the network of cracks across the windscreen, but there was no way he could take out the glass while travelling at this speed. The shards would simply fly into his face. Instead, he swung over to the other side of the road, hoping to lean out of his window and take out the Land Cruiser's tyres. But he couldn't risk it. Jack was still alongside the enemy vehicle, his right side wheels just inches from the edge of the road. All of a sudden, they were playing dodgem cars. The vehicles collided once, twice, 3 times. With each collision, there was a shower of sparks, and they careered all over the road. Danny was now 10 metres behind the other 2 vehicles, which had both moved inward from the right-hand lane, but he didn't shoot. With moving targets like that, he had no way of being sure he would hit the Land Cruiser and not Jack. The speedometer was still flickering around 130 kph. The road was still treacherous. If another vehicle came, there'd be a pile-up. Danny found himself shouting at Jack, "Hold back! Hold back!" All his mate needed to do was join Danny behind the Land Cruiser, and they could open up on it together. But Jack, of course, couldn't hear him, and he remained locked in battle with the bigger car. A battle, it seemed to Danny, he couldn't hope to win. "What the bloody hell's happening?" Buckingham shouted. Danny ignored him. If he lost his concentration for even a moment, they were shafted. It happened in the blink of an eye. It was the Land Cruiser that lost control. Maybe one of the front wheels had hit a pothole. Maybe the driver had lost his concentration. Whatever the reason, it swerved to the right, tilted on its right side wheels, and still at speed, tumbled over onto the Renault, ploughing it off the road and onto the rough ground to the side. The dreadful crunching sound was audible even over the screeching VW and the inrush of air. Danny slammed on his brakes and skidded past the 2 vehicles. Once more, instinct kicked in. Danny tried to bring the VW back under control, but as he yanked the wheel down, the car spun violently. He heard 2 bangs in quick succession, and he knew his front tyres had gone. Within 5 seconds, the car lurched to a halt. Buckingham, still lying back in the reclined seat, had his hands over his face. There was a dreadful silence. Danny twisted round to look back at the crash. All he could see was the undercarriage of the Land Cruiser, 30 metres away and at his 5 o'clock. "Don't move," he said. Cig in hand, Danny opened the driver's door and slipped out of the vehicle, keeping low, using the car for protection. He crept to the back, every sense on high alert. Heat pounded from the tyres. He could smell the burning rubber. Resting his weapon on his left forearm, he peered round the back of the VW. He would almost have preferred the sound of gunfire
to the silence that surrounded him, a silence that made dread seep through him like icy water. There was neither the sight nor the sound of movement from the crash site. Danny's eyes scanned the upturned Land Cruiser, ready to fire at the first sign of a threat, but there was none. Just that silence, which made the thumping of his pulse sound all the louder. Sweat poured from him as he made his approach. He covered the stretch of open ground in about 20 seconds, moving slowly, with his pistol engaged, so he was ready to react to the minutest sign of movement. There was none. When he reached the Land Cruiser, he crouched low before creeping round the front of the vehicle to assess the damage to it and to see what kind of state Jack was in. The answer was bad, on all counts. Jack had managed to keep all four wheels of the Renault on the ground. The roof, however, had been pushed in by the Land Cruiser upturning on it. The windscreen had smashed and crumpled like paper, and Danny could quite clearly see a twisted, jagged shard of metal that had thrust itself into the flesh near Jack's jugular. The rest of his body was lost in the darkness of the crushed Renault, giving him the unnerving appearance of a disembodied head upon an ugly, improvised spike. His eyes were still open, bulging in their sockets. Blood frothed from his mouth. A groan, very faint. Jesus, the poor bastard was still alive. He wouldn't be for long. Another noise, a human voice. Danny turned his attention to the Land Cruiser. Miraculously, its windscreen was still whole. A sharp jab with the heel of his boot quickly rectified that. As the glass shattered, Danny aimed his SIG into the car, ready to fire at even the faintest hint of a threat. The driver was clearly dead. The impact of the crash seemed to have broken his neck. His head was hanging gruesomely to his side at an unnatural angle. Like the shooter Danny had taken out, he was wearing a Kevlar helmet, also body armor. No question that these were pros. It was the guy in the front passenger seat making the noise. His eyes were closed, his face bloody from a severe gash along his forehead, but his lips were moving. His voice was very weak, and Danny couldn't understand what he was saying, but he thought he recognized the accent. If this guy wasn't speaking Russian, it was something very close to it. Without hesitation, Danny fired a round into the whispering man's head. His body slammed back violently as his skull erupted like a cracked egg. He slotted the driver, too, just to be sure, before climbing up onto the side of the Land Cruiser and discharging a couple of rounds into the rear passenger window. There were two bodies there. One of them Danny had already shot in the face. Both were now out of play. Which left Jack. The only indication that his mate was still alive were the bubbles of blood and phlegm that appeared around his lips as his dying lungs exhaled. Could he feel anything? Danny doubted it. His nervous system would have shut down by now. His brain would barely be functioning. Even so, Danny didn't want to think of him in pain. Jack had a mouth on him, but he'd been a good soldier, and he deserved a quicker way out than this. Danny raised his SIG once more, holding the end of the barrel an inch from Jack's forehead. His mate's eyes flicked open. He nodded very faintly, then more foam spewed from his mouth. "Good night, Marker," Danny whispered. And then he fired. Danny's hands in the front of his clothes were covered in blood. Buckingham looked ill as he stared at him. "I heard shots." They were standing by the VW. Danny said nothing. He was scanning up and down the road, checking for lights, movement. All clear for now, but that wouldn't last. Time check, 02:10 hours. Less than 3 hours till dawn, but the night sky was very clear, the moon bright. "What about Jack?" Buckingham asked. "Dead." "What? How?" "Leaking head," Danny said flatly. No point telling him any more. He strode to the boot of the VW and opened it. His pack was inside, his M4 beside it. He removed both items, shouldered the Bergen, and slung the assault rifle across his body. "Who were the men in the other vehicle?" said Buckingham. Danny didn't reply. He closed the boot quietly to avoid attracting attention. He needn't have bothered, because suddenly Buckingham slammed his fist noisily on the roof of the car. Danny felt his nerves snapping, and he turned to give him a bollocking. The expression on Buckingham's face stopped him. There was fury in his eyes, and his diffident expression had gone, to be replaced by a contemptuous sneer. "Who," he repeated, his voice much quieter, "were the men in the other vehicle?" Danny squared up to him. "Bad guys." "I will not," Buckingham said, "be patronised by a bloody soldier. Is that understood?" Silence. The two men stared at each other. Danny could see a vein pulsing in Buckingham's neck. "Fine," Danny said eventually. Now was not the time or place. "Russian. Spetsnaz would be my guess. Russian Special Forces. They were wearing body armour and Kevlar, and they were using Saiga 12s. "What the hell's a Saiga 12? "A very big gun," Danny said, as though talking to a child. "My guess is that our fixer is behind it," he continued with a shrug. "But that's only a guess." "How many were there?" Buckingham asked. His face and voice had softened a little. 4. "I heard 5 shots." "Then there's nothing wrong with your hearing. We need to get away from here, and we need to do it quickly. Understand?" Buckingham drew a deep breath. "I'm sorry about your friend." But there was no time to kiss and make up. Danny was already scanning the surrounding country. He knew from his previous study of the terrain that this road continued in a straight line for 100 kilometres east towards Homs. It cut through a mountain range on its way, the Homs Gap. Whatever their next move, whether they continued inland or retreated back to the coast, they needed to stay close to the road, because it led directly to both destinations. He tried to think calmly, tactically. If he was being tracked, what would his pursuers expect him to do? Retreat, or get as far from the road as possible? One of the two. Would they expect him to continue after losing 3 men? Probably not. He looked east. He reckoned he could just make out, in the distance, the craggy outline of the mountain range. He had no intention of climbing it with Buckingham in tow. If they were to continue, the road was their only option. As options went, it stank. Danny nodded in a northerly direction. "Follow me," he said. The 2 men ran 20 metres off the road. At a word from Danny, they stopped. He turned and aimed his rifle back at the vehicles, discharging 5 rounds at the land cruiser. The spent cartridges fell at his feet. "What are you doing?" Buckingham asked. Danny lowered his weapon. "They'll see gunfire coming from this direction and assume we made our escape this way." "Who's they?" "I don't know." He ran north for another 20 metres, then fired 3 more rounds. That was enough. He'd laid their false trail. They had to get out of there. They ran back to the road and over to the other side, passing 5 metres to the east of the crash. Danny sensed Buckingham slowing down as he caught sight of Jack's butchered head, but he didn't stop or speak. Danny checked the time. 02:58 hours. They had roughly 2 hours of night cover left. On his own, and at a push, he could cover a good 10 clicks in that time, but he knew Buckingham had nothing like his fitness, and he wasn't sure he could beast him that far. Already the MI6 man was 10 metres behind him, and they'd barely tabbed 50 metres from the road. They'd be lucky to cover 7 clicks before the sun came up. He lessened his pace. 10 seconds later, Buckingham caught up with him. "We'll head south, staying a couple of kilometres from the road," Danny said. "After that, we turn east again. They won't expect us to be heading to Homs, not after all that." "What happens when it gets light?" "We find a lying-up point." Danny didn't elaborate on where that might be. The terrain all around them was sparse, flat and open. At sunrise they'd be visible to anyone with binoculars, and Spetsnaz, if it really was them they were dodging, would have a lot more than that. "And then we make some decisions."
"There's no decision to make," Buckingham said quietly. "We have to get to Homs. We've a job to do." Danny didn't reply. He was looking east along the main road. About 3 kilometres away, he could see the lights of a chopper flying low along the direction of the highway, and on the road itself, more lights, perhaps 3 pairs. "The Syrians might have something to say about that," Danny said at last. "Or the Russians." "Just tell me what to do." "Move." Buckingham didn't need telling twice. 12. 0600 hours. Clara MacLeod's plans, such as they were, had failed to take one thing into consideration: her fear. Huddled in the corner of the looted shop, she had just one objective in mind: to get to the Médecins Sans Frontières camp on the eastern side of the city. She didn't know where she was, or which way was east. She had no phone and no money. Her French was passable, her Arabic non-existent. Her plan had been to wait until nightfall before leaving her hideout. Perhaps then she might keep to the shadows and have a chance of avoiding the violent government forces who had already killed both her boyfriend and the little girl she'd been tending. The thought of running into them made her limbs feel empty with dread. That plan had been a mistake. As soon as night had fallen, the bombing had started again, so she had crouched in a dark corner of the shop, weeping with terror and indecision. Was she safer inside, out of sight and mind, or on the street, where the building couldn't collapse on her? The impossible choice had paralyzed her. As the city shook around her, the rumbling artillery, punctuated by snatches of sniper fire, she'd remained where she was, wishing with a furious intensity that she could turn back time and not make the reckless, stupid decision to travel from the MSF base into Homs. She even prayed, and she hadn't done that since she was a child of 8. The bombing had subsided an hour or so before dawn. The silence was almost soothing, and curled up on the hard floor, Clara had drowsed for perhaps 45 minutes, before waking with a sudden, horrible jolt as she realized where she was, shivering with cold, her throat rough with thirst. It was slowly growing lighter outside, and the new day brought her a new sense of determination. She could not suffer another night like that. She had to leave this place. She had to get back to the camp. Today. Clara urinated in the corner of the shop, and, ignoring the stabs of hunger in her belly, ventured outside. The stars were still out, burning brightly in the indigo sky. A strange thought crossed Clara's mind, that her parents might be looking at the same stars from the window of their comfortable Wiltshire home, while she was surrounded by the rubble and shattered ruins of a bombed city. One look across the road told her how close she'd come to dying last night. A 3-story building that had been largely intact looked on the point of caving in. The render had fallen from its facade to reveal the shoddy brickwork underneath, and a lightning-shaped crack ran the entire height of the building. Clara couldn't tell if there was anybody inside. The street itself was almost deserted. A cat stood guard over the bags of rubbish 15 meters away, its eyes glinting in the darkness. 20 meters to the right, a man was loading a grey van with personal belongings. He had a furtive, hunted expression as he tried to stuff the end of a rolled-up carpet into the already crammed vehicle. A local inhabitant, collecting his gatherings and deserting his home. Clara ran to him. "S'il vous plaît, vous pouvez m'aider?" she said. The man shook his head and slammed the rear doors of the van shut. Clara desperately grabbed hold of him, but he shook her off. Seconds later he was driving away, the tires screeching on the rough road as he left Clara staring after him. The familiar feeling of paralysis gripped her. She knew she had to move, she had to get back to the camp, but she didn't know which direction to go. It felt like an impossible choice, as if one direction led to freedom, the other to death. How could she know which one to choose?
For a full 30 seconds she remained as motionless as the cat, but then the curious stillness around her was broken by a piercing, wailing voice. "Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!" The call to prayer. The feral cat, disturbed by the noise, scampered away. Clara blinked. She turned left in the direction of the voice, and an idea came to her. All mosques faced towards Mecca in Saudi Arabia. All Muslims prayed in that direction. She scrunched up her eyes and pieced together a hazy mental map of the Middle East. Mecca was almost directly south of Homs, she was sure of that. It meant she need only find the mosque if she wanted to orientate herself. Suddenly released from her paralysis, she ran, her footsteps echoing against the shell-damaged buildings that lined this empty street. She didn't try to keep track of her location, but followed the muezzin's voice calling the faithful to prayer. As she turned right at the end of the street, she found herself in a wider one. Like everywhere else, it bore the scars of the bombing. In front of a building on the far side was a pile of debris, 3 meters high and 10 long. It contained old boilers and white goods, tires and pieces of broken furniture, the accumulated detritus of homes that no longer existed. The street itself, although far from busy, was not deserted. Here and there, local people, all men, Clara noticed, hurried with their heads down and their collars up in the direction of the voice. Nobody spoke. They didn't even look at each other, although Clara did feel the occasional curious glance as she joined these men on their way to the mosque. 3 minutes passed. The muezzin had fallen silent, but Clara was now able to follow the little crowd. At a corner of this main street, she saw a boy no more than 10 years old, sitting in a purple plastic chair. He had short black hair and a stripy jumper. On one side of him, sitting on the pavement, was his little brother. On the other side, propped up on a stool, a tray of cigarettes and lighters for sale. The eyes of both little boys followed the curious sight of this Western woman hurrying to the mosque with the men. The men turned left off the main street into a smaller one that led to a large open square, about 60 meters by 60, lined with trees and with an area of greenery that seemed quite out of place in this war-torn town. On the far side of the square was the mosque, low, sprawling, and ornate, with a minaret on either side. The sun was just rising behind the mosque, and its beams stabbed Clara's eyes, which had seen only darkness for nearly 24 hours. Her hands remained over her face for 10 seconds as the dazzle subsided. Then, keeping her head down, as much to avoid attracting attention as to protect her vision, she moved forwards. For the first time since the horrific events of yesterday, she felt a twinge of hope. The sun was rising from the east, the direction in which the mosque was pointing. She knew which way to go. She had a chance of getting back to the camp, to safety, or something like it. She stopped. 15 meters to her right, a woman was crying. Clara turned to look at her. She was dressed in a black robe and looked poor. She had a child in her arms, little more than a toddler. Clara couldn't say whether male or female. The reason for the woman's distress was obvious. The child's face was covered with blood. He or she was conscious, but clearly in shock, silently trembling in the woman's arms. She kept approaching men on the way to the mosque, babbling at them through her tears, clearly asking them for help. None of them stopped. None of them even looked at her. Her distress grew worse. The sun was a little higher over the mosque now, beckoning Clara eastwards, back to the MSF base. But the child needed her help. She froze for a moment, torn between fear and duty. She tried to smile as she approached the woman, who at first backed away nervously, perhaps because Clara was obviously not Syrian. "Doctor," Clara said, before repeating herself with one of her few words of Arabic. "Tabib."
She opened her backpack of medical supplies and pulled out a fistful of swabs, crumpled but still in their sterilized packing. The sight of them seemed to calm the woman, and she allowed Clara to take her gently by one arm and lead her to the shelter of one of the trees that surrounded the square. The woman sat cross-legged on the ground, still cradling the child. Clara softly used a moist wipe to clean the blood from her patient's face. She saw now that it was a little boy, until she came to the source of the bleeding. The wound was not nearly so bad as it appeared. There was a gash about an inch long in the fleshy part just under the child's left eye. Clara wiped it carefully and flushed it with an antiseptic spray, all the while making gentle cooing noises to keep the boy calm. When the wound was as clean as she could make it, she closed it up with 3 thin lengths of steri-strip. She even found a forgotten piece of chocolate at the bottom of her bag, which the boy gratefully accepted and wolfed down as though he hadn't eaten in days. Then he stood up of his own accord. As Clara gathered her soiled medical equipment into a separate compartment of her rucksack, she felt the woman's tear-filled eyes on her. For the first time, Clara looked properly at her. She was young, maybe not even 20. Clara had assumed she was the boy's mother, but perhaps not. Tentatively, the woman pulled at the foreigner's sleeve and said something in Arabic. When Clara gave her a helpless look, she tried again in French. "Venez avec moi." Come with me. At first, Clara shook her head. Tending to the boy had been a distraction, but now the fear had returned. The sun was fully above the mosque, and more people had ventured out of their battered houses. She could only assume that more people meant a higher chance of troops, and she didn't want to come face to face with anyone else bearing arms. But this woman was dogged, tugging at Clara's sleeve with a look of forlorn desperation. Then the child started crying, and Clara crumbled. She could always find the mosque again, she decided, so she zipped up her rucksack, looked anxiously around, and nodded. The woman went first. Clara and the little boy followed. She held his hand. He was as unsteady on his feet as a newborn foal. They made slow progress. The woman led them away from the mosque and through a network of streets even more war-torn than those Clara had already seen. She saw gunshot pockmarks all over what remained of the walls of certain houses. Everywhere there was an overpowering smell of sewage. On the corner of one street, a group of men were feeding rubbish into a burning iron barrel. The familiar chill of fear slid down her spine. Even though she wanted to run, the touch of the child's hand stopped her. Every 30 seconds or so, the woman looked back over her shoulder to check they were still following, before beckoning them on with a curled finger. They hadn't walked for more than 5 minutes when the woman stopped outside the entrance to a narrow alleyway between 2 rows of shelled buildings. A large satellite dish hung precariously from the wall above, looking like it would fall at any moment. The woman looked around nervously, as though checking that nobody was paying them any attention, before slipping down the alleyway. Clara followed with the child. The smell of sewage was even stronger here. Clara had to hold her breath to stop herself retching, though it didn't seem to bother her companions. 20 meters along, on the right-hand side, there was an iron door about 5 feet tall. The woman pushed it open. It was unlocked, and curling her finger once more, she whispered, "Venez, venez." Clara swallowed nervously. She looked in both directions along the alleyway, then gently encouraged the little boy to enter, bent down low, and followed him in. It took a few seconds for her eyes to adjust to the darkness inside. They were at the top of a flight of narrow, winding stone steps. Sudden panic spilled over her. What was she doing? She should turn back now, find the mosque again, head east. This was madness. But then the little boy looked up at her, his big eyes imploring, and before she knew what was happening, she had started to descend the steps. She trod carefully as she followed her companions down into the basement of the building.
After 5 steps, she felt the air temperature drop slightly. After 10 steps, a foul smell hit her nose. A few steps more, and she was in the basement. It was a large room, about 15 meters by 15. The only source of light was a flickering, wind-up torch suspended from the ceiling by a short piece of wire. As Clara entered the basement, the light failed. A moment of silence, and then she heard the grind of someone winding it up again. Its feeble glow returned, and Clara was able to look around. There were 12 people down here, 6 of them children. The adults were all female. Their faces were as frightened as they were dirty. The foul stench came from a wooden box in one corner that Clara assumed was a makeshift toilet. Certainly none of the occupants of this squalid basement sat within 5 meters of it. They were huddled on the ground. At least 3 of the children were crying quietly, and 2 were coughing, a hoarse, croupy bark. The downtrodden women were scared of her, that much was clear. They didn't know who she was or what she was here for. In a strange way, it gave her strength to realize she was not the most terrified person in the city, and she suddenly understood why the woman had brought her here. These women and children clearly needed medical attention. The woman Clara had followed started babbling Arabic at her. Clara held up her hands. "English," she said. "I'm sorry, I don't understand." As she spoke, another woman stood up and walked towards her. She was older, 40 maybe, with streaks of grey in her black hair. "You are a doctor?" she said. Her voice was dry and weak. Clara nodded. "Allahu Akbar," the woman said softly. "My name is Miriam. We need a doctor very badly. Our children are sick, so are we. You can help us?" Clara looked around the room. "Where are your husbands?" she asked. Miriam smiled sadly. "All dead," she said. Instantly an image of Bradley rose in Clara's mind. She hadn't even loved him, and the pain of his death was still raw. Imagine what these widows and orphans must be feeling. If she'd had any tears left in her, Clara might have cried. "How?" she asked. Miriam shrugged. "The war, of course. The men die, the women are left." "Your homes?" "Destroyed." "I'm sorry," Clara said. It felt like a completely inadequate thing to say. "But you can't stay here," she said. "We can't leave." Clara shook her head. She pointed out the makeshift toilet in the corner of the room. "That will kill you," she said. "The germs." Miriam's expression was helpless. "We have nowhere else," she started to say, but she was cut short by the renewed coughing of one of the children. It sounded terrible. The child needed strong antibiotics, which was more than Clara's shoulder bag of medical supplies could provide, and that was just the start. Clara dreaded to think what assortment of illnesses were festering down here. She approached another of the kids and bent down to listen to his breathing. Heavy, laboured. The child had a chest infection at the very least. Another, a little girl, had bloodshot eyes and some sort of fungal infection on the inside of her mouth that had caused several suppurating white sores the size of 10-pence pieces over her inner cheek and tongue. Some of the occupants of the cellar, both child and adult, smelled as though they had wet themselves rather than used the disgusting toilet. Most of the children at least had someone to cuddle. There was one who was alone, a boy with curly dark hair huddled up against the wall. His wide eyes followed Clara's every move. She knelt down before him and took his hands. There were angry welts around his wrists, and his face was dotted with burns. "What happened?" asked Clara. Miriam was standing behind her. "They tortured him,"
she said in a flat, emotionless voice.
Tortured him? But he's only...
12, yes. The men came to his school. They put 100 children in one classroom, then took them out one by one to question them.
What about?
Their parents, their friends. Miriam's voice grew quieter. They tortured Hassam. His name is Hassam. Worse than the others.
Why?
They found him playing at being a rebel fighter, using a stick for a machine gun. So they tied plastic cords around his wrists and hung him from the ceiling with his feet off the ground. Then they beat him. Most people last an hour hanging like that before they pass out. Hang for 2 hours and you are dead. Hassam passed out from the pain of the beating, so they woke him with cold water. Then they burned the skin on his face with cigarettes. They did this every day, for 5 days. They wanted him to confess to something, but he had nothing to confess. His parents were already dead. Clara brushed the back of her hand against the child's cheek before standing up again. You see, Miriam said, why we would rather stay down here. Clara barely knew what to say. With her limited supplies, there was very little she could do for them. Unless... She took Miriam by the hand. The streets are quiet, she said. I know somewhere we can go, where my friends are, east of the city. There are lots of doctors there, and medicine. Do you understand? Medicine. As she spoke, she tried to block out the sound of scurrying from the toilet corner. Whatever rodents were attracted by the excrement, they were sufficiently brave not to be put off by the presence of humans. Medicine, Clara repeated. Miriam nodded, but her face was uncertain. She turned to the others and addressed them in Arabic. As they spoke, the women seemed to shrink back against the walls. They started to mutter, and it was clear that Clara's suggestion was unpopular. They will not come, Miriam said. They are scared. The government men have guns. If they stay here, they're dead. Hassam, all of them. Clara felt the old fire in her veins. She wanted to help these people, but she couldn't if they refused to help themselves. I mean it, Miriam. 2 days, maybe 3, the children will start dying, and that's if your building isn't bombed tonight. Do you understand? Miriam nodded, but she did not translate. Once you have one dead body in here, Clara persisted, you'll be overrun with rats, bacteria. You'll have to leave anyway. Better to do it now, at the right time. Miriam relayed this to the others, who were silent. I'm going to where the doctors are. I'll take you all if you like, but we have to go now. If we wait, the children will be too weak, and... She shrugged. I'll wait for you upstairs. Clara turned her back on the women and children and climbed up from the basement. Out in the alleyway, she realized she was shivering, even though it wasn't cold. Was she doing the right thing? She had no idea. In the past 48 hours, it had become impossible to tell anymore. She waited for 2 minutes that seemed a lot longer. Nearby, she heard the sound of vehicles. It was strangely comforting, a normal city noise, not the dreadful crash of bombing from above. She felt a glimmer of hope that she could, in fact, lead these women and children to the MSF camp, if only they would agree to come. She hadn't been exaggerating. Stuck down there in the medieval filth and darkness, it wouldn't be long before one of the kids succumbed to an infection, and it would spread. But it could be easily treated with the proper drugs. If only they would agree to come. Just when Clara thought the women had decided to remain where they were, and she was to be faced with the impossible decision of going back down or leaving them to their fate, the little iron door opened. The face of the child she had tended at the mosque appeared. She smiled at him and held out her hand, helping him out into the alleyway. Miriam came next, before, one by one, each of the women and children filed out. 30 seconds later, they had congregated in the alleyway and were waiting silently, their expectant eyes fully on Clara, waiting for her to tell them what to do and where to go. Danny had to hand it to Buckingham. His fitness levels were crap, but he was willing to push himself. In the 2 hours between leaving the crash site and the imminent rising of the sun, they'd managed to cover about 7 kilometers, travelling eastward and parallel to the Holmes Road 2 clicks away. Now they were flat on the ground, Buckingham gasping for breath, Danny scanning the surrounding countryside through his night sight. There were mountains to the east, not jagged peaks, but high, rolling hills through which the Holmes Road twisted and turned. The crash site to the west was out of sight now, but Danny counted 3 military vehicles travelling west, and he didn't have much doubt about where they were headed. The road was busier now that dawn was approaching, a vehicle in one direction or the other every 30 seconds. The traffic was only going to increase as the sun rose. It was time to get out of sight. The terrain, flat, dry grassland, afforded no camouflage. On foot, the hills were a good 2 hours away. Danny's trained eye, however, was picking out other options. Roughly a kilometre away, between his 2 and 3 o'clock, and set back about 50 metres from the road, was a single-storey house with a couple of outbuildings. Danny didn't doubt that he could find a place there to hide, but it wasn't a good option, too obvious. If enemy troops performed a search of this area, they would come knocking on that door, no question about it. He continued to pan around, looking for an alternative. 20 seconds later, he found one. It would have been easy to miss it, which made it ideal as a lying-up point. To his 1 o'clock, the road started to slope gently upwards. Zooming in with his night sight, and keeping his hand very steady because of the dramatically reduced field of view, he picked out the upper rim of a small, circular opening, perhaps 1.5 meters in diameter. The rest of the opening was covered with foliage. It was a culvert, and would give them somewhere to wait out the day. "Can you move?" he asked Buckingham. "If I need to." "You need to." Danny helped Buckingham to his feet. "Listen carefully. We're going to approach the road again." "Is that wise?" "Wise doesn't come into it. It's the only option I can see. If you've got a better idea, spit it out." Buckingham looked around. His eyes fell on the house and its outbuildings. "Over there," he said. "We could ask them for shelter." Danny gave him a look. Buckingham blushed. "The closer we get to the road," Danny continued, "the more chance we have of being seen. I want you to walk 10 meters behind me." "Why?" "Because the closer we are together, the easier it is for a gunman to put us down with a single burst. This way, if one of us gets hit, the other can go to ground." Buckingham looked sick. "I've spotted a culvert." "A what?" "It's a big pipe that directs water under the road. It'll keep us out of sight while the sun's up." "You want us to stay there all day?" "We can't just thumb a lift, mate. Someone knows we're out here. They'll be looking for us. We've only got a few minutes of darkness left. Come on." Without waiting for any more questions, Danny headed for the road. They reached it in approximately 12 minutes, and not before time. The sun hadn't yet broken above the horizon, but the sky was already a shade lighter. 30 meters from the road, Danny went to ground, looking back over his shoulder to verify that Buckingham had done the same. A military truck covered in cam netting trundled west. Danny waited until it was 50 meters from their position before raising his left hand and jumping up to run forwards, with Buckingham close behind. The culvert did not look like an inviting place to spend a day, but it sure as hell beat trying to stay inconspicuous on open ground. The winter rains had filled it with silt, through which thorny plants Danny didn't recognize crept towards the light at either end. The concrete inside was covered in lichen, patches of which were still damp, and there was a stench of animal shit, though the tiny droppings at the opening of the culvert told Danny that they'd only need to worry about rodents rather than anything bigger disturbing them, unless the occasional snake found its way in there. Danny left the rough scrub at the opening undisturbed. Messing with natural vegetation was a surefire way of making a hideout more obvious to anyone who knew what they were looking for. "Get inside," he told Buckingham. "Halfway in. I'm leaving my Bergen with you. I'll be back in 5. Buckingham crawled awkwardly along the pipe while Danny pushed his pack after him before reversing out. Keeping low, he ran 50 metres eastward along the road to where there was a thicket of low brush. He cut an armful of this, taking just a little from various spots to reduce the visual impact of his plundering, and carried it back to the culvert. Pulling out his Bergen, he whispered to Buckingham to come back out. The MI6 man did as he was told. "Push this stuff in," Danny said, giving him half of the brush. "It will hide you from anyone looking in at the other end." Once Buckingham had inserted himself, Danny pushed the Bergen back into the pipe, then pulled the remaining foliage in behind him and joined Buckingham. Passing him his cig, he said, "We'll sit back to back. If you see anything that looks like a face at the other end of the culvert, don't shoot. If you see someone crawling inside, open up." He knew that Buckingham was unlikely to score a hit, but it might buy them a crucial few seconds if they were discovered. Danny removed his water bottle from his pack, offered Buckingham a mouthful, and took some himself. Then he shook a little onto the dry silt that covered the floor of the culvert, mixing water into it to form a muddy paste. "Face me," he said. Using his second and third fingers, he pasted stripes and patches of mud over the other man's face. "What are you doing?" Buckingham asked. "Making you invisible. The markings break up the natural shape of your face, make you less conspicuous." When he'd finished with Buckingham, he repeated the process on himself. Then he poked the barrel of his M4 through the foliage on his side and arranged it to give him an unobstructed view through his sight. "Hope you're comfy," he said. "Not really," Buckingham said. "Well, we're here for the duration. Get used to it." Danny pulled a couple of foil-packed MREs from his pack. He handed one to Buckingham with a single word, "Breakfast," before wolfing down his cold meal and then settling down back-to-back with his companion. It was pretty dark in the culvert, but the daylight filtering in was increasing all the time. Danny tried to clear his head, to decide on the best course of action. He'd been shocked when Jack had been denied a pickup, but he'd had barely a moment to think through the implications. Now he did. "You want to tell me what's really going on?" he asked. His back felt Buckingham stiffen. "What do you mean?" "Normally we'd have been extracted as it was clear we'd been bumped. Standard operating procedure. What's so important about a few Syrian rebels that—" "Can you still get us to Homs?" Buckingham cut in, his voice very soft. A moment of silence. "It's too far on foot," Danny said. "We'd have to cross the mountain range with Russian SF and Syrian military searching for us. No offence, mate, but you're not cut out for it." "None taken," Buckingham murmured. Another pause. "I need to get in touch with base again. Persuade them to let us extract." "Well, they won't allow that. We have our orders. There must be a way for us to get to Homs." Danny hesitated. He didn't want to suggest it. It was like an admission of failure. But he told himself to remove his wounded pride from the equation. "Saunders gave me a number for his private sector guys," he said. "They'll know the state of the ground much better than I do. I could get in touch." "Do it." Though he bristled at Buckingham's instruction, Danny had to admit to himself that it was the right call. If he was alone, he could go to ground for days, even weeks, but Buckingham wasn't up to it. He just didn't have the fitness, the endurance, or the skills. They needed reinforcements. They needed to call in the cavalry. Danny rummaged in his pack for his Iridium sat phone, his GPS unit, and the scrap of paper on which Saunders had written the contact number. For the sat phone and the GPS to work, he needed line of sight with the sky, so he shuffled to the end of the culvert, pushed the camouflage out, and poked the handset's antenna into the open air. He switched on the sat phone, waited for a connection, then dialed the number. A ringing tone. A 1-second pulse followed by 2 seconds of silence. It repeated. 8 times. 9. A click. A pause. A voice. Dry. Unfriendly. Cockney accent.
"Who the fuck is this?"
Danny felt his jaw set. Everything about this voice raised his hackles. He tried not to let it sound in his response. "Call sign Kilo Alpha 64.
Danny kept it terse. There was no acknowledgement from the other end. Repeat, call sign Kilo Alpha 64. Identify yourself. Again, a long pause. Identify yourself, Danny hissed. Was it his imagination, or had he just heard a snort from the man at the other end of the phone? Something was wrong. If this was one of Saunders' men, why was he being so damn shady? Or maybe he was being shady because he was one of Saunders' men. Freelance. Cynical. Out for what he could get. Identify yourself, Danny said for a third time. He was on the point of hanging up when the other guy spoke. I'm Skinner. Where the fuck are you? 13. We've been bumped, Danny explained. I'm 3 men down.
Is the spook still alive?
Roger that.
Pity.
Another long silence. We've got eyes searching for us. I need backup. Skinner, whoever he was, once more let his silence do the talking. Do you copy? Danny asked.
Loud and fucking clear, sunshine. What's your location?
Danny consulted his GPS and relayed his precise lat and long. Do you want to read that back to me? He asked. But the voice at the other end had gone. Danny stared at the phone. Nice talking with you, pal, he muttered, before shuffling back to the centre of the culvert, dragging the foliage with him, to where Buckingham was resting against the side of the pipe, his eyes closed. Wake up, Danny said, poking him in the ribs with the phone's antenna. Buckingham's eyes shot open. You can sleep when we're safe. Did you get through? Danny nodded. And we wait. They know where we are. How long? Danny rearranged his M4 among the camouflage. As long as it takes. How do you know nobody else will find us first? I don't. Clara walked nervously through the streets of Homs. With every step she felt an earthquake might hit, or a shake of some kind, perhaps caused by ordnance from above. Like a terrified Pied Piper, she led the ragged band of women and children, if not to safety, then at least away from their horrific, self-imposed imprisonment. Miriam walked by her side. She had a slight limp, Clara noticed, and winced every time she put pressure on her right leg, but she didn't complain. None of this sorry little group complained, and they had been walking for less than 10 minutes when Clara understood why. They came upon a building so utterly destroyed that its foundations appeared to have been ripped from the earth. Miriam looked at it sadly. "We are the lucky ones," she said. They attracted stares. Some of them were from other children. She saw one little boy proudly displaying the metal casing of a spent shell to his mates, who crowded round and tried to grab it. Almost all the adults on foot were male. They looked at these women and children, and especially at Clara with her pale western skin, with suspicion. Nobody asked if they were okay, let alone offered help. Weirdly, uncharacteristically, Clara didn't blame them. She understood that they had their own problems, and most likely their own families, whereas Clara had nobody. When they reached the mosque, she saw that the open area in front of it was more crowded, despite early morning prayers having finished. Perhaps 100 men had gathered. They stood in little groups, some of them smoking, most of them casting occasional nervous looks around them and up into the sky. Clara and Miriam stood at the edge of the square, the women and children huddled behind them. "We should avoid this place," Miriam said. "Why? It's a mosque. Isn't it safer?" Miriam shook her head. "People who defy the government meet here. They think they are safe, that the soldiers will not kill them in front of the mosque. But look," she pointed to a far corner of the square. A small group of 5 or 6 soldiers, all armed, were loitering there, just watching. "When these people leave the square, many of them will be questioned." "We don't have anything to hide," Clara said, the old defiance rising up in her. Miriam smiled weakly. "In Syria," she said, "everybody has something to hide. At least that is how the government treats us. Come, I know a way around the square. We can continue east once we have passed the mosque. Clara nodded. As Miriam explained to the others what they were doing, Clara found her eyes lingering on the soldiers. She remembered Bradley and the brutal way that the soldier had kicked the little girl. And was it her imagination, or did one of the troops, a young, bearded man with a sour expression on his face, look very like one of the soldiers who had assaulted her the previous day, then run away when their little game had turned sour? And did his gaze follow Clara and Miriam as they led the others out of sight? 1100 hours. Danny and Buckingham had sat in silence since dawn. The culvert was uncomfortable, cramped, hard. No problem for Danny, but Buckingham was getting twitchy. As the morning had worn on, the traffic passing overhead had increased a lot. Now there was no doubt that they had taken refuge under a major daytime thoroughfare. Night couldn't come soon enough. "I could do with some more food," Buckingham said. "Sorry, pal. Hard rations. We need to make it last." "I thought you said they were on their way." There was irritation in Buckingham's voice. Danny gave him a dangerous look. Wisely, he buttoned it. The children were slowing down. It was hardly surprising. They were hungry and sick. The little boy with croup had not stopped hacking for the past hour. His mother had tried to carry him, but she was too weak. The child was too frightened to come to anyone else, and so he was forced to walk and cough, sounding sicker and sicker by the minute. "You're sure we're heading east?" Clara asked Miriam for what felt like the 100th time. Miriam gave a half-nod, half-shrug that didn't inspire confidence. But the sun was high now, too high for Clara's rudimentary navigation. She had no choice but to trust her new companion. She wondered how far they had walked. She was rubbish at distances, a mile, maybe a bit more. They found themselves in a part of Homs that bore fewer scars of war. The differences were subtle. In the area near the mosque, she had seen street kids selling petrol from blue canisters that reminded her of camping holidays when she was a kid. She supposed that it must be a precious commodity in this city, where electricity was scarce. She had seen men sawing up trees and telegraph poles to burn as fuel. They had passed the occasional street stall where kids who should have been in school were selling shoes. The one thing Clara had not seen was any food. Here it was different. The area looked slightly more prosperous. The buildings were not unscathed. Many of them were riddled with bullet holes. But on the other side of the road there was a woman with 24 eggs on display. A few meters beyond her, a man cradled what seemed to be a bowl of hummus. And a little further on, 2 sheep carcasses hung from metal hooks outside a concrete building. A man stood guard over them, and Clara couldn't help noticing that he carried a gun. The meat he had for sale was his livelihood, so he clearly wasn't going to take any chances. The women and children looked with undisguised hunger at the food on display, and Clara herself felt her stomach groaning for sustenance. She hadn't eaten or drunk for, 24 hours? But none of them had any money, so she tried to think of other things. Should she find this change in their surroundings reassuring or unsettling? Did this mean it was a district more heavily populated by those loyal to the government? Certainly none of the men they passed had quite the same look of animal fear. Suspicion, yes, but that was different. When the soldiers appeared in the street 20 meters ahead of Clara, she stopped. There were 8 of them, all armed. The young, bearded soldier from yesterday was among them, and he stared at Clara with an arrogant sneer. The 2 groups faced each other for 10 seconds before the soldiers strode towards the women and children, their step oozing self-importance and aggression. Clara felt her hands shaking, but her instinct, instilled in her from years of medical training, was to look after her patients. She walked forwards to confront the soldiers, not quite knowing what she would say, even if they spoke English. The soldiers came to a halt 2 meters away, headed by a tall, thin guy with pockmarks and a pointed nose. Suddenly, Clara found herself being nudged out of the way by Miriam,
who started babbling at these younger men like the matriarch she was, wagging her finger. Only the ones at the back seemed to be paying attention. Their leader, however, had no time for Miriam's remonstrations. Even before she had finished speaking, he had raised the stock of his rifle. With a sudden, solid blow, he cracked it down on the side of Miriam's head. She fell to the ground, clutching her head and rolling around in pain. The soldier ignored her, but he didn't ignore Clara. He grabbed her by the front of her top and looked over his shoulder at the young bearded man whom he asked a question. The young man nodded. To Clara's surprise, her new captor spoke English to her. Broken and heavily accented, but English all the same. "You are spy," he said. Clara shook her head. "No," she said. "I'm a doctor. I'm just trying to help these people." Her captor spoke in Arabic over his shoulder again, and the others laughed. When he turned back to Clara, though, he was not smiling. "You will come with us." "No. These people need help, medical attention. Do you understand?" She tried to wriggle from his grasp. It earned her a stinging slap across the face, and she sensed the women and children edging back. "Please," Clara said, speaking softly now. "I'm a doctor, that's all." "Identification," the soldier demanded. Clara looked at him helplessly. She had lost her ID the previous day. The bearded soldier had discarded it himself, but he would never admit that. "You will be questioned in Damascus," the soldier's leader told Clara. Then he barked at Miriam, who, still holding her head, shuffled over to join the other women and children. It was sheer frustration that made Clara do it. She swiped her free hand against the soldier's face, clawing at his eyes with what remained of her dirty, brittle nails. His response was to throw her to the ground and kick her hard in her side. She felt his boot connect harshly with her bottom rib and was aware of the women and children scattering. The soldier delivered another instruction in Arabic. His young, bearded colleague bent down, yanked Clara's arms behind her back, and bound her wrists so tightly with plasticuffs that she cried out in pain. He grabbed a handful of her hair and pulled her, screaming, to her feet. The women and children had disappeared, all except the little boy Hassam with the cigarette burns on his face. He ran towards the soldiers, and in his feeble way started kicking at the shins of Clara's bearded tormentor. The soldier spat in the kid's face, then pushed him away so harshly that the child was lifted off his feet before falling hard on the ground 2 or 3 meters away. Clara tried to run to him, but the soldier grabbed her hair again and yanked her in the opposite direction. Over the next 2 minutes, Clara screamed 3 times. The first 2 screams earned her 2 brutal punches in the stomach, the third an agonizing blow to her left breast. The pain was so bad that she couldn't bring herself to scream any more in case they did it again. The soldiers dragged her roughly through the streets. Where to, she had no idea. 17:30 hours. Danny's muscles ached. His mind was drifting. He kept seeing the look on Jack's face before he delivered the round that finished him off. He knew he had to keep sentiment out of it while he was still effectively behind enemy lines, but he did wonder if he'd ever forget that face. He was tugged back to reality by the sound of a helicopter. He listened carefully. It was circling overhead and lingered in the area for 3 or 4 minutes before heading off to the west. Coincidence? He didn't think so. "How much longer till it gets dark?" Buckingham asked. 2 hours, maybe a little more. "Where the bloody hell are they?" "Waiting for nightfall, most likely." "What if they've been delayed?" "Then they've been delayed." "What if—" "I could do without the what-ifs, pal." "But—" "Quiet!" Danny had heard a rustling at the end of his culvert. Slowly, he lowered himself down to his M4. Then he froze. A snake was coiled 1/2 meter from the culvert, about 150 centimeters long, yellow with brown crossbands. Difficult to tell from a distance, but Danny had it down as an Egyptian cobra. Highly neurotoxic, aggressive if provoked,
Its head swung lazily towards the pipe, its tongue flicking. Danny kept very still. The snake moved very suddenly. Something, Danny couldn't tell what, had caught its attention outside the culvert, and it slithered away. Danny exhaled slowly. "What is it?" Buckingham whispered. "Nothing," Danny said. "Just keep watching."
The building to which the soldiers took Clara had once been a school. At first glance, it looked to her like just another bombed, looted, trashed building. There were no tables or chairs, no blackboards or computers, but there were, among the rubble of masonry that covered the floor, hundreds of loose-leaf papers and exercise books, and even, hanging by one corner from a wall, an old laminated map of the world. Clara found herself staring longingly at the tiny outline of Great Britain. What would she give to be back home? This former school had been turned into a kind of holding area, a temporary prison for anybody who the government forces patrolling this part of town thought was a threat. There were 6 other prisoners, aside from Clara. 2 of the prisoners were women, each with a beaten face and a split lip. Both wept quietly in the corner. One of them was clutching her lower belly. Clara suspected that whatever torment they'd endured had been sexual as well as physical. The 4 male prisoners were cuffed in the same way as Clara. 3 appeared too exhausted even to lift their chins from their chests. The 4th had more life in him. Even though he was missing several teeth and had a cut across his left cheek that looked almost gangrenous, he was yelling non-stop at the guards, a ferocious babble of Arabic that pounded in Clara's aching head. At first, the guards seemed to find him amusing. About 20 minutes after Clara's arrival, however, the novelty wore off. Clara could scarcely bring herself to watch the beating he endured. It even crossed her mind that it would have been kinder of the guards simply to shoot him dead. 2 of them grabbed him by the arms, while the 3rd kicked him repeatedly in the genitals. After 5 minutes of this, he was in too much pain even to shout. The guards let him drop. He lay on his back, and one of the soldiers stamped on his face, grinding the heel of his boot into his broken nose. Clara found herself shouting at them to stop, but they ignored her. The silence that followed the beating was terrible. The 3 soldiers lit cigarettes and stood around, chatting as if nothing had happened. Their victim was unconscious on the ground. It was only the faint rise and fall of his chest that told Clara he was still alive. She tried to guess what time it was. Mid-afternoon? She'd been here for at least 2 hours. And try though she might to protest her innocence, to explain who she was, her words had gone unheard. She was hungry and bursting to use the lavatory. She was in anguish for the women and children she'd led from the basement, but more than that, she was desperately afraid. The sporadic gunfire outside only intensified that fear. As soon as she heard the first burst, she felt her body shrink back, like a badly treated dog shown a raised hand. Nobody else in the room even appeared to flinch. Clearly, it was a noise they were used to. Even the soldiers barely glanced in the direction of the street as they finished their cigarettes and stubbed the butts with their heels. It was only when they heard shouting in the corridors outside that they looked at each other with first bewilderment and then alarm. By the time the door burst inwards, they had started to raise their weapons, but it was too late. The men who entered, 5 of them, had their faces covered. 4 had swathed their heads in keffirs, while the 5th had a black balaclava with 2 holes cut out for his eyes. They all wore camouflage trousers, military vests, and webbing. They had a military air to them, but it was obvious that they were not military. All 5 men were shouting hoarsely. Clara had no idea what they were saying, but it was aggressive enough to shock the soldiers into a moment of hesitation. One of the soldiers dropped his weapon and seemed to be about to raise his arms in surrender, evidently overawed by these new arrivals. But the gunmen were not in the business of dispensing mercy, only bullets. Clara had no love for her captors, but the ruthlessness with which these newcomers dispatched them sickened her. All 5 men fired bursts of rounds, and in the 10 seconds that followed, the schoolroom became a maelstrom of gore. The bullets knocked all 3 soldiers back a good 4 meters, ripping seams in their bellies, which spurted fountains of blood as they fell. One of them hit the ground just a meter from where Clara was crouched, and she felt a disgustingly warm spatter cover her, and nearly vomited when she saw the state of the dead man. 2 bursts of fire had hit him. The first had practically split him up the middle, and a reservoir of blood oozed out of his chest, pooling quickly on the ground around him. The second had hit him in the face. His features were now just a mash of raw meat, and one round had exited through the top of his head, bringing with it a shard of skull and a gush of blood. Always surprising how much blood a human body contains. The other 2 soldiers were in a similar condition, but their killers stepped over them as if they weren't even there. 2 of them pulled knives and cut the plasticuffs that bound the male prisoner's hands. A third went to help the 2 women, the ones Clara assumed had been raped, to their feet. It was the man in the balaclava who turned to Clara. He inclined his head, obviously mystified to see a Western woman here. He spoke harshly to her in Arabic. "Do you speak any English?" Clara whispered. A pause. "Who are you?" the man said, his voice muffled through the balaclava. "Oh, thank God. I'm just a doctor. They wanted to take me to Damascus. I need to get back to the Médecins Sans Frontières camp. Please, can you help me?" The man hesitated. Clara was aware of her fellow prisoners being hustled out of the room to freedom, but nobody had cut her plasticuffs yet, and the man with the balaclava didn't appear in any hurry to do it. He bent down, grabbed her by the top of her arm, and pulled her to her feet. One of his feet slapped in the pool of blood oozing from one of the murdered men as he dragged Clara towards the door. "Where are we going?" she demanded. "Where are you taking me?" "To see Sorkin," said the man. "He can decide what to do with you." 1845 hours. A milky moon was rising in the west. They only had another half hour of daylight. Even though they needed to stay put, Danny would feel safer when it got dark. Buckingham was dozing fitfully, and Danny could feel him jolt each time he woke up. He decided to talk to him, just to keep his eyes open. "You got family back home?" he asked. "Why'd you ask?" "Just making conversation, pal." "Right, I see. Actually, no. Only child, you know. Parents gone on. You?" "My dad's still around," Danny said. "Not my mum." "Ah, yes. I remember from your file. Tragic." Danny didn't reply. "Must have been very hard for your brother," Buckingham added, "to see your mother shot like that." A pause. "What are you talking about?" Danny growled. There was an awkward silence. "My mum died in childbirth," said Danny. "My dad was shot in Northern Ireland." "Of course, my mistake. I must have misremembered." "Damn right you must have done." But Danny was not convinced. He twisted round to face Buckingham. The man looked alarmed, as though he was desperately trying to think of a way out of this conversation. "What else did my file say?" Danny asked, his voice deceptively level. But almost as soon as he'd spoken, he held up one hand to stop Buckingham answering. "You hear that?" he whispered. Buckingham shook his head. "No. Hear what? I can't hear anything." "Exactly. No cars." It was true. The sound of vehicles overhead, which had been constant since early morning, had stopped. "Maybe it's just because it's getting dark." Danny shook his head, then jabbed one finger towards the other end of the culvert, indicating that Buckingham should keep Stagg on it. He twisted back to face his end, pushing himself prone into the firing position, M4 at the ready, and surveying the opening through the scope on his rifle. The terrain outside came into sharp focus, the atmosphere wavering in the heat. Danny noticed himself holding his breath as his forefinger lay lightly on the trigger of his M4. Suddenly his field of view was filled with a pair of boots. He moved his eye away from the lens. A man was standing no more than 5 meters from the end of the culvert, 8 meters in all from Danny's position. Above a boot, he could see about a foot of trouser leg, military khaki. The tip of a rifle barrel came into view for about a second, then disappeared. A voice shouted something in the distance. It sounded like it came from the road above, but not close, 30 or 40 meters. The man near the culvert called back in Arabic. He sounded bored. He muttered something and shuffled his feet. "Walk away quietly, pal. That'll be best for both of us," was Danny's first thought. His forefinger remained in firm contact with the trigger. But the soldier was walking the 5 meters towards the culvert. He stopped just by it, and there was a gushing sound. It lasted for a good 30 seconds, not including the 10 seconds he took to shake himself off and fasten his zip. Then he bent down. The soldier had a round face and fat lips. He peered into the culvert, squinting slightly. Then he crouched, spat on the ground, and lit a cigarette. The smell of the tobacco drifted into the pipe, but he was clearly an enthusiastic smoker, and he finished the cigarette in 3 drags before peering into the culvert again. His eyes narrowed. Had he seen something? The soldier stood. When his face reappeared a couple of seconds later, he had a torch, which he shone along the length of the pipe. His eyes narrowed once more. He crouched lower and wormed his way into the culvert. The guy was an amateur. He didn't even have his personal weapon engaged as he crawled 2 meters inside the pipe. Had he even thought what might happen to him if he actually found what he was looking for? Slowly, Danny loosened his grip on the M4. Firing it to take out this particular target would immediately alert the other guy and any others in the area to their location. If the enemy was effectively unarmed, however, there was no need to discharge a round, not when he had a silent weapon: his hands. The soldier stopped a meter from the foliage. He held the torch a little higher, directly at Danny's face. 5 seconds passed before the intruder realized what he was looking at. His eyes widened. He dropped the torch and started scrambling for his weapon. Danny thrust himself forwards, bursting through the camouflage like it wasn't there, ignoring the thorns on the branches that scraped his skin. He swiped one big hand on the back of the soldier's head, grinding his face hard into the curved bottom of the culvert. There was a crack as the nose shattered and a muffled grunt from the intruder. Already Danny had scrambled onto his back. He twisted himself around so that he was facing in the same direction as his prone victim. Then he gripped his throat and squeezed with a brutal, relentless strength. As he strangled the soldier, he shifted his body weight onto the man's upper back, expelling any remnants of oxygen from his lungs and compressing his chest so he was unable to inhale even the slightest breath of air. It was quick. The man's legs flailed, but only weakly, kicking the bottom of the culvert with a dull thud. Danny maintained his stranglehold for 30 seconds after the kicking had stopped. He didn't want the corpse doing a Lazarus on him. Then gently rested the limp head on the concrete. The struggle hadn't lasted more than a minute. Buckingham gaped at the sudden burst of brutality and its fatal aftermath. But Danny had already eased himself off the dead man. Picking up the M4, he said, "We have to leave." "What? I thought they were meeting us here." "Change of plan. This fella's cronies are going to come looking for him. I don't reckon they're more than about 40 meters away. They'll be swarming around this place like flies before you know it." "But if we leave, they'll see us." "We'll have to risk it. I can't defend this position against more than one person, 2 at the most." "But what if—" "Quiet!" Danny had stopped to listen. He could faintly hear a helicopter again, somewhere off to the north. Impossible to tell how far from this underground location, but close enough if they knew what they were looking for. They needed to leave by the south end of the culvert, which meant climbing over the body. Danny scrambled over the still warm corpse on all fours. He felt the kneecap dislocate as he pressed his palm against it, then hissed at Buckingham to follow. They emerged into a dwindling twilight. There were not yet any stars in the darkening sky, but the moon was rising. Danny took 5 seconds to check their situation. From the roadside, the ground ran downhill, forming a steep bank about 2 meters high. If they kept to the line of the road, they could follow the bank without being skylined. Climb too high, and they would present a silhouette. Wander too far into open ground to the south, and they'd be visible from the road. "You still got the cig?" Danny asked. Buckingham held it up. "Good. Keep down. I'm going to recce." Keeping his head low and moving as silently as possible, Danny crawled up the bank until he was level with the road, and he was quickly able to evaluate the situation. All the activity was off to the west in the direction of the coast, a roadblock 50 meters from the culvert with 4 civilian cars waiting to pass. A chopper with a searchlight was circling about 500 meters north of the road, an indication that whoever was searching for them had swallowed their false trail. To the east, nothing except the single-story house and outbuildings he'd already seen about a kilometer up the road, which he'd dismissed as an LUP before deciding on the culvert. A couple of cars heading in their direction, and the twinkling lights of settlements in the hills up ahead. They were beyond the enemy troops' cordon, but as soon as someone found the body in the culvert, that advantage would be lost. Danny turned his attention back to the house. The situation had changed. They needed somewhere nearby to wait for the PMCs. The house was out of the current search area. It gave a view onto the road, and it was defensible. He decided quickly. Sliding back down the bank, he didn't waste time explaining his thinking to Buckingham. He just jabbed one finger in an easterly direction. "Make for the house. Keep low. Don't stop running. I'll be 10 meters behind you at all times." "I thought you said the house was go." The difficult thing was moving slowly enough to keep a safe distance from Buckingham. In the end, Danny resorted to allowing him to move ahead by 20 meters while he checked the ground behind them for threats through the sights of his M4 before catching up, stopping, and checking again. Moving like this, it took some 10 minutes to come within 50 meters of the house. Danny caught up with Buckingham and hissed at him to stop. They went to ground, and while Buckingham regained his breath, Danny withdrew his night sight and examined the location. Single-story, flat roof, 2 outbuildings, both tumble down. The building looked old, as though it had been there before the highway was constructed, but it was definitely occupied. Light shone from a window on the facing side, and a motorbike was propped up against a wooden barn about 20 meters from the house. It was fully dark. Danny judged that they could risk a sprint across open ground to the barn. They reached it in 30 seconds, by which time Buckingham was completely out of breath again. The barn had an open front, and a quick look inside told Danny it was empty apart from a few old tools shrouded in cobwebs. "Wait in here," he said. "Where are you going?" "I need to keep an eye on the road." "And what if someone comes?" "I'll be keeping an eye on you too." Danny pointed to a dark corner. "Crouch down there. Don't move, and don't put the gun down." "I don't bloody like it. You don't bloody have to." Danny left the barn. Crouching low, he ran 25 meters west before going to ground. From here, he had a clear view of the entrance of the barn, but also of the road. If the PMCs approached the culvert, he'd have eyes on. If the owner of the house, which appeared to be occupied, looked like he might discover Buckingham, Danny could be there in seconds. He hugged the ground, covered by a blanket of darkness, and kept watch. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour. To the west, a glow in the night sky told him that the search was still on. Every 30 seconds he checked the area around the culvert. So far, nobody had approached it. Maybe their luck would hold. It didn't. The vehicles came in convoy from the east, 2 standard military trucks, not unlike the technical Danny had encountered in Libya, only the rears were covered with tied-down webbing rather than displaying 50 cals. Danny estimated that they were travelling at a steady 50 kph. For a tense moment he thought they were slowing down as they passed the house and its outbuildings, which put them just 50 metres away, but they carried on in the direction of the roadblock, clearly reinforcement troops on the way to either relieve or bolster those already in situ. 100 meters from the roadblock and 50 from the culvert, they slowed down. They stopped, almost exactly above the pipe containing the dead soldier. Danny remained absolutely still, barely breathing, his night sight magnifying the two trucks. Doors opened. Men emerged. 8 in total. No, 9. A final figure appeared between the two trucks. He was bearded and dark-skinned. He wore the standard camouflage gear of the Syrian military, assault rifles slung across his chest. Danny focused in on the rest of the men. They were all dressed the same. Shit. The soldiers conferred for a moment. Danny tried to zero in on their faces, but they were moving around and blurry. It soon became clear, though, that they decided to investigate the culvert. 3 of them slid down the bank. 1 disappeared from Danny's line of sight. 60 seconds later, he reappeared, dragging something from the culvert. The 3 men rejoined the others on the road. Danny couldn't make out the corpse, which meant they'd probably left it outside the pipe. They started looking round. West towards the roadblock, north and south across open ground, east towards the house. Danny wasn't sure which of these 9 Syrian soldiers gave the order. All he knew was that the order was given. Within 30 seconds, they had all returned to their vehicles. The trucks U-turned across the road and started heading back the opposite way, their headlamps flooding the road in front of them. Danny's veins had turned hot with adrenaline. He sprinted back to the barn. Buckingham was where he had left him, crouching in the dark corner, clutching the cig. "We've got company," he whispered. Buckingham's frightened eyes glinted in the darkness. "Where?" "On their way. We've got about 3 minutes." "What do we do?" "Fight," Danny said. Buckingham said nothing. "The house has a flat roof. If we can get up there, we're likely to have the advantage of height. I can lay down rounds from above, and we can withdraw to avoid incoming fire. Whatever happens, when we get up there, keep down. The moment you raise your head, you become a target. Understood?" Buckingham nodded. "Follow me. Stay close." Distance to the main house, 20 meters. An exterior staircase led up the back wall. Danny sent Buckingham up first, covering him until he reached the penultimate step, at which point he himself raced up. Once they were both on the flat roof, it was 15 meters square and made of rough concrete. Danny dragged Buckingham to the center and in one swift movement pushed him down onto his belly. "Don't move," he said. Distance to the edge of the roof, 5 meters. Danny crawled it. By the time he had a vista on the road, 50 meters away, the 2-vehicle convoy had already turned off it and was heading for the house. Why? Had they been spotted? Danny removed the 2 fragmentation grenades he had stashed in his chest rig and laid them next to him. Then he allowed the barrel of his M4 to protrude a couple of meters proud of the roof, set the weapon to automatic, closed his left eye, and followed them with his right through the scope. "Use the element of surprise," he said to himself. "Hit them hard and fast as soon as they stop. Put them down before they even know what's happening, let alone have a chance to fire back." 40 meters. 30. The convoy stopped. The headlamps stayed on. Danny waited for the doors to open and the passengers to disembark. They didn't. Instead, the convoy moved on, faster than before. 20 meters. 10. For a moment, Danny thought they were going to smash into the house. At the last second, however, the vehicles skidded through 90 degrees, coming to a halt parallel with the front of the house, and so close to it that his advantage of height had suddenly been neutralized. Now he couldn't see the vehicles, far less fire on them. He looked briefly over his shoulder. Buckingham was where he had left him, face down with his hands covering the back of his head. Voices and the slamming of doors returned Danny's attention to the front of the house. Activity. The soldiers were barking instructions at each other in Arabic. Danny made a quick call. A frag grenade, maybe 2, would kill or wound a good number of them and certainly confuse the others. Suddenly, Buckingham was beside him, tugging at his sleeve. "What the hell's happening? We can't stay here." He'd crawled over, but looked like he was about to stand up. "Get down!" Danny hissed, pulling him down again. 20 seconds passed before Danny looked up again and prepared to throw the frag. His location would be blown, but right now that was the lesser of 2 evils. He was just stretching out his left hand to pick up one of the grenades when it happened. A boot appeared to his left. With a deft tap worthy of Lionel Messi, it nudged both frags away before Danny could get his hand on one. More than anything else, he felt a surge of anger with himself. Buckingham had made him take his eye off the ball. Somebody had crept up on them. But, lying prone as he was, there was nothing Danny could do. A strong arm reached down and yanked him to his feet as though he weighed nothing. He started to struggle, ready to use brute force to overcome this surprise assailant. In the seconds that followed, Danny noticed three things. Buckingham, still pressed against the concrete with a burly soldier in Syrian military camouflage hulking over him, the military camouflage of his assailant's uniform, the elaborate tattoo on the man's powerful forearm, and nothing else, because right then he felt a stunning blow to the back of his head. There was just time for him to feel his legs turn to water before the world turned black. Danny awoke a minute later, or an hour, or even a day. He had no way of knowing. The back of his head was throbbing. His gut ached with nausea. It was dark. He was lying on a metal floor that was vibrating. His confused mind picked out the sound of an engine. He resisted the urge to sit up, preferring to pretend for a few more moments that he was still unconscious while he accumulated more information about his situation. He was in the back of a truck. He could vaguely distinguish the outline of other figures crouched on the floor with him. 2, maybe 3. They were moving at a constant speed, and it was only by chance that he managed to establish their direction. There was a small gap between the canvas covering of the truck and its tailgate, just an inch or so, but enough for him to catch a glimpse of the moon. It had been rising in the west, he remembered. That meant they were heading east. Danny still had his personal weapon. You can believe that his capture had been so stupid as not to confiscate it. That said, firing inside a moving vehicle was a risk. Rounds could ricochet. It was easy to lose control. Movement. One of the figures was crouching over him, broad-shouldered, tall, even by Danny's standards. Danny closed his eyes again to feign unconsciousness, but almost immediately felt a rough thumb yank his left eye open. He was able, just vaguely, to make out a face in the darkness. The man spoke. "You did almost everything right, kiddo," he said. "You hid. When you couldn't hide, you ran. When you couldn't run, you fought, just like I always taught you." Danny's grogginess fell away. He scrambled up into a sitting position, dumbstruck. The man didn't stop him. "It was just one thing you did wrong. You didn't put yourself in the mind of your enemy. You didn't realize I'd know exactly what you were thinking and how you were going to react. But I suppose we can forgive that." Danny stared. The man grinned. "After all, you didn't know it was me who was coming to get you," said Taff.